Chapter 1076, Indisputable. This is a soul weapon of your Aurora clan. Tong Duo trembled in shock as she asked with a raised voice. Everyone was stunned. Being from a clan that collected soul weapons, Tong Duo had seen all kinds of soul weapons growing up, so why was she suddenly so surprised? I guess, replied wistful Hejus with a touch of uncertainty. He had also noticed the strange mood in the room, which had not been here before. It was clearly entirely because of that soul weapon. Wistful Hejus took out his list and looked it over. Finally, he pointed at a golden 8-spiked hammer and said, "Yes, this truly is one of our Aurora clan's inherited soul weapons. Its name is the Golden Gavel." The Golden Gavel was a very unsophisticated name, and its appearance matched, yet to everyone's surprise, this seemingly lousy soul weapon had drawn the attention of a famous soul weapon collector, Tong Duo. "Patriarch Xiao, I want this Golden Gavel. I will use 5 grade 4 soul weapons to trade with you," Tong Duo said swiftly. Whoa! Everyone gasped. This was truly the Tong clan, a top-class soul weapon collector family. Their starting offer was already 5 grade 4 soul weapons. Was this unsophisticated Golden Gavel really worth that much, though? Wistful Hejus was startled, but Tong Duo took this pause as his dissatisfaction with the price, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Till also add a grade 5 soul vessel, the 4 Seas Celestial Pearl. A grade 5 soul vessel." Among the three clans, only the Liz clan had taken out a single grade 4 soul weapon, the twin swallow caltrop, and in actuality, this spinning caltrop had been borrowed from someone else. As for the Aurora clan and Ping clan, they did not have a single one at that grade. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noelo. However, Tong Duo had immediately offered 5 grade 4 soul weapons, and then she even added a grade 5 soul vessel. How could all of them not be stunned? Wistful Hejus was startled again, and Tong Duo thought once more that the price was no good and stomped her feet in panic, saying, "Forget it. I suppose that such a big deal isn't something I can decide on. I'll immediately call my grandfather to handle this matter." "Sir Tong Jinliang." "Wu." Everyone was alarmed. Collecting, especially soul weapons, was not something any ordinary person could do. The Tong clan could collect soul weapons because they were part of the very top in the Alpha universe, and Tong Jinliang was the guiding light of the collector world. He should not be looked down on just because he was a collector, for he was also a big shot who could take your life. Where did all those things the Tong clan collected go? To the hands of powerful soul hunters, of course. While the Tong clan had a collecting hobby, it had a social network on par with the spiritualists. By helping soul hunters pick the right soul weapon and using these soul weapons to build connections with people from the upper echelons, the Tong clan was able to vastly expand its social network. Now, Tong Duo was going to call her grandfather, Tong Jinliang, the man known as Three-Eyed Tong, all for this little golden gavel. Everyone was dumbfounded. Where did this odd-looking golden gavel come from? He. Duo, we still have our assignment. As for asking old Master Tong, that should wait until after we finish judging, said Ding King Grui with a smile. He was the chief evaluator, and while he was surprised, he had not forgotten his assignment. Tong Duo's face turned red and she apologized. "Yes, I was so delighted that I forgot that we're currently representing Chaos Society." She paused and then said, "Elder Ding, Elder Li, I think that it's already settled. With the Aurora clan's golden gavel, it beats your two clans by miles." Whoa! Everyone did not dare to believe their ears. After all this hassle, there was still no need to evaluate. With that ugly golden gavel, the Aurora clan had obtained certain victory. Impossible. This golden gavel is at most a grade 2. How could it overcome Arla's clan's more than 700 graded soul weapons? "I won't accept this!" Patriarch Lazaha shouted. After all, he was the one who had allowed the Aurora clan to present its remaining soul weapons, but it turned out that when these seemingly ordinary soul weapons appeared, the Liz clan would immediately lose. There was no need to elaborate on the flames of anger burning in Lazaha's heart at this moment. "Let me look. What in the world is this thing?" Furious, Lazaha reached out for the golden gavel, but he had just extended his hand when Tong Duo slapped him right across the face. Pal! There had been no holding back on her part when she delivered this slap. Tong Duo was not just a soul weapon specialist from the Tong clan, she was also a warrior. This slap sent Lazaha hurtling away, 5 or 6 yellow teeth flying out of his mouth, carrying bloody spittles. You dare! This is a healing-type soul weapon. You think you are worthy of touching it? Tong Duo angrily placed a hand on her waist as she demanded. Healing! A healing-type soul weapon! Ding King Grui went pale as he urgently said. Duo, are you sure? Tong Duo carefully put that ugly gavel on the rack, reluctant to let it go. Elder Ding? Even if you don't believe my eyes, haven't you noticed the warmth filling this room? Ding King Grui quickly nodded. Yes. The moment the Aurora clan brought in these soul weapons, I felt like I was on a seaside vacation and wanted to take a nap. Tong Duo explained, that's the power of a healing-type soul weapon. The soul weapon has yet to be activated, but it's already making people feel warm and comfortable. What else except a legendary healing-type soul weapon can do that? You're saying that this golden gavel is a grade 2 healing-type soul weapon? Li Jindu said, a nasty scowl on his face. If the Aurora clan had a healing-type soul weapon, then let alone the Liz clan, even 2 Liz clans put together would be unable to win. As Lazaha's CO conspirator, Li Jindu was naturally feeling very torn. Tong Duo replied, not grade 2, but grade 1.5. If this had been a grade 2 healing-type soul weapon, I would have already ended this dog's life. Tong Duo stared daggers at Lazaha. Collectors were an eccentric lot, and Tong Duo was no exception. She regarded collectibles as if they were her ancestors, and whether the items belonged to her or not, she would move to protect them. Lazaha's tantrum had rubbed her the wrong way, and now, the Tong clan's young mistress even found the sight of Lazaha as revolting. Whoosh! Despite the bright and sunny day, the room was as silent as a grave. Everyone was stunned and speechless at the appearance of a healing-type soul weapon. Spiritualists were the most mysterious and most revered profession in the Alpha universe. Spiritualists of healing were the stuff of legends among spiritualists. As the spiritualist line began to die off, even ordinary soul weapons had started to become valuable. What more of healing-type soul weapons? They were essentially priceless. Ding King Grui was a cunning fox, and he could tell that Wistful Hejus was surprised, too. If the Aurora clan had always owned this healing-type soul weapon, Wistful Hejus would not be acting like this. Could it be that even he did not know how the golden gavel had become like this? Realizing this, he asked Wistful Hejus with a smile, Patriarch Hejus, it is truly wonderful that your noble clan possess a healing-type soul weapon. In this evaluation, it's only proper that you receive the best grade, but which spiritualist made the golden gavel? Also, are they still around? Wistful Hejus was not used to lying, and so he shook his head and explained, this golden gavel was originally just an ordinary soul weapon, and a damaged one at that, but after Heavenly Treasure repaired it, it suddenly became a healing-type soul weapon. Even I am unsure of what's happening here. Whoosh! Everyone was stunned. This was understandable, as the appearance of a healing-type soul weapon was a heaven-shaking incident. It turned out that there were many twists and turns to this soul weapon story. Everyone was entranced by this. Heavenly Treasure. Heavenly Treasure has a spiritualist of healing in their employment. Everyone had very exaggerated expressions. The 4 leading trading firms had power and money, but they were not considered great powers. The reason was that the Alpha universe cared more about fighting power, and a clan that only had money and no warriors was not much respected. Of course, any spiritualists, even if they lacked combat power, would be more respected than everyone else. Everyone understood what this news meant. The Golden Gavel had been recently modified, meaning that there was a living spiritualist of healing in the Alpha universe. In this day and age, if even interacting with an ordinary spiritualist was difficult, what more of a legendary spiritualist of healing? Tong Duo nodded. It seems that an honored spiritualist of healing personally intervened and modified this Golden Gavel, turning it into an authentic healing-type soul weapon. Even the other approximately 200 weapons have a slight healing aura radiating from them. Zing! Ding King Grui could no longer sit still, saying, hurry up and call over the head of Heavenly Treasure's Guard 83 branch. No, we'll go ourselves. At this time, the head of Chaos Society's Guard 83 branch, Learn Treasure, scratched his head and said, Sir, Miss Suzu of Heavenly Treasure is in our compound. She came with the Aurora clan's people. Ding King Grui was startled, and he asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Idiot! Quickly call her in. Suzu Treasure came into the reception hall and saw all of these big hots warmly smiling at her. She was a daughter of a merchant family and had neither fame nor status, yet she was being treated as such by these elders of Chaos Society. It seemed like Xia Fei had not been lying. "Miss Suzu, please come in and sit. Learn treasure, serve the lady tea," Ding Qingrui said loudly, unexpectedly treating the lady as an equal. This was just how highly he regarded her. After exchanging a few polite greetings, Ding Qingrui finally asked, "Miss Suzu, I heard that the Aurora clan's soul weapons have passed through your hands recently." Bao Xiaozu smiled. "It can't be called that. It's a friend of mine who took care of things. I merely served as a go-between for my friend." "A friend?" Ding Qingrui was startled. Suzu Treasure was actually friends with a spiritualist of healing? Was that not incredible? Everyone in the room instantly looked at her with eyes that burned with enthusiasm and interest. "Then where is this friend of yours now? Can we be allowed to meet them?" Ding Qingrui asked softly. Suzu did not respond, looking at the people around her. Ding Qingrui immediately had Lum Treasure and the others exit the room, leaving only the three big hots. "There's no one else present, Miss Suzu, so please speak freely," Ding Qingrui politely said. Suzu Treasure put down her teacup and lightly said, "To tell the truth, I also didn't know that honored individual before. He just came to find me one day and said that the Aurora clan would need some soul weapons repaired. He wanted me to take the job, saying that it would be very advantageous to me." Suzu dubiously took the Aurora clan's job, but after only a few days, all the soul weapons were repaired and sent back, and they're already like this, clearly having gone through an astonishing transformation. Everyone's eyes widened as they closely listened. "'Twas naturally shocked, so I asked them, what was going on with these soul weapons. To my surprise, that honored individual gave me this." As Suzu spoke, she reached into her spatial ring. Chapter 1077, Killing One Another. "Li Jindu, what's going on here?" After Ding Qingrui finished looking at the item Suzu Treasure had taken out, he turned pale and questioned Li Jindu in a loud voice. This item was a recording of the conversation between Li Jindu and Lazaha on the day when they colluded to bring down the Aurora clan. As colleagues, Ding Qingrui often affectionately called Li Jindu Old Li, but today, he had called the other by his full name, clearly drawing a line between them. Not just Ding Qingrui. Tong Duo, the other member of the team, also shot Li Jindu a hostile gaze. Li Jindu began to sweat. Though he wanted to explain, no words would come out of his mouth. After all, this evidence was absolutely authentic, and there was no way he could claim that he was unrelated to it. "By colluding with outsiders, you've completely humiliated Chaos Society," Ding Qingrui thunderously said. "Somebody, bring Li Jindu back to the ship. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach him." Li Jindu, who had gone very pale in the face at this point, challenged, "Ding Qingrui, even if you're the team leader, you don't have the authority to put me under house arrest, yes?" "Nonsense." The old-fashioned Ding Qingrui was furious that Li Jindu had broken the rules of Chaos Society and cursed at him. "Team member? I'm stripping you of your status as a team member. I don't have the authority? Once I report back to headquarters, just see if I don't have the authority." Li Jindu gritted his teeth, secretly cursing Ding Qingrui for his viciousness. In truth, Ding Qingrui was willing to be so ruthless in dealing with Li Jindu not because he had broken the rules but because Suzu Treasure was sitting across from him, and this lady's will was her spiritualist of healing backer's will. If a mysterious spiritualist of healing had not been watching from the shadows, the crime of Li Jindu colluding with Lazaha to bring down the Aurora clan would have at most resulted in Li Jindu being handled through internal measures, perhaps being sent to some remote branch to weather the storm. However, today was different. The evidence had been provided by none other than that mysterious spiritualist. Clearly, he was applying pressure to Chaos Society, forcing them to deal with Li Jindu and Lazaha. Who was more important, Li Jindu or a legendary spiritualist of healing? Ding Qingrui knew the answer, as did all the big hots of Chaos Society, and so did the entire Alpha universe. Upon thinking of this, Ding Qingrui made up his mind to put on a show for that spiritualist. Moreover, Li Jindu was part of his team, and so he had also failed in his duty by allowing the other to collude with an outsider without him noticing it. If he handled this poorly, his superiors might decide to dispose of them together. Thus, Ding Qingrui was anxious to turn against Li Jindu. Li Jindu quickly understood the reason. With a spiritualist of healing watching, if he were in Ding Qingrui's position, he would probably be even more brutal. After all, they could not afford to offend spiritualists. Coldly laughing, Li Jindu stood up and followed two Chaos Society warriors out. Suddenly, he thrust out his hands and released two soul arts, instantly killing the two warriors. After which, he disappeared. The people out in the front hall still did not know what was going on. They only saw Li Jindu rushing in and grabbing the confused Lazaha. Following all that, the people of Chaos Society began to panic. In a narrow alley several blocks away from Chaos Society, Lazaha looked with a touch of uncertainty at Li Jindu. Grand Ancestor, what happened? Asked Lazaha frantically. We were discovered. Our conversation that night was all recorded, and Ding King Grui has gotten hold of evidence. Li Jindu gnashed his teeth as he spoke grimly. Lazaha felt dizzy. That night, not only did they discuss how they would get rid of the Aurora clan, they also discussed other matters, which could not come to light. If that video ever got published, the Liz clan would be finished. Uncle Li, what do we do now? You took so much money from me, so you must have an idea, right? Asked Lazaha in a panic. Li Jindu went pale, and he slapped Lazaha on the face as he angrily said, if not for your idiocy, you think I'd fall this far? For you to have been secretly recorded in your own home, what are you doing as patriarch? Lazaha was no pushover. He held his cheek and replied coldly, don't put all the blame on me. You're so formidable, so why didn't you realize anything? Maybe you're working together with the enemies to trick me. Li Jindu had thoroughly been angered by the other at this point. Lazaha was actually suspecting him? Smack smack. He slapped the other two more times and said angrily, you ignorant buffoon. What sort of status do you have, and what sort of status do I have? You think I tried framing you? Think with that pig head of yours. Do you think that you're worth it? The enraged Li Jindu once more moved to strike the other, and in his panic, Lazaha pushed him. There was nothing in his hand at first, but suddenly, there was now a shining silver knife. Plush! The knife plunged into Li Jindu's heart, and blood spurted out. Lazaha froze, his mind going blank. He had no idea where the knife had come from. Had he been so angry that he had inadvertently pulled it out from his spatial ring? Li Jindu was even more enraged and grief-stricken to have been stabbed by Lazaha, this lowly person. Experts could not die, and though he had fatally been stabbed by a sharp weapon, Li Jindu still had his soul, and he could be reborn thusly, but all of his cultivation would be as good as gone. This was even more painful than losing his life. Plush! Before dying, Li Jindu attacked Lazaha with all his might. He even used a soul art. Those struck by this attack could not be reborn. In a nearby and well-hidden corner, Xia Fei watched Li Jindu and Lazaha take down each other with a cold smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This place was not hard to find, so Chaos Society soon had it surrounded, but by this time, Xia Fei had already disappeared. Arriving at a tea house, he ordered a few snacks. He then lit a cigarette and leisurely puffed away. It was not long before Fukin arrived. Xia Fei let Fukin sit on his seat and said softly, thanks for this time. Fukin chuckled. It's so hard to hear the word thanks from you. I've been so busy lately that I practically went crazy, but to hear your thanks instantly fills me with energy. Xia Fei put a mung bean cake in his mouth and smiled. You can't be sure about that. Starting from today, I'll thank you 3 times every time we meet, even if we meet in the toilet. You. When you're not serious, you're really not serious. Fukin laughed as he replied to Xia Fei's sarcastic remark. After a pause, Xia Fei said, if not for your information, the Aurora clan would have been in trouble, but how's it that you were so busy yet still had time to spy on the Liz clan? You seem to have more energy than most young people. Fukin smiled wordlessly. Of course he had not been the one spying on the Liz clan. All of the information came from his exclusive soul servant, Wraith. Fukin had never introduced his soul servant to Xia Fei for some reason. Even more interesting was that Wraith, who claimed to be from the Yao clan, was very interested in Xia Fei. Whenever Fukin had him look around the city, he would always keep a watch on those people connected to Xia Fei or those that Xia Fei had quarrels with. What? You still don't feel grateful even after I helped you? Fukin sipped his tea and smiled. Xia Fei blew out a smoke ring. I'm naturally grateful. After this incident, the Aurora clan probably won't have any problems, so we can now carry on with our business in peace. Fukin was startled, looking at Xia Fei and saying, well, then. There really are some people in this world who can do good without needing to make it known. It seems like you don't plan to make the people of the Aurora clan grateful to you. They don't need to thank me. Everything I've done is for that deceased grandfather whom I didn't even get a chance to meet. Without this connection, I would never care about the Aurora clan's fate. A clan with that personality will be doomed sooner or later. There's just no saving it. Fukin shook his head. It seems like you don't know why the Aurora clan has managed to live this long despite its personality. Why? Xia Fei asked curiously. In his view, the Aurora clan, which had never fought against anything and was always struck back with a gentle hand, was an existence that could wholly be ignored. This universe had always been about the person with the most vicious methods living the longest. Fukin smiled. If you are so keen to learn why don't you return to the Aurora clan? Return? Are you sure? Xia Fei was stunned. Putting aside the fact that I can't stand their attitude, if that woman finds me, there's bound to be big trouble. Fukin casually said, it's precisely because I'm confident that I'm telling you to return to the Aurora clan, or else how can we draw that woman out? If we can't draw her out, how can we ensure that this problem is pulled out of its roots? Xia Fei began to think. It seemed like Fukin was absolutely confident that he could help him remove that major source of concern. Why do you want to help me? Xia Fei asked coldly. Fukin replied, soul weapons, healing type soul weapons specifically. I can't get them from anyone else except you. That simple? Xia Fei asked. Fukin chuckled and stared at Xia Fei. You're not scared of going back to the Aurora clan, are you? Well, I can't blame you. Your personality is far too different from its other members. Even if you go, it'll be hard to avoid conflict. Xia Fei bitterly smiled. I can't say that I'm afraid, but I really don't like these nice guys. Life is short, so it's best to just close your eyes when you can. Other than the people you care about, the rest can all die for all I care. It's not a big deal. Isn't it a pain in the butt to act so nicely in front of everyone? Fukin smiled as he watched Xia Fei vent. To tell the truth, as he worked with him, Fukin found himself liking Xia Fei's personality more and more. He was someone who would have the upper hand wherever he went, never suffering a loss. This was particularly the case with Xia Fei's unreasonable outsider theory. He only cared about his people and ignored everyone else, unlike a majority of people, who cared about what others thought, adjusting their clothes and hair according to society's opinion and standard, even asking if others found them pretty. Was that really necessary? To Xia Fei, he was not living for the sake of others, so he certainly did not care whether people disliked the look of him or not. If one did not like his look, they could just shut their mouth, and if one did not want to do that, then they should not blame Xia Fei for killing them. Pal. Xia Fei seemed to have made a decision, slapping his thigh. It's just a bunch of nice guys, so if I need to go, I'll go. As the saying goes, it's only soft persimmons that can be needed, so one should only bully the honest. What can that bunch of honest people do to me? Fukin laughed. They naturally won't do anything to you. I'm more worried that you'll bring about some disaster to the Aurora clan. After all, you bring a lot of trouble with you. Come here, I still have a few things to tell you. Chapter 1078, A Wicked Man is Coming. Fukin pulled Xia Fei closer and whispered into his ear. Xia Fei frowned and asked, be conspicuous? Are you sure that will be beneficial to us? He had not expected that Fukin would not want Xia Fei to suppress his personality and meld with the Aurora clan. Rather, he wanted him to cause a scene and make the entire universe know of his existence. It must be understood that while Xia Fei was in the light, that woman, whose identity Fukin refused to divulge, was hiding in the shadows. The more conspicuous Xia Fei was, the more likely it would be for him to become the target of a sneak attack. In normal circumstances, Xia Fei would be the one hiding in the shadows to stab someone in the back, but right now, the roles had reversed, and Xia Fei was not that comfortable with it. Fukin smiled. If you trust me, then do as I say. I can't tell you the reason right now, and this matter is one of trust from start to finish. Only by trusting each other can we confront this difficult situation. If there's no trust, I can't do anything. Xia Fei thought about it for a few minutes before finally saying, all right, I'll trust you. Fukin and Xia Fei talked for about half an hour, after which, Xia Fei rose, said goodbye to the other, and made his way straight to Chaos Society's Guard 83 branch. This time, Xia Fei would come into their world as the Aurora clan's direct descendant. Given how Xia Fei and the Aurora clan had an intense personality conflict, the path forward probably would not be too smooth. Moreover, that mysterious old woman could pop up at any time to harm him. This was no small wager he was taking. However, there were some things that must be done despite them being challenging and fraught with danger. While it was safe to be in the shadows, Xia Fei could not keep hiding forever. Fukin, that mysterious man, a successor of the orthodox spiritualist path, how reliable were his guarantees? Xia Fei was unable to find out, but this was not important. What was important was that Xia Fei had decided to trust Fukin. Getting his trust was not easy, but once he gave it, he would trust them to the end. As Fukin watched Xia Fei leave, he stroked his beard and smiled contentedly. Wraith chose this moment to appear, saying, Xia Fei is quite the daring person, but if this continues, you'll really have to fight with that witch to the death. Fukin nonchalantly smiled, appearing very relaxed. What about it? That lad trusts me, so I naturally trust in him. I couldn't complete the mission of reviving the orthodox spiritualist lineage, nor could my two incompetent disciples, but I feel like Xia Fei might be able to do what we couldn't. Wraith was very surprised, and he said in a hurry, you think of him that highly? In other words, you truly intend to take him in as your final disciple? No, if you take him under your wing, he won't just be your last disciple, he'll be the successor of the orthodox spiritualist path. Fukin glanced at Wraith and chuckled. What? Are you surprised? You don't trust my eyes? Wraith did not reply. Glancing at Xia Fei as he disappeared into the streets, he muttered, you said the same thing when you took Basalt and Ling Xing. Fukin was speechless, an embarrassed look on his face. Bang! The door of Chaos Society was pushed open, and Xia Fei confidently strode in. Who are you looking for? This is Chaos Society. Those unaffiliated with it aren't permitted entry. Stop right there, or else we'll have to use force. Chaos Society's security hurried to stop Xia Fei, their attitude unfriendly. At this moment, Wistful North Gaze, who was waiting in the courtyard, spotted Xia Fei and quickly came over. Everyone, this is my Aurora clan's kinsman. It's not a problem at all. Even a member of your family can't be this rude. It's not like your clan runs Chaos Society. After all, Chaos Society had a much higher status than the Aurora clan. Thus, the guards not only refused to hear out Wistful North Gaze, they even grumbled about it. There was nothing Wistful North Gaze could do except to shoot a glance at Xia Fei, trying to hint at him that he should follow the rules. At the same time, he continued smiling and seeking leniency for Xia Fei, in hopes that the guards would not make much trouble for the young man. Xia Fei suddenly felt rather moved. Wistful North Gaze did not know that he was his great-grandson, but he still risked offending Chaos Society to help him get out of this sticky situation. He truly was a nice guy. Pal. Upon thinking this, Xia Fei got down on one knee and said, Honored great-grandfather, your great-grandson, Xia Fei, pays his respects. Wistful North Gaze was startled, asking, You? What did you say? Xia Fei said solemnly, Wistful Valley is my grandfather. Those words caused Wistful North Gaze to shudder. He had felt some affection towards Xia Fei from the very start, finding him to be rather similar to his son, but he could not have imagined that Xia Fei was actually his great-grandson. At this moment, Chaos Society guards could not keep watching. Of them, the one with a slanted left eye grabbed Wistful North Gaze by the collar and viciously said, This is Chaos Society. If you've got something to say, go back to your Aurora clan and say it. The threat seemingly was not enough. This guard even raised his hand to strike Wistful North Gaze. Suddenly, there was a silver flash of light, the fiendish blade, Nirvana, sliced down and cut off the man's arm. You dare to touch my people, and I'll kill you. Xia Fei glared as he said this viciously. Everyone paled in shock. No one had expected the rather inconspicuous Xia Fei to be so ruthless. Seize him, the man with the severed arm shouted, 2 streaks of cold sweat running down his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 8 people immediately surrounded Xia Fei, ready to seize him. Rumble. The 13-bladed peacock blue appeared. The giant blades of grass instantly filled the courtyard. Waving around, they were shocking to behold. Furball growled, a savage glint in his little eyes. Seize Xia Fei? Did anyone ask his fierce friends about that? Hurry and get Lord Ding and Lady Tong. Liu Bao shouted. The fiendish blade Nirvana, an immemorial mystical armament, and the holy beast Shatterstar, not one of them was easy to deal with. Liu Bao instantly felt an immense pressure after Xia Fei revealed his trump cards, the scent of blood filling his nostrils. It was clear that this seemingly ordinary young man was not ordinary at all. The men he had probably would be unable to restrain him, so he quickly called for Ding Qingrui and Tong Duoduo's assistance. Perhaps because Xia Fei's precious companions were too terrifying, Chaos Society guards did not dare to attack him, only choosing to surround him. "You're really my great-grandson." At this moment, wistful North Gaze began to weep. There was a huge smile plastered on his face. He did not recognize anything else, but he did recognize Peacock Blue. Peacock Blue was one of the reasons Wistful Valley had been driven out of the Aurora clan. In a sudden impulse, Wistful Valley, his son, stole a few things from that mysterious old woman, and those included the immemorial mystical armaments and the strange law of primal chaos. Xia Fei had an immemorial mystical armament and was similar to the son, whom he had missed dearly. Wistful North Gaze finally believed that Xia Fei was his great-grandson. "Great-grandfather," Xia Fei frowned and sternly said, "for various reasons, I had to hide the truth. Please forgive me for this sin." "No worries. It's fine as long as you're back." "It's fine. Hurry up and come home with me. Your grandmother is so worried she's almost gone blind from crying." Wistful North Gaze's words were rather garbled, the mixture of various emotions like joy, sorrow, and anger leaving him somewhat unable to speak. "After hurting my people, where do you think you're going? Surround them. Wait for our two superiors to get here." Liu Bao spat. Wistful North Gaze nervously stood in front of Xia Fei, a faint darkness appearing on his kind face. Presumably, he was on the verge of exploding. It was said that everyone in the Aurora clan had a good temper, but this did not mean that they had no temper. It was just that the Aurora clan understood how to endure and rarely had emotional outbursts. Xia Fei continued to hold his head high, casually looking around. The ruthlessness of a death god could be gleaned in his eyes, which caused all of Chaos Society's guards to step back unconsciously. Everyone found it hard to understand how someone as young as Xia Fei could have such a murderous aura. Such grave and somber eyes could only be possessed by someone who had clambered out of a pile of corpses. It was not long before the people in the room came out, and they included Tong Duoduo, Ding Qingrui, and Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius. Wistful Hesius froze the moment he spotted Xia Fei. He was among those who had objected to driving out Wistful Valley. Alas, he wielded little influence then and could not fight back against those old men from the elder court. So many years had passed, and now, Xia Fei, who looked rather similar to Wistful Valley, had appeared. Wistful Hesius could not help but think back to the past, becoming a little absent-minded. "What's going on here?" Ding Qingrui roared. Li Jindu's collusion with someone had just been revealed, and Ding Qingrui was in a terrible mood. Liu Bao reported in haste, "This man claims to be from the Aurora clan. He barged into Chaos Society and hurt one of our brothers." Ding Qingrui frowned. The Aurora clan was clearly being looked after by a spiritualist, but it still should not act so brazenly because of that. Injuring one of his people was slapping Chaos Society in the face. Behind Ding Qingrui, Suzu was startled. She had not expected Xia Fei to appear here so suddenly. She originally surmised that Xia Fei had made her take the stage precisely because he did not want to reveal himself, but for some reason, Xia Fei had changed his mind and paid a personal visit. Ding Qingrui angrily glared at Xia Fei and was just about to rebuke him. Suzu had sharp eyes, and she knew that this would probably lead to Xia Fei quarreling with Chaos Society, which would benefit no one. Thus, Suzu pulled on Ding Qingrui and whispered into his ear. "Really?" Ding Qingrui went pale. Suzu nodded slightly as she threw Xia Fei a glance. "Haha. So it's been all a misunderstanding. Little brother, please come this way." Ding Qingrui was truly a crafty old fox, shifting stances very quickly, his anger dissolving into a fawning smile. "Humph!" Xia Fei snorted as he prepared to walk over. At this moment, the slant-eyed guard, with nowhere else to vent his rage, grabbed Wistful North Gaze and said, "Lord Ding, you have got to support me on this. You can't let them off this easily." Plush! Xia Fei swung his weapon. This time, it was not just an arm. He ended this man's life. His blade swung down, cleaving the guard in half. "As I said, I'll kill anyone who touches my people, but you refused to listen." Xia Fei looked around and said coolly, his face dark. "The Aurora clan has never harmed anyone, but that's only when I wasn't around. Things will be different now." Chapter 1079, Acknowledging Ancestry and Returning to the Clan. Xia Fei, Ding Qingrui, and Tong Duoduo were alone in the drawing room. In her panic, Suzu Treasure revealed Xia Fei's identity, which left Ding Qingrui and Tong Duoduo stunned. Thus, they hurriedly invited the young man into the drawing room for a round of inquiries. Xia Fei did not hide anything, confessing that he was who had brought over the healing-type soul weapon, but Xia Fei did not admit to being a spiritualist of healing. Instead, he conferred that title to Fukan. Ding Qingrui asked in surprise, in other words, Brother Xia Fei's master is a mighty spiritualist of healing. Mighty? Xia Fei found that adjective very interesting. It seemed that spiritualists of healing truly were very unusual in the Alpha universe. The mere mention of one had shaken these two big hots of chaos society. Correct. My master is a spiritualist of healing, but he's very eccentric, so don't blame me for not warning you. That old thing hates it when people spread word about him, Xia whispered, his tone very sincere. Xia Fei was calling an illustrious spiritualist of healing an old thing. Tong Duoduo and Ding Qingrui were in disbelief. It was clear that Xia Fei had an incredible relationship with his master. The more they thought about this, the more burning hot their eyes became as they looked at Xia Fei. Since Brother Xia Fei is a disciple of a spiritualist of healing, then are you? Tong Duoduo asked. Xia Fei smiled. I am certainly no spiritualist, only a warrior. My master isn't just an extremely formidable spiritualist, he's also a very skilled warrior. Tong Duoduo and Ding Qingrui nodded repeatedly. A spiritualist of healing who was also a high-ranked warrior. That master that Xia Fei had concocted left them in utter disbelief. After some thought, Ding Qingrui asked, what is the honored name of this spiritualist? Is there any way of paying him a visit? Zing. Xia Fei's face became much colder as he said softly, it's not that I'm looking down on you too, but if you try to meet my master, not only will the old thing not meet you, he'll probably throw a thunderous tantrum. If you need something, it's best if you just tell me. I have some understanding of the old thing's temper. Tong Duoduo and Ding Qingrui instantly broke out in a cold sweat. In their eyes, spiritualists were already unreachable existences, and spiritualist of healings were even higher. Thus, rather than garnering a bad reaction from them, the two of them were only more convinced that this eccentric spiritualist was real. There was nothing to be done. In this day and age, nice people were often not rewarded. Kind families like the Aurora clan ended up being bullied around quite a lot. Xia Fei stood up and saluted. If there's nothing else, I'll bid farewell. Let us meet again in the future. Xia Fei left, not even mentioning that unfortunate soul he had slain. Of course, Ding Qingrui and Tong Duoduo didn't bring it up either. Everyone knew that spiritualists were not to be offended. Gritting her teeth, Tong Duoduo said, Brother Xia Fei, would you be willing to release that healing-type soul weapon to me? My grandfather has been searching for a healing-typing soul weapon this whole time but has never found one. This would be fulfilling his greatest wish. Xia Fei smiled. He turned to Tong Duoduo and said, I already gifted it to the clan, so if you wish to buy it, discuss it with the clan. It's not my place to interfere in the process, but if the price is right, I'm sure that it won't hurt to try purchasing it. Tong Duoduo's heart had chilled at his first words, but his last statement gave her some hope, and so she nodded and said her thanks. The Aurora clan, the Wist family home. Xia Fei explained everything. On the night when someone had tried to harm the Aurora clan, Xia Fei's master had come forward and driven off that adversary. It was also Xia Fei's master who had assisted in catching Li Jindu and the Liz clan in the middle of colluding. The elders of the Aurora clan were all deeply moved after hearing this. If not for Xia Fei, the Aurora clan would have been in grave danger. Xia Fei remained unperturbed, not proud despite having saved the Aurora clan, quietly sitting down and accepting his status as a junior. The elders were all very happy to see this, particularly wistful North Gaze. He would occasionally wipe some tears from his face, perhaps because he was still thinking about his son. Wistful he just nodded. After saying his thanks, he turned to the topic of Xia Fei's background. When Xia Fei spoke of how Wistful Valley had already passed away, Wistful North Gaze finally erupted into a wail, and Xia Fei could not help but go and comfort his great-grandfather. Sighing, Wistful he just said, Xia Fei, things have been truly very difficult for you. We're just happy to see that you've returned to the clan, so go home and take a look around. We can talk about the rest in 2 days' time. Xia Fei nodded and left with Wistful North Gaze. The elders left in the conference room all sighed at the changing nature of the world. Everyone knew about how Wistful Valley had been driven out of the Aurora clan all those years ago, and none of them had ever imagined that Wistful Valley's descendants would return to save the clan. They felt rather embarrassed, and even though most of those elders who had made the decision were no longer around, this was still the Aurora clan's decision, and they had to take responsibility for it. "All right, everyone. How should we handle this?" Wistful Hejus asked softly. After a moment of silence, the manager of the clan storehouse, Wistful Blue, spoke. "Patriarch, Xia Fei has been utterly faithful to us. Take that healing-type soul weapon as an example. The Tong clan's Grandmaster has just made a personal phone call, offering an astronomical price for it." Xia Fei agreed. "If we can exchange that healing-type soul weapon for several high-grade soul weapons, our clan's storehouse will be given a huge boost." Wistful Hejus nodded and said, "So you agree to Xia Fei acknowledging his ancestry and returning to the clan?" Wistful Blue replied, "Correct. I can think of no reason to refuse a descendant from returning to the clan. In fact, I don't even understand why we need to discuss it." Wistful Hejus let out a long sigh. "I'm sure that everyone knows about the curse, yes." Everyone turned solemn instantly, their brows creasing. Although it had been a long time ago, the memories of that mysterious woman wreaking havoc in the Aurora clan were so fresh to everyone that it seemed like everything happened just yesterday. At the time, the Aurora clan had mobilized all of its power, including those grand ancestors who had been in seclusion, and had barely managed to draw with their foe. As they thought back to it, they understood that the situation had truly been perilous. Wistful Hejus paused a moment before adding, "Even if we all agree, it's not like there will be no opposition. The reason why I have gathered everyone is so that we can jointly discuss the issue. If you have any concerns, please speak frankly." Everyone talked until very late, with the greatest concern being that the mysterious woman would come back if Xia Fei returned to the clan in such a brazen manner. However, this was ultimately just a discussion, and no one objected to Xia Fei returning to the clan. Moreover, Xia Fei had a spiritualist of healing as his master, so things were different from the past. Anyone who pushed Xia Fei away would be offending that spiritualist, and even an incompetent spiritualist could very likely decide the fate of a clan. As it was getting late, Wistful Hejus stood up and said, "All right. So we've decided that Xia Fei will be accepted back into the clan. It's getting late, so we'll end things here. Tomorrow, we also need to discuss some defensive measures. After all, if that woman comes to find us, we can't be caught off guard." Wistful Franbo, who was in charge of the clan's financial affairs, said, "This is a sensible approach. Not only do we have to get ready, we also have to notify those elders who have left the clan so that they can return as quickly as possible, just to be safe. The people of the Alpha universe had very long lives, and most warriors had immortal bodies. Every clan had numerous elders, and they would find it boring if they stayed too long in one place. Moreover, if it was always only a few people who controlled the clan, they would start slacking off. Thus, many of the elders of the Aurora clan had voluntarily resigned from their position, going off in isolation to cultivate or wander the universe. Wistful Hejus had discussed the matter with all the important members of the clan precisely because he was worried that the old people would object to Xia Fei's return. After all, it had been these people who made Wistful Valley leave the clan. The clan urgently needed to strengthen its defenses, and these old bones of the clan naturally needed to be notified. Wistful Hejus nodded and frowned. "Relax. I will explain things to our elders." Wistful Franbo was responsible for finances, so he was a very meticulous thinker. After thinking over the matter some more, he said, "According to the rules, since Xia Fei has acknowledged his ancestry and returned to the clan, and since he's also in the direct line of descent, he has to take on some responsibility in the clan. What post do you plan to give him?" Being the descendant of a great clan was not easy, with the carefree Skywings being an exception. The vast majority of clans were very strict on their people. Take someone like Little Shot as an example. He was only in his teens, but he was already working in the clan's logistics department. An exception could not be made for Xia Fei. This was all according to the rules. Wistful Hejus was truly put in a difficult spot. He had seen Xia Fei's personality today, taking a life at the slightest disagreement. There was no doubt that Xia Fei was the ruthless sort. He would be at odds no matter which department of the clan he was stationed in. Which member of this clan of nice guys could possibly control Xia Fei? Since he's your great-grandson, let him work in the logistics department, and Brother Northgaze can decide on his position. After pondering the matter for a while, Wistful Hejus decided to pass this thorny problem to him. After all, who made the young man Wistful Northgaze's great-grandson? From the afternoon and late into the night, Xia Fei accompanied Wistful Northgaze and his wife, who was Xia Fei's great-grandmother. It was a complex situation, and be it Wistful Northgaze and his wife or Xia Fei, they all had many stories to tell. There was even the occasional relative dropping by for a visit. Everyone sighed when they spoke of how Wistful Valley was driven out of the clan, and now that Wistful Valley was buried in a foreign land, unable to be interred in the ancestral tomb, the soft-hearted Aurora clan people could not help but cry bitterly. Everyone was deeply concerned about Xia Fei, as he was the sole grandson left by Wistful Valley, and Xia Fei could tell that their concern was real, as were their worries. All of them still remembered how that crazy woman had made a huge mess in the Aurora clan. 3 days went by, and Xia Fei grew more familiar with his kinsman. Xia Fei had taken his mother's surname, so he was the only descendant of the direct line that lacked the surname of Wistful. Of course, nobody cared about this. On the morning of the 4th day, Xia Fei arrived at the logistics department to report, as he had arranged with Wistful Northgaze. Such were the clan rules, but Wistful Northgaze did not really plan on making Xia Fei do anything, only having him go through the motions. The moment he walked into the small courtyard of the logistics department, he spotted Little Shot. He was startled, his face darkening. "Little Shot, what's wrong with your eyes? Did someone hit you?" Chapter 1080, Search and Seizure. "Little Shot, what's wrong with your eyes? Did someone hit you?" Xia Fei asked suspiciously. Today was Xia Fei's first day in the Aurora clan's logistics department. He had originally come to just go through the motions, but he saw Little Shot on a reclining chair next to the door, his head tilted in pain. Little Shot jumped to his feet the moment he saw Xia Fei, appearing very agitated. According to seniority, Xia Fei was practically Little Shot's ancestor. Moreover, Xia Fei and Little Shot shared a few unspeakable secrets, so he was one of the few people Xia Fei was close to in the clan. Little Shot both admired and was scared of this unusual senior of his. He admired Xia Fei because of his superb method and his ability to resolve that major crisis that had endangered the clan. He was scared of Xia Fei because his problem-solving methods were more bloody, and he killed at the slightest disagreement. His way of survival differed greatly from the rest of the Aurora clan. Ouch! Jumping up irritated Little Shot's wound, and he covered his eye with his hand and moaned. Xia Fei smiled as he helped Little Shot sit up. He took out a light blue bottle of medicine from his spatial ring, letting the other drink half of it and applying the remaining half to the wound on his eyes. It stopped hurting. "Ancestor Xia Fei, what medicine is this?" Little Shot asked. "Oh, it's just some wound medicine I made for myself. There's no harm in carrying around these things when going out. I'll give you a few bottles later so that you can use them when you need," Xia Fei said nonchalantly. Little Shot's eyes widened as he said in shock, "Ancestor, you know how to mix medicines. Even the apothecaries of the clan can't make medicine this strong. You're really incredible." Xia Fei took the comment in stride. The medicine naturally had a good effect, but it was the method of healing through eating that Fukin had taught him that was truly incredible. Just by eating and drinking, one's wounds and pain would disappear. Such a method could not be found just anywhere. "All right, tell me what happened to your eye." Xia Fei sat himself across from Little Shot and lit a cigarette. Little Shot stammered, "This morning, I was passing by Sun Dajan's house and remembered that his clan owes some money to our logistics department, so I went in to collect the debt, but the result..." Xia Fei was startled. It seemed like Little Shot was saying that he had gone in to collect a debt and had ended up being beaten up. This was strange. It was said that Guard 83 was led by the 3 major clans, yet even though the Aurora Wist clan was one of the 3 major clans, someone dared to beat up its people? Without another word, Xia Fei stood up, pulled Little Shot out of his chair, and said, "Follow me." "Where are we going?" Little Shot asked curiously. "Where?" "To seek justice. For 1 week, you're not allowed to see your girlfriend. This is your punishment." Little Shot tearfully said, "Ancestor, this isn't fair. It's not like I hit anyone, so why am I being punished?" Xia Fei sighed. The common practice of the Aurora clan was truly unacceptable. It seemed that the clan had a rule that being beaten was fine, but hitting others was to be punished. This was why Little Shot immediately became unhappy when Xia Fei punished him. Xia Fei said with a cold face, "You went to collect a debt and ended up being beaten, and you've got the face to ask me why you're being punished? You listen to me, as long as I'm here, we only beat other people up. Xia Fei's words were naturally very rousing. Little Shot had felt suffocated in this clan for far too long, and he had been waiting for someone to back him up. However, when he remembered the clan's rules to treat people with kindness, he became a little afraid. Trembling, he followed Xia Fei out. As they turned a corner, they ran into several other youths from the clan. They were all around the same age as Little Shot, and they had been assigned to the logistics department for training. It was still early, and these youths had come to the logistics department to report. "Oh? Little Shot, is this the newly returned ancestor of our clan, Xia Fei?" The youths quickly bowed, treating Xia Fei with utmost respect. It was easy to tell that they had had a good upbringing. Xia Fei was rather young, but his seniority was greater, so it was not like it was unacceptable for him to be called their ancestor. Still, Xia Fei did like this form of address, as it made him seem older than he was. Just call me Xia Fei, don't call me ancestor in the future, but you can call me uncle or brother." "So where are all of you going?" Xia Fei nodded and asked. "We're naturally going to report to the logistics department." "You don't have to go do that. Today, you're coming with me to seize a home," Xia Fei said coldly. These youths, who did not dare to offend Xia Fei, followed him cautiously. Word had already spread that Xia Fei was the disciple of a spiritualist, and he was even the one who had dealt with the plot of the Liz clan. These youths knew about all of this. While Xia Fei had only just returned to the clan and had no specific job, everyone knew that if the Aurora clan wanted to stage a comeback, it would have to rely on him, let alone these youths. Even Patriarch Wistful Hesius had to give Xia Fei some face. Thus, these youths did not dare to oppose anything Xia Fei wanted to do. At most, they would just converse among themselves. "Little Shot, what does he mean by seizing a home?" "I don't know. He probably means that we're going to be guests at someone else's home," Little Shot shrugged and said. "Oh, so we're being guests? Isn't it rude to visit someone so early in the morning?" "That's right. The rules of the clan say that we must prepare gifts when visiting, but it doesn't seem like Brother Xia Fei has got any. We might as well pool our money together and buy a little something. Otherwise, people will call us rude." "That makes sense. I have 50 pearls. Do any of you have any spending money?" "Have 120 pearls." These young men of the Aurora clan were truly too polite. Xia Fei was going to raid a home, and these people were trying to put their money together to buy a gift. Xia Fei stopped and glared angrily at these hopeless youths. He was very frustrated, but he really had nowhere to vent his anger. Those eyes were so innocent and naive that it was clear that they had no idea what it meant to seize a home. It was not long before the youths had collected around 800 pearls. Little Shot wrapped them up in a handkerchief and went up to Xia Fei. "If we're going to visit someone, we need to prepare a gift. Buying would be best, though." "Buy my ass." Xia Fei cursed at these youths, causing Little Shot and the others to shrink back in fear. In their eyes, it was very normal to visit someone with gifts. This was a rule of the clan, so they did not understand why Xia Fei was angry. Radix said helplessly, "Don't be angry at them. Putting aside the fact that they're still teenagers, what do you think those old folks of the clan who have lived for eons would do? They would still be so polite wherever they went. This is just how the clan raises its people. Those accursed rules." Xia Fei was fuming. "What sort of people are they? This is just too humiliating. Too humiliating. It's not good. I have to think of a way to change this situation." Lowering his head, Xia Fei looked at the innocent faces and simple and confused eyes of the youth, his heart wincing in pain. It was a good thing such naive people had been born to a major clan. In society, they would have been bullied around until not even their bones remained. Sighing, Xia Fei sternly said, "This morning, your brother, Little Shot, was beaten. How do you think this should be avenged? We should tell the elders in the clan and have them go and ask if Little Shot did anything wrong or annoyed the other party. After which, Little Shot can be told how to correct himself," a youth said seriously, and the others nodded. Smack! Right after he finished speaking, Xia Fei slapped him. "Why don't you go and die? Your brother has been beaten, and you say that he should think about why he's beaten. Who in the world raised you?" Xia Fei roared. The youth was startled and bowed hastily. "You are correct, but these are the clan rules. In addition, if Little Shot didn't do anything wrong, why would someone hit him?" This was truly a group of silly youths. They were so young yet already lacked fighting spirit. Xia Fei's sorrow reached maximum saturation. It seemed that explaining things to these youths was just too difficult. Xia Fei hardened his face and said, starting from now, you only need to remember 2 things. 1. Rules are the most useless thing in the universe. They exist only to be broken. 2. The greatest reason in the universe is to be unreasonable. No matter what time it is, everything we do is right. What's right is right and what's wrong is also right. If anyone punches your brother, you have to destroy their entire family. The youths were all gobsmacked. This was completely different from what the clan taught. The clan wanted these youths to be reasonable, follow the rules, and be kind to others, but Xia Fei wanted them to be unreasonable, killing everyone that offended them. The youths found it very hard to understand, scratching their heads. Xia Fei sighed mentally and muttered, this is no good. The kids will be ruined if they keep being taught like this. Radix was rendered momentarily speechless, eventually commenting mentally, ruined? You're the one who's going to ruin them. Xia Fei spotted 3 figures dodging into a street corner and immediately recognized them. Get over here right now. Xia Fei pointed at them and said. Iron Tiger and his 2 cousins respectfully appeared before Xia Fei, cold sweat on their faces. Their wounds had been healed by now. After all, these were just external wounds, and in the Alpha universe, healing a broken leg was not a big deal at all. Milord, we were just planning to leave, Iron Tiger said nervously. He knew that Xia Fei was a spiritualist, and he also heard about Xia Fei returning to the Aurora clan, so he was naturally very afraid of him. Xia Fei smiled and asked casually, Iron Tiger, you know what it means to seize a home, right? Iron Tiger was stunned and almost dropped to his knees, believing that Xia Fei would strike at his family. His legs trembled as he began to plead for mercy. Xia Fei waved his hand impatiently and said, who's going to seize your home? I have some business today, but these little guys don't get it, so you 3 will accompany me. Iron Tiger was scared to death of Xia Fei and did not dare to disobey. He hastily agreed, saying that he would serve the other even if he had to splatter his brains across the ground. Coldly looking at the youths, Xia Fei told Iron Tiger, your mission today is to show these kids what it means to seize a home. I'll reward you if you do well, but if you do a bad job, humph. Chapter 1081, Roasting Sun Dajan. Xia Fei led his group up to Sun Dajan's home. The Sun clan lived in the southern part of the city in a rather large estate. There were a few guards standing outside, and the estate was new. Presumably, the Sun clan was a wealthy household that had only risen up recently. Who was it that beat you up earlier today? Xia Fei asked grimly as he stood outside the Sun clan's gate. Little Shot did not dare to try and hide anything from Xia Fei. He looked around and said, the person who did it isn't among these people. They could be inside. The ruckus outside drew the displeasure of the Sun clan's guards. A short-haired guard raised a hand and said, how is it you again? I already told you that our master isn't around, you should come and get your money another day. Little Shot's face turned red as he said swiftly, they're lying. I've come by several dozen times already, but their master is never home. They're definitely trying to cheat me. Xia Fei frowned as he asked, how much does their clan owe us, and why do they owe it? After all, the Aurora clan was a major clan and had many properties in the area. When it came to inns and stores, it had several dozen of such. Alas, because the clan was not that good at business and was also not that good at talking, these businesses were very average, and they sometimes ended up losing clan money. This Sun Dajan was a classic example. Last autumn, he had bought from an Aurora clan company a small warship worth 20 million pearls. At the time, he had only paid 50% of the price, saying that he would pay the rest 3 months later. However, 3 months later, when the Aurora clan came asking for the remainder, Sun Dajan refused to see them. A year had gone by at this point, but the money had still not been paid. Xia Fei slightly shook his head when he heard about this. Clearly, the Sun clan had been taking advantage of the Aurora clan's kindness to avoid paying the money back. 10 million pearls generated significant interest of the principal sum, even if it was only for a month. Who would not be able to perform such a calculation? In truth, the Aurora clan frequently encountered such situations. Many people with ill intentions made it their job to take advantage of it, but Sun Dajan had gone overboard, refusing to pay what he owed for an entire year and even refusing to see any of the clansmen. One of his servants had even beaten up Little Shot. Talreedy told you, our master isn't here. If you don't leave now, will stop being polite. This clearly was not the first time these guards had dealt with such a situation. The more courteous the people from the Aurora clan were, the more arrogant these people became. It was as if they had forgotten who owed whom money. Xia Fei frowned and told Iron Tiger, "Seize these people." Iron Tiger nodded and rushed out with his two cousins. The Sun clan guards were only tyrants because this was their home court, but there was no comparing them to someone like Iron Tiger, who lived based on his ability to wield his blade. It did not take long before Iron Tiger's group had knocked down the guards, pressing their heads on the ground. A Sun clan guard immediately saw that things were going poorly and rushed into the estate, shutting the alloy gates while he ordered someone to go and get his superior. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and paced in front of the gate as if nothing was happening. After a while, he pulled out a chair and parked himself in front of the Sun clan's gate, shouting, "Sun Dajin, you owe my Aurora clan money, and you've even beaten someone of it. I'll give you 3 minutes to kowtow as an apology, or else I'll stop being polite." This ruckus drew quite a few onlookers, and as the civilians listened to Xia Fei, they began to talk. The Aurora West clan's people? Am I hearing things right? It can't be. The Aurora clan people always stick to the rules and treat people politely. How could they cause such a big fuss in front of the Sun clan? Is somebody perhaps pretending to be a member of the clan? It shouldn't be. Look at those youths, they're all young scions of the Aurora clan. Little Shot and the other youths went red in the face as they listened to people talk behind them, and all of them stared at Xia Fei. The Aurora clan cared the most about dignity and had never treated people roughly. They found Xia Fei knocking directly on someone's door to be very humiliating. Xia Fei continued to smoke away as if nothing out of the ordinary was going down, treating the crowd like empty air. "Do you know who our clan's first young master is? If you don't release us, our first young master will trample over the Aurora clan when he returns. Hurry up and release us. Our first young master works for Chaos Society." Two of the guards currently being pressed on the ground by Iron Tiger's cousins still had not given up, using their master's identity to threaten Xia Fei. "Chaos Society?" asked Xia Fei curiously. "Right. Scared now, aren't you? Even if you're the Aurora clan, you're still under Chaos Society. If you release us, our first young master may just spare your life." Xia Fei frowned and sneered. "I will tell you the truth. I'm coming for Chaos Society." He waved his hand and said loudly, "Iron Tiger, kill them all." These words had the crowd in an uproar. The Aurora clan knocking on someone's door was already shocking enough, and Xia Fei was even going to kill. Plush! Iron Tiger's group of 3 were truly people who made their living by risking their lives. Upon receiving Xia Fei's order, they carried them out without hesitation. 5 heads rolled down the steps, spraying blood 2 meters high. Thump! 2 guards had been watching from atop the Sun clan's wall, and when they saw that Xia Fei had really executed their fellow guards, they fell from the wall. They hastily got to their feet and ran into the inner courtyard. "Murder! Master, they killed them!" Bang! Without even having time to report, a guard barged into the study and dropped to his knees. "Why are you in such a panic? What happened?" Sitting in the study was none other than Sun Dajin. As the master of the clan, he looked very composed. He was even leaning back in his chair with eyes closed. "Master, they killed our people. Sun Wu and 4 of our brothers all had their heads cut off by the Aurora West clan's people." Bang! The teacup in his hand dropped to the floor and shattered. Sun Dajin hurriedly got to his feet and asked, "Dead? The Aurora clan's people did it?" "Yes, it's the Aurora clan. The youth we beat up this morning came back with more people." "You must be mistaken. Everyone says that the Aurora clan is docile like a sheep. How could they come over and kill somebody?" Sun Dajin did not dare to believe what he had just heard. When did the Aurora West clan become so ruthless? Docile as a sheep? "Master, you should hurry and see for yourself. The people who came this time are like barbarians. Our brothers only mentioned the young master's name to protect themselves, but they ended up losing their heads because of it. You're saying that mentioning that I worked for Chaos Society caused the other party to kill them?" Sun Dajin jumped up and asked loudly. This was far too incomprehensible. A normal person would stay far away when they heard about Chaos Society, but the Aurora clan not only was not afraid but had even executed those people immediately upon hearing about their connection to Chaos Society. How could this be explained? As Sun Dajin was reeling in shock, another guard ran into the study and dropped to his knees. "Master, it's terrible. The Aurora clan's people have brought out a soul cannon. They're saying that if you don't go out and resolve this problem right now, they'll blast our Sun clan into bits. Sun Dajin trembled, his eyes exploding with fury and resentment. Outside the Sun clan's gate, Iron Tiger's group carried up a pitch-black soul cannon. The three of them had made up their mind to follow Xia Fei. When he said that he wanted the Sun clan to taste a little of his might, Iron Tiger immediately took out his treasure, the 5 Tigers Soul Cannon. Soul cannons were a type of soul weapon, but they had little value when used by soldiers. They were more often used in high-level warships. The soul cannon Iron Tiger had brought out was not large, but it was more than enough to deal with the Sun clan. One shot would be enough to flatten the estate. Xia Fei chuckled as he patted Iron Tiger on the shoulder. This was exactly what I wanted. Hurry up and get ready to fire it. We'll be testing its power soon. Iron Tiger nodded and said, I have killed for you and have brought out my cannon for you. Venerable sir, all I ask is that you be merciful and let my family go. Xia Fei glanced at Iron Tiger. This guy was truly not dumb. By mentioning that he had killed for him, he was not just trying to get on his good side but also indicating that he was placing himself in his hands. We did everything that you asked, meaning that we brothers are absolutely loyal to you, was his actual implication. Xia Fei laughed. Relax. If I have meat to eat, you won't lack for soup to drink. Starting from today, the 3 of you can just follow me. Iron Tiger's group of 3 was elated, instantly dropping to their knees and kowtowing, while others might not know, they knew that Xia Fei was a spiritualist. What could set a person more at ease than serving a spiritualist? Just look at what was happening today. The Sun clan's people said that their young master worked for Chaos Society, yet Xia Fei still easily took their heads. This was the confidence of a spiritualist. Others might be afraid of Chaos Society, but Xia Fei was not. Little Shot and the other young masters were dumbfounded. They heard that the clan's newly returned ancestor had a bad temper, but this was not just a case of a bad temper, his methods were truly black-hearted and ruthless. Xia Fei turned to Little Shot and the others, saying, today is just an example. From here onward, anyone who dares to touch our people must all die. Little Shot and the others could only dumbly nod their heads. They were in no mood to think much about it. The Aurora clan had taught them from a young age to treat people kindly, taking many years to teach them this, but Xia Fei had used only one lesson to make them understand what it meant to avenge even the slightest wrongs and do it ruthlessly at that. You still have 1 minute. Sun Dajin, if you don't come out now, I'll blast apart your entire Sun clan. Xia Fei roared unreasonably. A trembling voice came from the estate. Esteemed sir, my son really is a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society. Please sir, take away the soul cannon. It'd just be terrible if you were to end up wounding someone. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, what does your son have to do with any of this? 40 seconds. If you don't come out by then, I'll kill you. The spectators dropped their mouths. A patrolling inspector of Chaos Society was not some minor character, but Xia Fei simply did not care, even asking about what his son had got to do with anything. They had seen unreasonable people before but never someone this unreasonable. He did not even show respect for a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society. Some people started to get scared and scurried off to the side. This is in the middle of the city. Is he really going to fire? Hard to say. Look at that savage look on his face. Best to keep your distance. The civilians, who felt that it was best for them to steer clear of this conflict, began edging backward. At this moment, a woman called, Xia Fei, that's the Sun clan. His son really does go on inspections for Chaos Society. Don't do it. The one who had spoken was none other than Tong Duo. Ever since she saw that healing-type soul weapon, the Golden Gavel, she had been so excited that she could hardly sleep. She had notified her grandfather to come to guard 83, never imagining that she would see Xia Fei in the middle of the street, intending to blast down the Sun clan. Xia Fei naturally heard this, but he simply waved his hand and said, screw Chaos Society. Blow it up. 1. Rumble. Chapter 1082, The Birth of a Shameless and Black-Hearted Academy. Rumble. There was an eardrum-shattering boom. The Sun clan estate was instantly toppled over, dust rising more than 100 meters above the ground. Once the dust had settled, the fearful populace opened their eyes to a flabbergasting sight. The Sun clan was now gone. There was nothing but ruins, dead bodies lay everywhere as people moaned in pain. The clan's base had become hell on earth. Not just Little Shot and the other whist youths, even Tong Duo and Tong Jinliang were dumbfounded and did not dare to believe their eyes. Tong Jinliang said in shock, Duo, is this the disciple of the spiritualist of healing that you mentioned? Tong Duo gritted her teeth and said, yes, he's Xia Fei. So unreasonable. He's truly very unreasonable. Back in Chaos Society's branch office, at the slightest disagreement, he killed a guard. I saw it with my 2 eyes, Tong Duo said. Tong Jinliang frowned. The moment he heard that a healing-type soul weapon had appeared, he immediately rushed over, but from the looks of it, this precious soul weapon probably was not simple. If a spiritualist's disciple was this barbaric, then the spiritualist in question might be even more unreasonable. Tong Jinliang shot his granddaughter a glance, and Tong Duo understood and walked over to Xia Fei, saying, Xia Fei, this is my grandfather. He wants to buy that healing-type soul weapon from you, the golden gavel. Xia Fei seemed to be very annoyed, saying coldly, I already gave that soul weapon to the clan, so if you want to buy it, discuss it with Patriarch Wistful Hesius. I have business here, so I won't keep you company. You. Tong Duo's beautiful face turned red as she faced her grandfather again. This person is very rude. Let's go and find their patriarch, instead. Tong Jinliang shook his head and tugged at his granddaughter's sleeve. There's no rush. I'm curious to see how Xia Fei will clean up after making such a big mess. How would he clean it up? At any rate, it would not be in the way Tong Jinliang imagined. Iron Tiger and his cousins pulled an old man out of the rubble and dragged him up to Xia Fei. This old man was Sun Dajin. As he had been hiding in his study and had his guards protecting him to the death, he had managed to survive, but he was still injured. He was sporting a large gash from which blood flowed freely, and he even had several bones broken. Master Sun, weren't you away from home? How come one shot managed to blast you out? Xia Fei sneered. At this point, Sun Dajin finally understood that Xia Fei was a ruthless character. He was different from all the others in the Aurora clan. It seemed like he had no choice but to admit defeat. Sun Dajin trembled fiercely and could barely speak. Xia Fei snorted coldly. Since Master Sun is at home, you can return the money you owe the Aurora clan, yes? 10 million pearls plus interest comes up to 42 million pearls. 42 million, yelled Sun Dajin in shock. This hurt even more than his wounds. It had only been a little over a year, but 10 million had become 4 times that. This was even more wicked than high-interest loans. Xia Fei explained calmly, the interest was calculated on a 10-1 rate. You owe your debt over a course of 32 billing cycles, totaling up to 32 million pearls, and with the original loan of 10 million, we get 42 million pearls. Master Sun, if there's something else you don't understand, please ask. Sun Dajin felt helpless. 10-1 was a term used by loan sharks, and it meant that every 10 days resulted in an accumulation of 10% interest. In other words, every 10 days, a debt of 10 million would accrue 1 million pearls of interest, and if it accrued until now, was that not 42 million? At this point, Sun Dajin had to return the money even if he did not want to. When he saw the wicked look in Xia Fei's eyes, he knew that the next step might be him losing his head. When he understood this, Sun Dajin gave up on any thought of resisting and took out his money to pay all his debt. Don't give it to me. Little Shot, this is your job, said Xia Fei indifferently. Little Shot nodded firmly and came up to take the money from Sun Dajin. It was not long before the debt was cleared, after which, Xia Fei stretched and said loudly, I'm a little tired today, so let's end things here. Let's meet up tomorrow at the logistics department. If there's still anyone who won't repay their debt, we'll just go house to house and blast them out. Whoosh! The crowd grew restless, particularly those clans that, just like the Sun clan, owed the Aurorine money. They quickly rushed back to their homes. Now that a monster like Xia Fei had appeared in the Aurora clan, not returning the money might cause them to end up like the Sun clan. On the way back, Little Shot and the other youths were both excited and worried. It had truly been stimulating for them to see Xia Fei raid a home for debt collection. Nonetheless, the clan had strict rules. Little Shot and the others were worried that their elders would punish them. Xia Fei saw that they were worried and smiled. All of you, just relax. If the clan punishes you, I'll take everything onto myself. I'll never ever burden you. Today serves as a fine example. You all saw it, yes? Sun Dajin was clearly at home, but he refused to see us. What does that mean? It means that Sun Dajin is a very bad person and that we shouldn't do business with his clan in the future. That's right. In the future, we shouldn't do business with people without much reputation. The clan has lost so much money precisely because of such people. Xia Fei chuckled. You're all wrong. When you open a business, how can you just refuse customers? Who cares what sort of person they are? If you can make money, why not do business with them? What if they shirk their debts? Those people are very cunning. Shirk their debts? Xia Fei smiled. If we handle them all just like we handled that clan today, who will dare to shirk their debts? I could give them 100 times the guts and they still wouldn't do it. Remember, as a person, you have to take revenge for the slightest of wrongs. Anyone who makes you unhappy should be made to never be happy again. Didn't it feel good blasting down that Sun Dajin's house for refusing to pay his debt? Xia Fei asked. It felt good. 'Twas already sick of their clan, but the clan's rules stopped us from dealing with him. Xia Fei said coldly, starting today, just ignore those pedantic rules. As a person, you need to be true to yourself, and people will only see the reason in your words if you have the fists to back them up. Speaking too timidly rarely results in anything good. The youths dumbly nodded. Putting aside whether it was right or wrong, Xia Fei's actions today had truly been refreshing. He was not a yes man like those elders in the clan. Xia Fei glanced at Iron Tiger's group several times and then suddenly had an idea. He called these youths into a tea house and ordered food for them. He then said, I'm sure you all know that my master is a spiritualist, yes. We know. The entire clan knows. It's only a pity that big brother Xia Fei isn't a spiritualist, otherwise, our Aurora clan would have its first spiritualist in history. Then are any of you interested in the spiritualist path? Asked Xia Fei with a smile. These words threw their minds into turmoil. Everyone understood just how rare spiritualists were, and the Aurora clan had been unfortunate these last few years precisely because it did not have a spiritualist as a representative. If the clan had its own spiritualist, how could it have ever ended up in such a dismal state? Waving his hand, Xia Fei silenced the youths and said, My master intends to take in a child of the Aurora clan as a disciple, provided that they're talented enough, of course. Xia Fei scanned this crowd of youths and saw that they did not even dare to breathe too loudly, a sharp light flashing in their eyes. These youths realized that Xia Fei could be so unreasonable because he had a powerful spiritualist as his master. If they could also apprentice themselves under a master spiritualist, then would they not be able to be just like him? Thus, I plan to set up a school specifically for the youths of our clan. The one with the qualities will become my junior brother, a disciple to a spiritualist. If you lack the talent, there's no need to worry. Once you graduate, you'll get a personal soul weapon, Xia Fei announced. A spiritualist's disciple. A personal soul weapon. Such generous conditions were simply unheard of. Anyone who could become a spiritualist's disciple would essentially ascend to heaven in one step, but cultivating spirit required talent, and the vast majority of people did not have a chance, but soul weapons were different. Besides reputation, the Aurora clan was renowned for its soul hunters. What did the clan lack right now? Was it not precisely soul weapons? These youths had already begun to cultivate their soul arts, but none of them had a soul weapon. Let alone them, even many elders in the clan did not have one. After all, soul weapons were expensive, and not even the Aurora clan could give every warrior a soul weapon. Xia Fei's offer was truly tempting. As long as one entered the academy, they could get a free soul weapon. Who would not be tempted? The youths immediately grew restless, all of them saying that they wanted to study in this school. Xia Fei chuckled. There's no rush. I still have to establish the rules and also do some filtering. You should all tell the others in the clan first. Regardless of age, gender, or cultivation, any member of the Aurora clan is allowed to attend this school. All applicants will be accepted, and once you meet the standard, you'll immediately be issued a soul weapon. Hurrah! The youths cheered so loudly that they almost raised the roof of the tea house. The youths rushed off to the various villas of the clan to report that Xia Fei had decided to open a school and give out soul weapons. In a flash, the Aurora clan was utterly stunned. Xia Fei led Iron Tiger's group to the external compound, intending to let them live there. Xia Fei had very thoroughly thought about what he would do with this trio. Since they knew that he was a spiritualist, rather than sending the three home, it was best to keep them at his side. If there were any mistakes, he could also more easily take care of them. Iron Tiger, for this school, I plan to have the three of you serve as instructors. What do you think? Xia Fei asked. Iron Tiger was stunned, swiftly saying, Great Master, how could we brothers be so capable as to teach the descendants of the illustrious Aurora clan? The Aurora clan possesses soul hunter lineage, so the teachers of it are far stronger than us. Xia Fei smiled eerily as he said nonchalantly, I know that the clan teachers are strong, but I'm not asking you to teach them soul hunting techniques. Don't instructors teach martial techniques? What do you want us to do? Iron Tiger asked. He could not understand. Since this was a school, why would they not be teaching martial techniques? You three might not be enough. You're people who live on the knife's edge, so you must know quite a few black-hearted and ruthless people, yes? Xia Fei inquired. Iron Tiger nodded. Great Master is correct. That is how our Sebastian clan makes a living. Wherever danger is to be found, one can find our Sebastian clan. To survive, we'll naturally resort to any methods possible. When it comes to ruthless methods, our clan truly does have a few people. Xia Fei laughed and said, Wonderful. Bring your clan's most ruthless, the craftiest, the most black-hearted members to me. Invite all of them to Guard 83. My school isn't going to teach martial techniques but rather the art of being shameless and black-hearted. Iron Tiger was no fool, so he immediately understood what Xia Fei was going for. He felt that the descendants of the Aurora clan were too timid and kind, so he wanted to change them into people who could commit any kind of evil act. Just like this, the first school in the universe specifically meant for teaching people how to be shameless and black-hearted was born. Chapter 1083, Doing Business with the Tong Clan. After placing Iron Tiger's group in the compound, Xia Fei headed off to the logistics department. Before he had even gone inside, he saw numerous people with frantic looks on their faces going in and out. The logistics department was bustling, and after asking, he found out that the entire city had heard about what he had done to Sun Dajan's house, and these people had all come to return their money. Not just natives of Guard 83, even a few people who did not live on the planet went to the Aurora clan in fear of Xia Fei going and taking care of them if they paid a little late. The Aurora clan had always been kind, if they returned the money now, they would not have to pay interest, but if Xia Fei came knocking, they would have to pay on a 10-1 rate, which would be awful. These people had owed the Aurora clan for so many years that the accumulated interest could not be cleared even if they went bankrupt. Wistful North Gaze spotted Xia Fei and waved him over, saying, Xia Fei, the Patriarch is looking for you. You should hurry to his study. Whoosh! The mention of the name Xia Fei caused everyone to fall quiet and look suspiciously at him. The rumors said that it was precisely this Xia Fei who had blasted down the Sun clan's estate. Could he truly be the person? Xia Fei casually shrugged and followed someone to Wistful Hejus's study. He knocked and entered. What greeted his eyes inside was Wistful Hejus smiling as he spoke to Tong Duo and Tong Jin Liang. Xia Fei found a sofa near the window to sit down. Lighting a cigarette, he asked, Patriarch, what business do you have with me? Wistful Hejus replied, the venerable master of the Tong clan wishes to buy that healing-type soul weapon, the Golden Gavel. Since it's your master who took out this soul weapon, I want to ask for your opinion. Tong Duo and Tong Jin Liang looked over with expectant eyes. Xia Fei said carelessly, the soul weapon has already been gifted to the clan. Patriarch, you can handle this matter however you want. There's no need to ask for my opinion. Wistful Hejus frowned and muttered, the clan lacks combat soul weapons, and Elder Tong has offered a very good price. That's why I think it is better to exchange the Golden Gavel for some soul weapons that the clan can use more. Xia Fei nodded and bowed to Tong Jin Liang, asking, what's the price Elder Tong offered? Tong Jin Liang replied solemnly, 2 grade 5 soul weapons and 6 grade 4 soul weapons. All of them are high-grade combat types. Xia Fei was startled, slapping his thigh as he exclaimed, this pric. What about it? Tong Duo asked hastily. TT really isn't anything, Xia Fei frowned and said. My master has a lot of hobbies. While he is a spiritualist, he doesn't really like forging soul weapons, and only produce a new one every 1 or 2 years. I heard that he had used 4 units of spirit power for the Golden Gavel. It's worth 4 grade 5 soul weapons at the minimum. Tong Jin Liang's heart shuddered. Xia Fei truly had a big appetite, asking his clan for 4 grade 5 soul weapons. It must be understood that grade 5 soul weapons were almost priceless in the Alpha universe, and Tong Jinliang would feel a lot of pain if he had to trade 4 of them for a grade 1.5 healing-type soul weapon. Wistful Hejus also frowned, believing that Xia Fei had gotten a little too greedy. After all, the Golden Gavel was only at grade 1.5, and the Aurora clan was already making a profit with 2 grade 5 soul weapons. Moreover, they were making this deal with the powerful Tong clan. Having this relationship established would make a lot of things much easier in the future. Wistful Hejus had no idea that Tong Jinliang had essentially the same idea. 4 grade 5 soul weapons was an astronomical price, but if he could make a connection with the master behind Xia Fei, then this money would not be spent in vain. After all, this was a spiritualist of healing. Perhaps even the only one in the entire Alpha universe. It's rare to hear Brother Xia Fei speak. Since you think that it should be 4, then let's make it 4. Tong Jinliang waved his hand and breezily said. Grandfather, that's too much, isn't it? Didn't I tell you that the healing-type soul weapon is only grade 1.5? Tong Duo pouted and said, thinking that her grandfather was being too generous. Xia Fei smiled and said, Miss Tong, if you think that the price is too high, you can stop the deal anytime. It's not a problem. Tong Jinliang saw that things were about to go poorly and hurriedly stopped Tong Duo, saying, some things can't be valued with money alone. Let's take this healing-type weapon as an example. It's been many years since the universe last produced a spiritualist of healing, and the number of items left by our forebears is dwindling by the day. As they say, rarity determines the price. While this soul weapon doesn't have a high grade, it can heal the souls of others. If we hadn't come early, there would probably be tons of people coming here trying to buy it. At which point, the price might be many times greater. Xia Fei nodded. Tong Jinliang's argument was reasonable. The greatest function of healing-type soul weapons was to repair damaged souls. For those people who urgently needed treatment, they would even go bankrupt to buy one. After all, no amount of money could bring back their life. The Tong grandfather-granddaughter pair left, leaving Xia Fei alone with wistful Hejus. Xia Fei, I heard that you used a soul cannon to flatten the Sun clan this morning. Wistful Hejus frowned and asked. Xia Fei nodded. That did happen. Did you know that Sun Dajin's son, Sun Xiajin, is a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society? No. Yet you still rashly attacked the Sun clan. Wistful Hejus said, raising his voice. Kill 1 to 100 requires a forceful execution. If I flattened 2 ordinary civilian homes, not only would I not win anyone's respect, I would only earn their scorn. Patriarch, be at ease. Xia Fei will take on any of the consequences, Xia Fei said casually. All right. Wistful Hejus concurred. Putting aside the Sun clan, I heard that you plan on setting up a school and taking only descendants of the clan as students, with those talented being sent to learn spirit arts, while those untalented being given soul weapons on graduation. What is that about? Xia Fei shrugged. There's truly such a thing, it is my master's intention to take a disciple. Fertile waters shouldn't be allowed to flow into the fields of others. Is there anything wrong with giving the opportunity to my clansmen first? Did your master really say such a thing? Wistful Hejus was startled. If this was not Xia Fei's idea and, instead, the will of that mysterious spiritualist, things would be entirely different. After all, everyone had to show respect and reverence to a spiritualist. Xia Fei nodded. It is my master's will. Then the soul weapons. That's also my master's will. Wistful Hejus did not have anything more to ask. After all, this was all the will of that spiritualist, and he had no right to interfere. It was just that he could not understand what relationship that spiritualist had with the Aurora Wist clan for him to be so generous. Xia Fei felt very calm about it. After all, his so-called master was just an excuse Xia Fei was using to correct the overly kind nature of the Aurora clan. Since there was nothing else, Wistful Hejus let Xia Fei go. Not long after Xia Fei left, an old man appeared in Wistful Hejus's study. His hair was white and his back was stooping, he even coughed from time to time. So that's Xia Fei, the old man muttered. Court head, do you really plan to just let Xia Fei be? He's flipped the entire clan upside down in the last few days, Wistful Hejus asked. The elder smiled and muttered, I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. The clan does need to change. In the past, we had the help of a noble, so everything went smoothly and we didn't suffer any great injustice. Now that the noble is gone, you can see what's been happening to our clan. Without Xia Fei, we would have fallen to a third-tier clan. A different sort like Xia Fei appearing in the clan is like a breath of fresh air. Without something like this, decline is only a matter of time for the stagnant pool that is our clan. We've had it easy for far too long, and the clansmen have lost their sense of danger. Let Xia Fei do whatever he wants. The elder sighed and disappeared. Wistful he just nodded at the air as he said, very well, I will do as you commanded. Xia Fei stayed in courtyard 1 of the Aurora clan for a few days before returning to the external compound. In truth, he preferred the compound, as there was peace and quiet in it, making it easy for him to go in and out. However, wistful Northgaze and his wife were unwilling to let him go, insisting that he stay in courtyard 1. Xia Fei currently had other business to attend to, so he reported this to wistful Northgaze, and then he returned to the compound. After lunch, Xia Fei summoned Iron Tiger and his cousins. What are your thoughts about that matter I mentioned this morning? Xia Fei asked. Iron Tiger replied solemnly, we did some research. Not far from Guard 83 is a planet under the control of our Sebastian clan. The overseer there is a distant uncle of mine, and I plan to seek personnel from him. Xia Fei nodded. Remember, I want the most ruthless and black-hearted people in the universe, but while they can be ruthless and black-hearted to others, I don't want them to play any tricks in front of me. If I discover anyone not playing by the rules, I won't care if they're your relations. Xia Fei's meaning was clear. He had gathered these people to teach Little Shot and the others, but he would not permit them to use their shameless and black-hearted methods on him. Naturally. If anyone disobeys Master, there will be no need for you to do anything. I, Iron Tiger, will twist off their heads. Iron Tiger thumped his chest and promised. Xia Fei chuckled as he took out a deerskin pouch from his ring. It was heavy and probably contained tens of thousands of pearls. Put this money in a safe place. You'll naturally be generously rewarded if you do good work. Bring those people over for me to have a look, and anyone that I end up choosing will have free board and lodging, and 10,000 pearls of spending money on top of all that. If they do a good job, I'll even give them bonuses at the start and end of the year, Xia Fei said casually. Iron Tiger quickly said his thanks. They had served Xia Fei in the hopes that this spiritualist would not seek vengeance. They had not expected that Xia Fei would not be petty at all. Not only had he let them live, he was even paying them money. Iron Tiger and his cousins were delighted. The Sebastian clan took on all kinds of dangerous jobs precisely for the money. Xia Fei was offering a hefty salary that would probably have tons of people from the Sebastian clan willingly working for him. After giving his orders, Xia Fei returned to his room and saw that Fukin was waiting for him inside. Fukin had a somewhat unusual look on his face today. He pulled out a little golden bug from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This came to find you, I presume? It barged into my formation and almost ended up losing its life. Xia Fei looked at the bug and went pale. Little Goldie. Chapter 1084, Lady Aquamarine. Little Goldie. Xia Fei was alarmed. Fukin had placed a golden bug on the table, and while it was many times smaller than before, Xia Fei could instantly tell from its aura that it was his good comrade from the dark space. Goldie, what happened to you? Xia Fei exclaimed. He quickly grabbed the demon chrysalis, his heart twisting in pain and agitation. Little Goldie seemed to understand what Xia Fei was saying. It twitched its body slightly, as if to convey how much it had missed him, but it clearly lacked the strength. Fukin sighed. What a loyal little creature. If my guess is right, to search for you, this chrysalis crossed through the dark space barrier, and as it was crossing, it suffered very serious internal injuries. I gave it some medicine for the injuries, but it would require your healing-type soul weapon for it to make a full recovery. Xia Fei nodded firmly, and he took out the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon, which he had turned into a soul weapon. In the meantime, Fukin quietly put down a seal so that the surroundings would not be affected by the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon. Hing! There was a soft moan as little Goldie's body trembled, its only eye brimming with excitement. The demon chrysalis's body was still weak, and it could not endure much healing. After only 15 minutes, little Goldie fell asleep. Xia Fei put away the 8 Tunes Golden Falcon. For the weak, healing was a slow and steady process. Xia Fei could not heal little Goldie at one go. He would have to heal the demon chrysalis many times, each time treating it a little to restore little Goldie to its original self. Exhaling, Xia Fei carefully inspected little Goldie's body. After ensuring that there were no major problems, he told Fukin, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't lent aid in a timely manner, little Goldie might have lost his life. Fukin chuckled. Why are you thanking me? It's this little guy's loyalty and tenacity that saved it. To tell the truth, I'm amazed that it could cross the dark space barrier and get here. It seems like this little fellow is just as tough and stubborn as you are. This was true. Back then, little Goldie had relied on its intense desire to live to break through the turbulence and become Xia Fei's demon chrysalis. This time, it had once more been the demon chrysalis's tenacious vitality that had helped it get to the other side of the barrier and reach Xia Fei's side. The will of the heavens moved in mysterious ways. Be it Peacock Blue or little Goldie, while neither was very smart, both had a persistence akin to Xia Fei's. Perhaps this was why they had ultimately ended up together. As for Furball, he was a highly intelligent being, and he shared Xia Fei's cunning and madness. In short, Xia Fei's allies all shared similar traits to Xia Fei. Perhaps this was what was meant by birds of a feather flock together. Xia Fei's mind rapidly whirred. Little Goldie breaking through the barrier and reaching the Alpha Universe was naturally wonderful news to Xia Fei. This indicated that there was another link between the Alpha Universe and the Lower Realm besides the Cosmic Gate. This also meant that Xia Fei and the yearning Avril might still be able to communicate with each other. What's this about a dark space barrier? Is it an existence similar to the Cosmic Gate? Xia Fei asked. Fukin shrugged and muttered, I'm not sure about the exact details, either. According to the investigations of our forebears, the universe isn't alone. In other words, there may be many more universes in our surroundings, and no one can say how many universes make up this dimension. The dark space barrier truly is similar to the Cosmic Gate, but the sealing method is different. I don't know how your little chrysalis managed to get past the barrier, but it's probably because its body is small and agile, and its vitality is tough enough. Many universes, and many parallel dark spaces. Xia Fei frowned. Since there are so many universes and parallel dark spaces, why are they all separated from one another? If these passages were to be opened, wouldn't all the sapient life forms of the universes go berserk? Would killing and slaughter be inevitable? Fukin chuckled. That's the advantage of the Cosmic Gate. It seals the various universes and prevents meaningless slaughter. On this subject, I have to tell the truth and say that the woman who wants to kill you isn't from the Alpha Universe. Just like you, she came from another universe. As for the law of primal chaos and the immemorial mystical armament that you possess, those were brought from that other universe. This matter was a secret of the Alpha Universe, but I've lived countless eons and have acquired a unique social network to others, which is why I'm able to know so much. In the higher-end circles of the Alpha Universe, people like you and that woman who intruded from other universes are called wanderers, meaning people who have intruded into the Alpha Universe from another. Wanderers often bring with them incomprehensible combat skills of astonishingly destructive power. Many of those with high statues in the Alpha Universe are actually hostile to wanderers. That's both to your advantage and disadvantage. The disadvantage is that, as a wanderer from another universe, you won't be accepted by the upper echelons. Your advantage is that you have the blood of the Aurora clan, so you are like a half-native of the Alpha Universe, while that woman is an intruder through and through. If the two of you were to get in a fight, those above would probably favor you. Xia Fei nodded. Ever since he went from the Lower Realm to the Alpha Universe, he had expected that there might be other universes, along with more inexplicable sapient life forms, besides these two. As Xia Fei explored the depths of the universe, he had not only failed to understand its mysteries but had also realized that the universe was far more complex and profound than before. Xia Fei had initially not expected this. In fact, he had even believed that he had reached the end of the universe when he arrived at the Lower Realm. He realized now how naive his thoughts had been. Calling her that woman again. Doesn't she have a name? Xia Fei asked jokingly. She doesn't have a name, only a code name. They call her Lady Aquamarine, Fukin said. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, took a few deep drags, and began to think. Fukin said indifferently, there's no need to worry. With me around, Lady Aquamarine won't be able to hurt you. You must be thinking about your loved ones in the other universe, yes? You wish to bring them to the Alpha Universe. Xia Fei replied, a person has to constantly get stronger on their own. I can't be under your protection forever. As for the Lower Realm, I won't touch it. Since Lady Aquamarine is very powerful, a day that she's not dead is another day when my friends aren't safe. Leaving them in the Lower Realm might be the best for them. Fukin's eyes twinkled. Xia Fei had not refused Fukin's offer of help, indicating that he was a pragmatic person. In addition, Xia Fei did not hope to rely on Fukin always and hoped to get stronger himself, which won Fukin's admiration. After some thought, Fukin said, "Let's do this, starting tonight, I will guide you through 8 hours of intensive training every day. What do you think? What aspect will we be training?" Xia Fei asked. "Your two great laws, naturally speed and primal chaos. Primal chaos comes from Lady Aquamarine's universe, so I may be unable to help you with that, but I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to the law of speed. You've already entered the spirit system, so if you don't quickly cultivate these law systems to their maximum, it may affect your future development," Fukin explained sincerely. Xia Fei suddenly thought of something when he heard this and curiously asked, "My space law pattern and beast spirit codex pattern both completely disappeared. What's the reason for that?" Fukin smiled. "That's how our orthodox spiritualist lineage differs from others. Since the law of space and beast spirit codex already reached their maximum levels, your spirit pattern absorbed and integrated their powers. While you don't have these patterns, you can still use the powers of beast spirit and space like normal." Xia Fei was startled. Integration. The integration of law powers with the spirit system. Isn't that very difficult? How can I do it? Fukin replied carefree, "It's very difficult for outsiders, but since we're orthodox spiritualists, we naturally can't be compared to them. Of course, such a powerful background comes with significant sacrifice. Just like me, because you grasp the greatest and most mysterious power in the world, we can't possess eternal lives and don't have a seed of life." Xia Fei nodded. Radix and Oro had reminded Xia Fei more than once that different paths all came together, that no matter what power system one used, the ultimate goal was to get stronger and faster. His law power integrating with the spirit system had come as a pleasant surprise. Once he finished training all his law powers, Xia Fei's 7th brain region would only have his unrestricted soul spirit mark, an unimaginably powerful soul mark. Vast and all-accepting. Let's start today's lesson. Our first objective is your law of speed. Your body is now completely healed, so I wish for you to reach a very important benchmark in the speed system, light speed, Fukin said. Light speed. Xia Fei was shocked. Fukin was quite the ambitious fellow, making his first target light speed. Traveling through the universe with his physical body at light speed. Just the thought of it had his blood pumping. He could still remember the scene of the Skywing clan's heaven-defying grand ancestor, Xia Gukan, killing enemies in a single second at light speed. That formidable strength was beyond the ability of words to describe. As the most heaven-defying law power, speed was slow to improve and number one in terms of difficulty. If he really managed to reach light speed, Xia Fei's combat power would instantly reach an absurd level. Together with his unrestricted soul spirit, Xia Fei would be unrivaled throughout the world, which was truly something to look forward to. Xia Fei's face reddened with excitement. Back in the Skywing clan, he had learned an unusual training method. He wondered if a great spiritualist like Fukin could bring Xia Fei any more pleasant surprises. Fukin saw the desire for power in Xia Fei's eyes and nodded. This frenzied obsession with strength was the foundation of a warrior's survival. Xia Fei was ambitious, ruthless, and cunning. If he reached the speed of light, he would be his enemy's worst nightmare. Let's start training now. Xia Fei focused and said excitedly. Chapter 1085, 50% Light Speed. After a long period of rest and consolidation, Xia Fei was starting to get busy once more. Every day, Xia Fei had to handle the organization of his new school. For some reason, Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius had unexpectedly agreed to allow Xia Fei to use the clan's external compound. This immense estate could hold 10,000 people, and Xia Fei did not have to spend a cent. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Xia Fei had planned to use courtyard number 1 to test the waters, and if the effect was good, it would not be hard to use the other courtyards. Iron Tiger had gone to recruit teachers from the Sebastian clan. He reported on his progress daily to Xia Fei through a long-distance communication device. Xia Fei had to decide who was a good candidate and who was not. Little Shot and the other youths were all extremely excited about the establishment of this new school. Every day, numerous members of the clan would visit the external compound to find Xia Fei and ask about the details of the school's test. Surprisingly, it was not just the young who wanted to enter this academy. There were also many people who had made a name for themselves a long time ago. Having already clearly stated that anyone in the Aurora clan, regardless of age and cultivation, could apply, Xia Fei naturally did not refuse these older applicants. At the start, Xia Fei was still interested in explaining to everyone, but as time went on, he could not take it anymore. Repeating the same thing every day was just too boring. Thus, Little Shot and the steward of the external compound, Westview, became Xia Fei's ad hoc representatives. Whenever someone came to ask about the details for applying, they would take the responsibility of explaining everything to them and of taking down their info as well as contact information so that everyone could be notified when the time came to take the test. The Aurora clan, which had existed for ages, had countless descendants, so many people came to apply. While Little Shot and Westview were busy every day, they were happy to work. Everyone could see that the Aurora clan had been on the decline recently, and it was obvious that if the clan kept treating people nicely, it would fall into ruin eventually. However, now there was Xia Fei, the monstrous Xia Fei. Westview and Little Shot saw a sliver of hope. Xia Fei, who had come out of nowhere, was very different from the other members of the clan, acting with ruthless resolve. If Xia Fei could make the Aurora clan shed off its timid and cowardly hat, Little Shot and Westview were sure that it would be a good thing for the clan. The ambiguous attitude of Wistful Hesius and the other clan elders imbued Little Shot and Westview with confidence. Since the clan elders had not stopped them, it meant that they did not mind Xia Fei slightly altering the Aurora clan. In the dangerous Alpha universe, survival was what mattered. What good would reputation be? It was not like one could eat it. Xia Fei had made up his mind to turn the Aurorines into the skywings of the Alpha universe, an existence that was both hated and feared. Once he was done with work, Xia Fei threw himself into cultivation. To his surprise, Fukin's so-called formidable instruction plan did not involve providing him cultivation assistance but rather providing him food. Fukin explained that the Skywing clan's special training method for its clan's specialty had pushed the cultivation method of the law of speed to the very limit, and not even Fukin could do any better. However, he could give Xia Fei good food that would be better for the body and would increase the efficiency of his cultivation. "What's there to eat for today?" Xia Fei asked curiously as he entered the training room. The Aurora clan had its own spatial training ground, and as a member of the clan, Xia Fei needed only to apply to use one. It was not far from the external compound and was very convenient. Fukin smiled mysteriously as he took out a ceramic jar from his spatial ring. "Winter bamboo shoot and corn porridge." Xia Fei shrugged. Winter bamboo shoots and corn porridge were very ordinary food often seen on the tables of commoners, but since both were from Fukin, they should naturally be anything but normal. Xia Fei reached out to take the food, but Fukin slapped his hand down. "What's the rush? If you want to eat, you have to pay me. That's the rule we made. 700,000 pearls for cooking the porridge, 50,000 for labor, so 750,000 in total. Hand it over." Xia Fei was speechless. While Fukin did provide him 3 meals a day, he would ask for a labor fee each time, and his prices were not low. This porridge, which cost 750,000 pearls, was actually quite cheap. The carp from last night's dinner had been at an absurd price of 1.3 million pearls. In just 3 days, Xia Fei's wallet had shrunken at an incredible rate and was still rapidly shriveling. Expensive as it was, Fukin's food boasted impressive effects. Xia Fei had benefited a lot, so he was willing to fork out the money. Fukin took the money and smiled as he stowed it away in his spatial ring. At this, Xia Fei frowned. "Tunli have less than 5 million pearls now. In the next 2 days, I won't have any money to pay for food," Xia Fei said with a bitter smile. "What? You plan not to pay your debts? You don't know how to make money? You're a spiritualist of healing, and I haven't heard of a spiritualist in this day and age who has starved to death. Plus, you're a healing type monster. If you want, you can sell any soul weapon you make to the Tong clan at a high price," Fukin replied casually. This was true. Xia Fei still had 67 standard units of spirit energy in reserve. If he could make about a dozen healing type soul weapons with them, each one would sell for an astronomical price. However, Xia Fei had longer-term plans, and he had stolen this spirit energy. There was no spirit energy in Guard 83's vicinity for Xia Fei to use, so if he wanted to gather spirit energy, he would have to travel very far away. Thus, Xia Fei wanted to keep this spirit energy in reserve to use when needed. After all, spirit energy was not just used for making soul weapons, but also for battle. It was best to make money through other means, but Xia Fei had not decided how just yet. Glug! He drank the porridge. It was sweet and tasted pretty good. A warmth soon began to travel through his body quickly, and he cried in contentment. Standing up, Xia Fei set off for today's cultivation class. The best time to train was when the food's power was still running through his body. Xia Fei continued with the Skywing clan's insane cultivation method, drawing the pattern while sprinting at high speeds. It was extremely difficult. Fortunately, this was not Xia Fei's first time using this crazy training method, and he was familiar with every step. His speed was constantly increasing as the pattern was drawn out. Xia Fei got faster and faster, and with each redrawing of the pattern, he made significant progress. Xia Fei currently had the level 5 law of speed, and he could travel as fast as 4 million meters per second. With the power of the soul mark, he could double this to 8 million meters per second. While cultivating, Xia Fei did not use the soul mark's power, so his speed floated between 3.5 and 4 million. This was a dizzying speed, and ordinary people could not even see Xia Fei. They would only feel a gust of wind as he blew past them. The legendary armor, Celestial Soul Warning, might not have been specifically for speed-type warriors, but it still was able to significantly weaken the wind resistance. While he sprinted, Xia Fei did not create any powerful sonic booms or whines. He was like a silent ghost as he traveled through the training chamber. The sixth law of speed pattern was already in its last phase, and Xia Fei estimated that he would break through today. Once he got past the sixth threshold, Xia Fei would have a speed of 8 million and a max speed of 16 million. 16 million? What was that? Half the speed of light. It was not light speed, but it was so fast that he could chase after light. Time went from dusk to dawn. Fukin's bowl of porridge had sustained Xia Fei for 8 hours. In such intense cultivation, every second consumed an astronomical amount of energy. It was clear that this gourmet food was bursting with power. Not even the finest natural treasures could compare. Even more valuable was that Fukin's food had been made according to Xia Fei's needs. Putting aside the fact that it was suitable for Xia Fei's high-intensity cultivation, it had no side effects on his body. Medicine could never accomplish the same effect. Every medicine had a little poison, and even the most gentle medicines concealed edges that could harm the body. Keep going. The food's power is about to pass. If you can't break through today, you'll have to wait for tomorrow night. Radix said urgently. Understood. Watch me. Xia Fei roared. He mustered the rest of the strength in his body and began a new round of frenzied sprinting. A ghostly figure moved through the training chamber as Xia Fei put everything on the line to get past the level 6 threshold. At the side, Furball watched with eyes full of excitement. Having grown more and more sick of Peacock Blue, he much preferred interacting with Little Goldie. Little Goldie, which had never been very smart, was weaker than Furball in combat and was now as small as a caterpillar. Thus, Furball managed to find some self-esteem from Little Goldie, as he was much larger than the other. Little Goldie very obediently crouched next to Furball, as if it were the holy beast's little toad, as Furball watched their master with a very exaggerated expression. It was truly a very amusing sight. Through Xia Fei's constant treatment, Little Goldie was more than half recovered, but it had yet to return to its domineering size. Furball was a little fellow that could just not grow any larger. Xia Fei felt very depressed that the massive Little Godly had also become so little. There was one other thing that was very interesting. Normally, demon chrysalises were more suited for life in dark space, and if they were gone from that type of environment for too long, they would be like fish out of the ocean and grow sick. However, Little Goldie had completely adapted to conventional space and did not seem uncomfortable at all. In the future, it would become an ultimate trump card that could dominate both spaces and would be of much help to Xia Fei. Break! It's going to break soon! Radix yelled. Laws were very strange powers. As long as the pattern in the 7th brain region was formed, one's cultivation would naturally improve. However, right now, Xia Fei's advance was being blocked by a wall, but once this wall was shattered, he would be greeted by a brand new world. Xia Fei turned savage, gritting his teeth. Break! Break for me! Rumble! This sound had not come from the training chamber but rather from Xia Fei's 200% open 7th brain region. After a moment of chaos in the brain region, the 6th law pattern finished forming. Level 6 law of speed. You did it! Fukin stood up and waved his hands in excitement. Xia Fei, you can now move at half the speed of light. Chasing light. You're a real war god who can chase after light. Chapter 1086, Zisir's request for help. Xia Fei's law of speed had broken through level 6, letting him achieve 8 million meters per second of speed. With an activated soul mark as he sprinted at maximum speed, he could even achieve 16 million. As of the most difficult laws, speed had always been known as a lethal law. This was because this law, which let one move as fast as lightning, was something that opponents of the same level who were practicing other laws simply could not deal with. Only someone several ranks higher than Xia Fei would possess the sharp reactions necessary to fight against him. Warriors of the same level would almost all be instantly killed. As Xia Fei returned to Fukin's side, he was clearly rather tired. Fukin lightly stroked a finger across his spatial ring, producing a bunch of small bananas. They were golden, looked adorable, and exuded alluring aroma. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the youngest among all the speed-type warriors I've met who have reached level 6. This means that you have some incredible talent in the law of speed. As a fellow orthodox spiritualist, you possess an unrestricted soul spirit mark which provides you with a powerful energy foundation. Creating soul weapons is your main skill, but in the battle, you need to rely on your speed. In normal circumstances, a spiritualist can't compare to warriors of the same rank in combat power, but with your speed, you don't suffer from this problem at all, Fukin said with some satisfaction. Xia Fei took the small bananas, peeled them, and quickly devoured everything. This was the breakfast that Fukin had prepared for him. It went without saying that these bananas were incredibly expensive, but Fukin had been so excited that he had forgotten to take money from Xia Fei. Of course, Xia Fei would not pass up such an opportunity and ate everything at once. These small bananas had an astounding effect and quickly began to work on Xia Fei, recharging all the energy he had used up in a night of cultivation. Fukin's food was truly magical. The time, state, and kind of food consumed were all specifically selected, not just given at random. Xia Fei was soon brimming with energy again, not even feeling the slightest fatigue. After a brief pause, Fukin added, "Now that we've made progress in the law of speed, we should move to the law of primal chaos. Lady Aquamarine is a very mysterious person, and the law of primal chaos is a top-class legacy that she brought from another universe, possessing the ability to reverse black and white. Your grandfather stole Lady Aquamarine's supreme techniques back then, and while he ended up getting caught, he left behind an enormous opportunity for you. From what I know, Lady Aquamarine is the only one in the Alpha universe who possesses this subversive power, and now, you are the second." Xia Fei shook his head and said, "Besides me, I have 2 friends in the Lore realm who practice the law of primal chaos." Fukin was shaken, hurriedly asking, "Other people have learned it? Have they reached level 5 like you?" Xia Fei replied calmly, "Not at all. The gods of black and white are stuck at level 3 and unable to get into level 4. It's actually quite funny. They're the ones who gave me the law of primal chaos, but they ended up lagging behind me." Fukin laughed and then muttered, "Being unable to break into level 4 means that they lack the talent to cultivate the law of primal chaos. After all, stepping into level 4 is getting through a major threshold and becoming an intermediate expert. Almost all law powers are divided into 9 ranks, with level 4 and level 7 being important benchmarks. A normal person won't find it very easy to break through. For you, breaking into level 6 of the law of speed is a very important step. Rest a little. Tonight, we will start cultivating the law of primal chaos, and I'll prepare some food specifically for that purpose." "Right, those 6 golden orchid bananas are 100,000 a pop. To congratulate you for breaking through that major law of speed threshold, I won't take a commission. 600,000 in total, hand it over." Fukin beamed and held out his hand. Xia Fei was speechless. He thought that Fukin had forgotten, but he had actually just left the payment for the end. There was nothing to be done. Fukin's food was just too incredible. Xia Fei had been able to break through so quickly largely because of Fukin's diet plan, and so no matter how unhappy he felt, he could only fork out the money. "Tunli have 4.1 million pearls left. This can't be allowed to continue," Xia Fei muttered as he shook his head. It was not just the food that took more than 1 million pearls every meal. The school also had significant expenses. While the Aurora clan had not stopped Xia Fei from opening his school, it did not give him even 1 pair in support, and Xia Fei had to cover all the expenses himself. If he did not find a source of income soon, bankruptcy was just a matter of time. Fukin never stayed at Xia Fei's side for long. He always promptly left once day broke. Xia Fei knew that Fukin was not actually having an easy time of it. He both needed to guard against Lady Aquamarine's sudden appearance while also preparing suitable food for his cultivation lessons every day. All of this took a lot of energy. As for why Fukin was going to such great lengths just so he could help him, Xia Fei had thought about it very carefully. Was it really because of healing-type soul weapons? It was not unreasonable. It was clear that Fukin had his own considerations, but since the man had no malice for him, Xia Fei decided to keep trusting the other. Xia Fei was in a good mood after his breakthrough. When he arrived at the gate of the compound, he saw that numerous Aurora clan descendants had lined up to ask questions and apply, and Little Shot and Wistview were so busy that they hardly had time to breathe. After some thought, Xia Fei decided to avoid the main gate. After all, it was very annoying to be surrounded by people and pestered with questions. Xia Fei had cast aside all other thoughts besides cultivation and his preparations to deal with an abrupt attack from Lady Aquamarine. As he was walking and thinking, he suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw that it was Suzu Treasure and Zisur Knight. Xia Fei, I came to find you yesterday, but you weren't here. Thankfully, we were clever this time and came to intercept you at the rear gate, or you'd run off again. Zisur said, sounding rather frustrated. The two girls had different expressions. Suzu was still rather afraid of Xia Fei, while Zisur was completely without restraints while with Xia Fei, which was quite fitting with her personality. After all, she was not some ruthless businesswoman like Suzu, and she did not understand the relationship between spiritualists and ordinary people. In her view, Xia Fei was just an ordinary friend, so there was no need to be restrained around him. Xia Fei shrugged and said lightly, I don't have any grudges with you, so why come and intercept me? Zisur pulled on Xia Fei's sleeve and asked urgently, I heard that you know a spiritualist master. Is that true? Everyone knew by now that Xia Fei had a spiritualist master, and Xia Fei did not see the need to hide it and would even openly admit it when someone asked. Also heard that your master is a spiritualist of healing, Zisur tilted her head and asked. This? Xia Fei gave Suzu a sharp look. Only the higher-ups of the Aurora clan, the upper echelons of Chaos Society, and Suzu knew that he was a spiritualist of healing. Xia Fei had told them not to spread this word around, but since Zisur knew, it must be because Suzu had been a blabbermouth. Suzu was startled, and then she said swiftly, while many things can be hidden from those below, they can't be hidden from those above. The Venus of Eternal Night clan is a top-tier clan in the Alpha universe, and it has a widespread information network. The moment Zisur heard of this matter, she grabbed me and came over to find you. Xia Fei nodded slightly. Suzu had spoken very clearly, she had not been the one to leak this news, and Xia Fei also knew that she did not have the guts, so he did not pursue the matter. Correct. My master is indeed a spiritualist of healing, Xia Fei said nonchalantly. Zisur was elated and said quickly, wonderful. Since he's a legendary spiritualist of healing, my grandfather can be saved. Hurry up and get him to treat my grandfather. If you can treat my grandfather's illness, I'm willing to pay any amount of money. Xia Fei found it rather laughable. If he were willing to show his face, why would he go to the trouble of hiding his identity? Zisur was truly naive, her one request was asking Xia Fei to expose himself. However, when Zisur brought up money, Xia Fei suddenly had an idea. Given how much money he had to spend with Fukin, it would not be 3 days before he spent all 4 million of his remaining pearls. Xia Fei was sorely lacking for money, so treating the Venus of Eternal Night's old patriarch for a large sum was a decent choice. Treating someone also took up spirit energy, but while healing would cost 1 standard unit of spirit energy at most, forging a soul weapon took 3 to 4. Xia Fei's first priority was to preserve spirit energy in preparation for the big battle. Fukin had promised him that he would kill Lady Aquamarine, but Xia Fei had a habit of never entirely relying on someone else. He had to have a backup plan. If Fukin could not do the job, Xia Fei could rely on his formidable spirit energy reserve to fight a battle to the death with Lady Aquamarine. Thus, spirit energy was very valuable to him, and it was best if he minimized his use. If he could use up 1 unit of spirit energy to keep himself in the green, that was a pretty good choice. Xia Fei chuckled and said, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a tea house. Suzu and Zisur agreed. The 3 of them found a tea house and asked for a secluded VIP room. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said coolly, first, spiritualists of healing aren't omnipotent. They can only treat people with injured souls. What is your grandfather's situation? Zisur pouted and said, that's exactly the injury my grandfather has. A few years ago, my grandfather left home without a word, and when he came back, he was injured. Over the years, he's been experiencing throes of pain at set intervals. I saw it once with my 2 eyes. Our Venus of Eternal Night was holding a feast when my grandfather, while talking to someone, suddenly collapsed and started twitching, nearly scaring everyone to death. Xia Fei nodded as he got a measure of what he was dealing with, muttering, "This situation truly is within the abilities of a spiritualist of healing to deal with. Unfortunately, my master doesn't like showing himself. If you don't give him a good enough reason, I'm afraid that his venerable self won't appear to treat your grandfather." Xia Fei squinted at Xia as if to say, "I can treat the illness, but you'll have to put up a big sum." However, he did not expect Xia to be so inexperienced and not get his meaning. Instead, she thought of her arranged marriage to the Aurora clan and grimaced. Chapter 1087, Little Goldie the Courier. Xia Knight grimaced and then harumphed. "Humph! You're not having designs on me, are you? Let me tell you, while my clan may have signed a marriage contract with your Aurora clan, it's not your place to interfere. You should just dispel any such thoughts." Xia Fei was baffled. What was this about a marriage contract? He was waiting for Xia to put out the money, so where had this come from? Suzu Treasure saw the awkward spot Xia Fei was in and explained hastily, "Good sister, you absolutely must not misunderstand. Xia Fei has only recently returned to the Aurora clan, so he presumably doesn't know anything about the Chaos Pact." The Chaos Pact? Xia Fei was even more baffled, but Radix quickly understood what was going on. "Our clan truly did sign the Chaos Pact. We're one of the founding clans of Chaos Society." Xia Fei asked him quietly, "What is that Chaos Pact? Why is it connected to marriage?" Radix explained, "Back then, several thousand major clans came together to establish an alliance, and in order to ensure that the alliance remained solid, a rule was made that the major clans should marry among one another to strengthen their bonds. As one of the signing clans, our clan will have several arranged marriages a year. It seems like it's between the Aurorines and the Venus of Eternal Night this year. This Xia girl must be thinking that you're trying to take advantage of her, which is why she's become so agitated. The Aurora clan is declining, while the Venus of Eternal Night remains strong. She presumably looks down on us." Xia Fei was both angered and amused by Radix's explanation. Xia had somehow taken him to be a social climber, not realizing that he only had Avril in his heart. If he wanted, he could have numerous concubines, and it would never be Xia's turn. Xia also realized that Xia Fei might not have been making looks at her because of the marriage, but she was rather innocent, so she still did not understand what Xia Fei wanted. "Whether you've got a nice chest or a nice butt, I don't have the time to hook up with you." Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and brusquely said. "Let me be honest with you, spiritualists have never had a habit of working for free. If you want my master to work, you have to pay a sufficiently high price. As for you, I wouldn't want you even if you were handed to me." These words were a little provoking, and Xia's beautiful face turned white as she retorted, "It's good that you don't harbor such a despicable thought. Though I have to marry someone, I'd rather it be 7th Master Xiao. I'd never enter your Aurora clan." Spurred by her anger, Xia said what she was really thinking. Suzu frowned and looked at her in confusion while Xia Fei laughed. Xia Fei knew that Xia was the girl who had been exchanging messages with him back on the Mammoth. It was just that she thought he was that 7th Master Xiao. "HAAA. Is that really worth the hassle? It's just a movement technique. It's not like it can clothe or feed you," Xia Fei muttered. Xia had no idea what Xia Fei was saying, unhappily saying, "That's what I want, so what's it to you? If you've got the skill, why don't you use one-armed xiaoxing and make your own peerless movement technique? The sins of heaven could be forgiven, but there was no hope if one sinned by their own volition." Xia had never regarded Xia Fei with any importance. She could just remain in ignorance, as he simply could not be bothered to correct her. Xia Fei decided to stop arguing with this silly girl, holding out his hand and saying, "A deposit of 50 million, and 50 million on success, and you must do everything as I say. If you can do all this, I'll ask my master to save your grandfather." Xia was startled. Compared to her marriage and 7th Master Xiao, she was far more concerned about her grandfather's illness. Moreover, her grandfather still held sway over the Venus of Eternal Night, and if he was happy, she would not have to marry into the Aurora clan anymore. This matter was far too beneficial to her. "Till hold you to it. I'm paying 100 million, but what if you can't get your master to help?" Xia asked. "TL compensate you with 200 million, Xia Fei said confidently, his reply crisp and simple. "All right. I don't have the money on me. Big Sis Suzu, I'll borrow the money from you and then pay you back in a bit, Xia turned to Suzu and said. Suzu was the behind-the-scenes boss of Heavenly Treasure Firm's Guard 83 branch, so this sum was no trouble for her. Also, be it Xia Fei or Xia, both were very important people, so she was naturally happy to get a little of this business. Thus, she wrote out a check. Whoosh! Xia Fei put the check away and stood up to bid farewell. Xia pulled on him and said, "You've gotten my deposit, so what's the next step? Have your grandfather come here. I'll arrange a time for him to receive treatment," Xia Fei said. "What time? It will naturally have to be the right time. My master is a spiritualist, and he'll naturally decide when he wants to come and treat your grandfather. Just wait back at this planet's Heavenly Treasure branch for news. When the time comes, I'll inform you." With that said, Xia Fei skipped away. Xia fumed as she watched Xia Fei leave. Pointing at the little peaches on her chest, she asked, "Big Sis Suzu, do I really not have an ample chest or a perky butt?" 2 days went by. Under Xia Fei's meticulous care, little Goldie had completely recovered, but it still was not back to its big self. This left Xia Fei feeling very troubled. He already had the tiny furball. Now that little Goldie had truly lived up to its name by becoming this tiny, what was he going to do? The recovered little Goldie immediately nuzzled Xia Fei upon seeing him, biting his sleeve while moving its eyes in the direction of the lower realm. It seemed to be saying that Xia Fei should go back. Unfortunately, Xia Fei could not go back yet. The mysterious Lady Aquamarine was like a curse, and as long as she was not dead, Xia Fei would be unable to live in peace. However, for some reason, this Lady Aquamarine who hated the Aurora clan and hated Xia Fei had not appeared, so Xia Fei could only keep waiting. Little Goldie was not very smart, and it took a while for the demon chrysalis to understand that Xia Fei could not go back, but when it did, the little fellow began to roll around on a white sheet of paper, using its body to write squiggly characters. What is this little guy doing? It seems to be saying something to you. Fukin said in surprise. Today's cultivation was done, so he and Xia Fei were looking into little Goldie's condition. It seems. Perhaps, it wants you to write a letter so that it can deliver that to the lower realm, supposed Radix in shock, his eyes widening. Fukin chuckled and stroked little Goldie, muttering, "I'm liking this little guy more and more. If this fellow is really doing as you say, then it's terrifyingly loyal to you. It went through many perils to find you, breaking through the seal, and now it's trying to help you get in touch with the lower realm. It's risking his life going back and forth like this, you know." Radix was a soul, so little Goldie naturally could not hear what it was saying, but it could hear Fukin loud and clear. The demon chrysalis furiously nodded its head, greatly resembling some righteous martyr. Fukin was startled, saying loudly, "Your soul servant actually guessed it right. This guy truly wants to be your courier and help establish a connection between you and the lower realm. Don't you miss that girlfriend of yours, who's still in that other universe? Why don't you send this little fellow as your go-between? From what I can tell, little Goldie is an extremely resilient creature. Though it's small, this demon chrysalis's body is brimming with energy, and its single eye even exudes the aura of a king. Though this guy doesn't show it in front of you, the reality is it's a powerful monster, which possesses the strength to dominate dark space." Fukin had a very high opinion of little Goldie. Xia Fei could also tell from little Goldie's performance that it was truly different from before, and he would encounter little hardship in dark space. Furball once more became troubled. Putting aside Peacock Blue's rapid growth, even little Goldie seemed about to replace him. The proud Furball could not accept this. Shaking his head, Xia Fei sighed. "It's still not good. What if that demonic Lady Aquamarine is watching? If I send little Goldie back to the lower realm, won't that expose Avril's location? For safety's sake, we should wait until we get rid of Lady Aquamarine first." Little Goldie seemed quite disappointed by these words, dropping its head and falling silent. Xia Fei muttered, "The world is ever-changing. I thought that the inverse were my greatest foe, but only now have I learned that I have a mortal foe called Aquamarine, but when would that demoness appear? I'm already being very conspicuous. If she's been paying attention to any news from Guard 83, there's no way that she doesn't know that I'm back." Fukin replied, "There's no rush. Aquamarine is a mysterious woman, and many experts want her life, but nobody has ever been able to injure her, a sign of her cunning and patience. Many people know that you have a spiritualist of healing for a master, so she won't act recklessly. Rather, she'll choose a time and location that's most in her favor to strike you down. Xia Fei pouted, grumbling, I said not to go overboard. Now, Lady Aquamarine isn't showing up, so I just have to lure her out. Fukin chuckled. Someone as smart as you can't understand it, but if you swaggered back into the Aurora clan without any sort of backing whatsoever, it'd be far more bizarre if Lady Aquamarine could be taken in. This situation is perfect. The soul weapon you made is only grade 1.5, so Lady Aquamarine will quickly understand that, while your master might be a spiritualist, their cultivation shouldn't be very high. She'll inevitably make a move against you, and because of your lie, my involvement will be successfully concealed. Xia Fei naturally understood that Fukin had made him claim that he had a spiritualist of healing for a master precisely as cover for the latter. Although Xia Fei did not know how formidable Fukin was, he could tell from the other's tone that, if Lady Aquamarine knew that he was supporting him, she would never show up. Nodding, Xia Fei said, it seems like I need to get stronger. Aquamarine won't just let me get stronger. After all, I already have a healer-type master. If my strength grows, she may no longer be able to deal with me. Fukin's eyes flashed. A good idea. Get stronger so that she attacks you soon. How do you plan to do it? Xia Fei smiled, lighting a cigarette. The Patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Knight, has already come, hoping that I will heal his illness. I wonder what sort of effect getting Cloud Knight on my side will have. Fukin was startled, and then he clenched his stomach and laughed. Interesting. Truly interesting. You want that stubborn donkey Cloud Knight to be your bodyguard? That's the stubborn donkey of the dawn of eternal night. You had best think this over carefully. Chapter 1088, Cloud Knight. The Patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Knight, arrived faster than expected. After just one day, Xia Knight came to find Xia Fei so that he could arrange a time to have her grandfather treated. Xia Fei talked with Fukin. They would need to use the threat of getting stronger to lure out Lady Aquamarine, making her feel anxious that if she did not strike now, she would never get the chance. In this way, Lady Aquamarine would cast aside her apprehensions to have a battle with Xia Fei. With the plan set, Xia Fei immediately had someone notify Xia to meet in the Aurora clan's compound. It just so happened that, on the same day, Iron Tiger's group of 3 returned from their mission. They were gone for 5 days but returned with 4 suitable teachers for Xia Fei's newly established school, which was quite efficient. Go and find Wistview. He'll arrange the food and board for these people. If there's nothing else, you're all dismissed, Xia Fei said sternly after looking through the dossiers of the 4 new instructors. Iron Tiger reported to him every day, so he already knew the situations of these 4 instructors and did not need to interview them personally. With Iron Tiger's trio, these 7 made up the first batch of instructors for his school. Xia and a rather formidable old man arrived at the compound. While the Venus of Eternal Night was powerful, Cloud Knight did not bring many followers with him. All he had was Xia's uncle, Sivitu. Xia Fei did not come out to welcome them himself, instead, he had Little Shot lead the 3 to the place he had readied. Xia seemed rather displeased, muttering, that Xia Fei is truly despicable, not even showing his face. Isn't he just a spiritualist's disciple? What's so great about that? As she spoke, Xia intentionally puffed out her chest. Ever since Xia Fei had commented about her figure, Xia had started to care a lot about such aspects. Today, she had specifically worn a navy blue gown, stuffed padding into her chest, and even used her makeup to accentuate the curves of her face, all in hopes of her appearance being more attractive. Unfortunately, despite all her preparations, she still came across as childish and simple no matter what. Cloud Knight chuckled and said, "You can't say that. After all, we're the ones seeking his help. I'm actually quite excited to meet a legendary spiritualist of healing. Don't complain anymore. That man is already showing us enormous kindness by being willing to help us." Xia pursed her lips and said, "It's not like we're getting this for free. We're not taking advantage of him." Cloud Knight shook his head, saying with a slight frown, "Many things can't be bought with money. I've been bearing these injuries for 3 years, and none of the countless apothecaries I've met before were able to do anything. If I could truly be completely healed, I'd even be willing to pay 100 times the price without hesitation." Cloud Knight turned to Sivitu and said, "Prepare a generous gift for Xia Fei and his master regardless if this succeeds or not." Sivitu quickly agreed while Xia continued to nag about Xia Fei's bad qualities. To tell the truth, Xia was initially not holding any grudge against Xia Fei, but after he had passed judgment on her figure, she could not help but find him ugly and not adorable at all. There was nothing to be done, for girls were born to admire beauty. Appearance was more important than their own lives, and Xia was no exception. At compound number 6, Little Shot had the Venus of Eternal Night group wait outside while he went in to call Xia Fei. Xia Fei greeted them with a smile, and his meek attitude was completely at odds with the arrogant disciple Cloud Knight had expected. Xia Fei used this opportunity to examine Cloud Knight. The current patriarch of the Venus Eternal Night had a stalwart figure and did not seem at all like the stubborn and testy donkey knight that he had heard about. At least, in his view, Cloud Knight was not somebody who was too arrogant or brash. "Venerable Elder Knight, please follow me." Xia Fei made an inviting gesture with his arm. Cloud Knight strode into the garden. Xia and Civita were about to follow when Xia Fei stopped them. "My apologies. My master doesn't want to meet strangers, please wait outside." Xia Fei smiled. Waiting was fine. Even more important was that Xia Fei had not properly looked at Xia from start to finish. She had taken such great pains to dress up, but Xia Fei ended up treating her like empty air. Xia pursed her lips and stepped back with a huff. Xia Fei naturally did not care what Xia was feeling. He led Cloud Knight into a prepared room and personally brewed him a pot of tea. "Why don't I see your master anywhere?" asked Cloud Knight curiously. This large courtyard was empty, holding only Xia Fei and Cloud Knight. That legendary spiritualist of healing was nowhere to be seen, leaving Cloud Knight feeling confused. Xia Fei smiled. "Master has an eccentric personality and refuses to meet strangers. Please forgive this, Elder." Cloud Knight nodded in disappointment, muttering, "I'm fine with being unable to see your honored master, but if he doesn't see me, how will my injuries be treated?" Xia Fei said calmly, "Senior, this Xia Fei has learned some skills from my master. In a little while, I will assess the senior's injuries, upon which, my master will choose the proper method to treat you. Then I'll be in your care," Cloud Knight said politely. Several minutes later, Xia Fei removed his hand from Cloud Knight's back. His examination method was quite strange. He had simply placed his hand on Cloud Knight's back and had done nothing else. Frowning, Xia Fei said, "Venerable Senior, your injuries are quite serious. Someone used Soul Eater arts to damage the foundation of your soul mark. I presume that every time your injuries flare up, your 7th brain region will be left in excruciating pain, as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing away at it, and the frequency of the flare-ups is increasing. It might have only been once a month in the past, but it's now happening once every week." Cloud Knight was stunned, saying quickly, "Correct. It's exactly as this little brother said. That year, I fought with a powerful Soul Eater and was unable to dodge his strike. Thankfully, I had powerful allies with me at the time, and they barely managed to keep me alive." Xia Fei shook his head. "This isn't good. If you don't receive treatment soon, you won't be able to last the year." Cloud Knight fell silent. Xia Fei was speaking the truth. Otherwise, as Venus of Eternal Night clan's patriarch, he would have never rushed over to meet Xia Fei upon hearing about a spiritualist of healing. He looked expectantly at Xia Fei. Cloud Knight knew that spiritualists of healing were formidable, but he had not expected this young disciple to be so formidable, too. With a simple inspection, he had managed to figure out the root cause of his illness. After a pause, Xia Fei added, "Senior, you're not being honest with me." Cloud Knight's face turned white as he said anxiously, "What do you mean, young one?" Xia Fei faintly smiled. "The one who had injured you was no Soul Eater. From what I could tell, this was a compound attack. There is, as of yet, no one in the Alpha universe who can be both a Soul Eater and a Soul Hunter. The person who injured you probably wasn't from the Alpha universe but rather an outsider." Cloud Knight was stunned. If Xia Fei had merely diagnosed his illness, Cloud Knight would not have shown such an exaggerated expression. Crucially, Xia Fei had been able to deduce the nature of Cloud Knight's opponent. This was simply miraculous. Cloud Knight seemed to be rather embarrassed, saying, "Yes, the person who injured me went by the name of Lady Aquamarine. She's a wanderer." Lady Aquamarine. There was a subtle glint in Xia Fei's eyes. Lady Aquamarine had once laid down an insidious curse on Xia Fei's family, and even this Cloud Knight had been wounded by her. That mysterious woman truly had a list of impressive feats in the Alpha universe. "Oh, I'm no stranger to that name. I'm sure that the Elder is aware of the Aurora clan's history with Lady Aquamarine," Xia Fei said calmly. Cloud Knight thought it over and replied, that should be something from a very long time ago when your Aurora clan was still at the peak of its power and I had yet to become patriarch. I heard that a Wistful Valley angered Lady Aquamarine, and your clan was ultimately forced to call out its reclusive old monsters to calm the storm. As for Wistful Valley, he was exiled from the clan because of that incident. It's truly a pity. Wistful Valley was said to be Aurora clan's strongest genius, but for him to end up like that. Cloud Knight suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Fei in shock. You're a part of the Aurora clan, but your surname is Xia. Could it be? Xia Fei replied calmly, Wistful Valley is my grandfather, but he has already passed away. Zing! Cloud Knight's face twitched. There was no doubt that Wistful Valley had been a very formidable character. Although Wistful Valley, just like the rest of the Aurora clan, had rarely fought with others, at key moments, he could perform impressive feats like opening the cosmic gate. In the face of Lady Aquamarine's curse, he had managed to live for many years. All of those were signs of his strength. As Wistful Valley's grandson, Xia Fei had returned to the Alpha universe. It must be understood that Lady Aquamarine was still alive. This meant that Xia Fei would very likely have to deal with a sudden attack from her, and so Cloud Knight was puzzled as to why Xia Fei could so divulge his identity freely. What made him so confident? Xia Fei continued calmly, Senior is the Venus of Eternal Night's patriarch, and those who you had partied with can't be minor characters. Can I presume that your group had a reason for attacking Aquamarine? That, Cloud Knight was momentarily speechless. Xia Fei seemed to be concerning himself with too many things, even wanting to know why he had tried to attack Aquamarine. I'm afraid that I can't answer that question, Cloud Knight whispered. Xia Fei chuckled and said, I was just asking. Please wait a moment. I'll explain the situation to my master. Your injuries are serious, and only his venerable self will understand how to proceed. In the next room, Radix said, we've gained a lot from this meeting with Cloud Knight. For his group to attack Aquamarine, she must truly be a wicked character who has offended all of the Alpha universe. Xia Fei replied nonchalantly, that's not for certain. Aquamarine had the Beast Spirit Codex, the Law of Primal Chaos, and the immemorial mystical armaments. She might have had even more good things, it would be quite normal for Cloud Knight's group to try and steal from her. Radix nodded. It makes sense. Given the kind of person Cloud Knight is, he'll only take action if he stands to benefit enormously from it. No wonder Fukin speaks so solemnly when it comes to Aquamarine. She's no ordinary woman. Even with Cloud Knight and his people working together failed to kill her. Xia Fei replied, what I worry about is that, even if we do manage to take down Aquamarine, other people may catch wind of it and come to find me. Aquamarine's belongings are bound to bring trouble down our heads. Chapter 1089, Great Soul Hunter Art. After talking with Radix in the adjoining room for a while, Xia Fei returned to Cloud Knight's side. Cloud Knight was rather nervous. He knew more than anyone else that if this illness that had tormented him for 3 years was not cured, he would find it hard to stay alive. Xia Fei said very grimly, Master said that your situation is very special, and treating it will take a lot of energy. Cloud Knight shuddered and stared at Xia Fei, waiting for the answer that would decide his fate. After a pause, Xia Fei smiled eerily and then said softly, you currently have 2 choices. Outside, Zisur was getting antsy. Not long after Cloud Knight entered the place, a powerful spatial seal had appeared. This blocked Zisur and Sivitu out and prevented them from knowing how the treatment was going. After around 2 hours, the seal was undone. Zisur rushed inside. When she pushed open the door, she saw Zisur sitting on the ground, his face pale and covered in sweat. Grandpa, what's wrong? Zisur asked concernedly. Cloud Knight was clearly in a lot of pain. Clenching his chest with his hand, he cursed, what trash spiritualist. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have ended up dead. Whoosh! Everyone paled. After all this time, Xia Fei's master had not only failed to treat Cloud Knight's wounds but had almost taken his life. Patriarch, don't speak. Eat this first. Sivitu immediately squatted and fed a green pill to Cloud Knight. At this moment, Xia Fei frantically walked over to try and help Cloud Knight up, but Cloud Knight pushed him away, so all he could do was purse his lips and stand in a corner. Rumble. The moment Cloud Knight recovered, he raised his hand and tore the roof off the building, showering the area in debris. Old man, get out here right now. I'd like to see who actually dared to impersonate a spiritualist of healing. Cloud Knight roared. As a great soul master, Cloud Knight could easily tear off a roof, but this was the Aurora clan's property. Cloud Knight's actions were no different from a war declaration. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several dozen soul masters of the Venus of Eternal Night answered the summons and appeared at the Aurora clan's compound. Cloud Knight's eyes glinted with cold light as he shouted, "Find that spiritualist for me, dead or alive." "Yes. As you commanded." Those accompanying Cloud Knight were all Venus of Eternal Night elites, and in less than a minute, the entire compound had been searched. Alas, there was no sign of Xia Fei's so-called master. Xia Fei walked out of the room and patted the dust off his clothes. "My master is already gone. My apologies. Though he is a spiritualist of healing, his cultivation is only level 1.5, so even though he tried his best, he couldn't heal your injuries." Xia Fei spoke very meekly, but Cloud Knight was clearly throwing one of his legendary temper tantrums, clearly unwilling to be merciful. Everyone knew that the Patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night was a donkey, the most stubborn donkey. Once he got angry, even the gods would find it hard to stop him. Level 1.5. Cloud Knight glared as he pointed at Xia Fei's nose. "A level 1.5 and he dared to try and treat me? The nerve! He almost took my life. Since your master has run away, you have to take responsibility." Cloud Knight spread apart his arms, and the winds howled as the sky rumbled with thunder. Severe lightning bolts cracked down with piercing howls, the blue lightning landing on Cloud Knight's arms, where it was absorbed. His two arms swiftly began to gather with a terrifying light. This was the skill that Cloud Knight had grown famous from, the Great Soul Hunter art, the Azure Nebula Waterfall. Cloud Knight was actually using a well-known ability of his on Xia Fei, a clear indication how furious he felt. Black clouds roiled as the blue lightning cracked down. The compound collapsed as doomsday befell it. Cloud Knight's face turned darker and darker under the crackling blue lightning, his eyes spitting flame. "No!" Xia clutched her chest and yelled, trying to stop her grandfather. It was actually rather strange. Xia had been mocking Xia Fei before this, trying to get back her pride, but now, her pulse had suddenly sped up, for she did not want to see Xia Fei injured. Nearby, Xia Fei had sent out the fiendish blade Nirvana. While Peacock Blue and Furball did not move, both growled as where they stood ready. "Old thing, my master was already giving you a lot of respect by offering to cure you. It's your own injuries that are too serious. After all, it's not like spiritualists of healing are omnipotent. It's just not your fate to keep living, so don't blame my master." Xia Fei said sternly. If Cloud Knight was a reasonable sort, he would not be called donkey yet. When he was angry, he did not differentiate between black and white, so Xia Fei's words fell on deaf ears. All he wanted was to kill. "Cut the chatter. Other people might fear spiritualists, but not me." Whoosh! He pushed his arms forward, and the world went black. The Venus of Eternal Night. The Venus of Eternal Night had this name because when they activated their clan's unique Great Soul Hunter art, the world would be plunged into the utter darkness of primordial chaos. It was a situation where one could not even see their fingers in front of their face. Suddenly, a blue lotus of flames bloomed in the darkness. A dazzling blue. Intense blue lightning howled out from Cloud Knight's hand. The dark world turned blue. The Venus of Eternal Night used the color blue to commence the slaughter in the night. The moment the blue lightning appeared, one's life was over. Rumble. Thunder boomed as the blue lotus's petals scattered, surrounding Xia Fei. 1 second later, they came together. Even a god would find it difficult to avoid this lethal lightning. As expected of the mighty soul art of the Venus of Eternal Night. If this attack hit Xia Fei, he would be obliterated in both body and soul. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a powerful energy emerged from Xia Fei's body. Cloud Knight's Great Soul Hunter art had left only two colors in the world, black and blue. However, when this power appeared, a rainbow tornado swiftly emerged in the darkness. Not only did it protect Xia Fei, it even slowly scattered the darkness Cloud Knight had laid down. Those within felt like they were in a dream. Rather than a clash of experts, they felt like they were in an observatory, witnessing a calamity take place in the depths of the universe. Cloud Knight's blue lightning was brimming with intimidating power. On the other end, the rainbow light was more talented and possessed a strange aura. Watch closely. This is our clan's Great Soul Hunter art, Aurora Horizon. The Patriarch is here. Radix shouted excitedly in Xia Fei's ear. When your cultivation reaches the absolute limit, soul arts no longer display your power but rather the miraculous power akin to nature. Look at this light, doesn't it? resemble the polar aurora. Radix was clearly very confident in the great soul hunter art of the Aurora clan. The moment this aurora horizon appeared, Radix was certain that an expert who could unleash an aurora had arrived, and thus, nobody could harm Xia Fei anymore. Sure enough. While Cloud Knight scowled, his darkness and blue lightning were pushed back and scattered, pushed away by that rainbow light. Wistful Hesius, are you trying to make an enemy out of my Venus of Eternal Night? Cloud Knight demanded coldly, his face pale. He had placed his hands behind him as though he no longer planned on continuing the attack, but his killing intent was still there. The Wists doesn't want to make an enemy of anyone, and neither does my Aurora clan. Wistful Hesius's voice came from the distance, polite and steady. Still, this is the Aurora clan's territory. For what reason has the Venus of Eternal Night attempted to kill another? Asked Wistful Hesius. What reason? Your clan's Xia Fei tricked me. He said that he'd get his master to treat me, but not only did the treatment fail to have an effect, he even caused my injuries to flare up. If I had been a little slower to realize it, I would have died at the hands of your Aurora clan. Cloud Knight shouted. At this time, the two peak Great Soul Hunter arts were starting to retreat. Darkness and blue lightning lurked behind Cloud Knight, while a rainbow aurora shone behind Xia Fei. Wistful Hesius emerged from the aurora and bowed to Cloud Knight. Cloud Knight snorted coldly and looked away, his attitude extremely rude. Wistful Hesius turned to Xia Fei and frowned. Was it really as the Venus of Eternal Night Patriarch said? Xia Fei smiled and replied, Elder Knight, we said that we'd try to treat your illness, but when was it said that we'd definitely be able to cure it? You. Cloud Knight went pale as he glared viciously at Xia Fei. It's truly never been said that you could cure me, but were you allowed to collude with your master to try and hurt this old man? Cloud Knight shouted. Hurt you? What good would killing you do to us? Xia Fei countered. Then how do you explain my injuries flaring up? They're even worse than usual. Cloud Knight shot back. Xia Fei laughed and shook his head. Senior, how come you couldn't even endure the pain of treatment? Soul injuries aren't ordinary injuries. Since it's unable to be cured, there will naturally be a harsh backlash. That's to be expected. Nonsense. When has treating an injury ever resulted in the injury getting worse? Xia Fei admitted frankly, there's nothing to be done. The person who injured you is just too formidable, surpassing the ability of my master to treat. In the middle of this stalemate, Xia somehow mustered up the courage to say, Grandpa, treatment has always been very painful. Also, we truly didn't say anything about Xia Fei curing you for sure. We can't blame him for this. Cloud Knight was so angry that he could not be bothered to listen. He glared at Xia and said viciously, You're a girl, what do you know? Xia Fei was trying to get me killed. Xia, who had never seen her grandfather in such a state before, froze. A moment later, a tear slid down her cheek. She turned around and ran off. At this moment, Cloud Knight felt regret for treating his granddaughter so harshly, but this was just how he behaved when the anger got to his head. Humph! I'm not finished with you yet, roared Cloud Knight. He turned to chase Xia, but after running 2 steps, he stopped and said coldly, according to the Chaos Pact, it should be the Venus of Eternal Night and Aurora clan's turn this year to get married, but you should stop thinking about that right now. As long as I'm alive, our clans will be enemies. Cloud Knight left. HAAA. Wistful Hesius furrowed his brows and sighed. He told Xia Fei, I was originally going to tell you that our clan managed to keep its second-tier spot, but this ended up happening. Our Aurora clan has never had many friends, and now, it seems like we have one less. Chapter 1090. War God's Return. Good news did not leave the door while bad news traveled 1,000 kilometers. The news of the Aurora clan and the Venus of Eternal Night fighting against each other traveled through various channels on the same day and soon had everyone talking. The Aurora clan, Patriarch Wistful Hesius's study. I think that Xia Fei will have to take responsibility for this conflict with the Venus of Eternal Night, Wistful Pangaea, the one in charge of the clan's arsenal, suddenly said. These words caused some turmoil. No one had expected Wistful Pangaea to bring up placing the blame on Xia Fei for this incident. Wistful Blue frowned. Pangaea, don't forget that our Aurora clan's second-tier evaluation was entirely due to Xia Fei's efforts. If not for him, we might have fallen to the 3rd tier. Wistful Franbo grumbled, that's right. Let's not forget our roots here. While Xia Fei might not have the surname Wistful, he's still a member of our clan and has done a lot for it. Wistful Pangaea seemed to take the objections of the others in stride, saying, does doing a lot for the clan mean that one can recklessly commit crimes? I'm sure that everyone understands the consequences of offending the Venus of Eternal Night. Plus, we were able to get the second-tier evaluation because of Xia Fei's master, but now, even his master has run off for fear that the Venus of Eternal Night will try and seek justice. It's clear that this spiritualist is all talk and doesn't have any real strength. The sides wanting Xia Fei to take the blame and to protect him were at a stalemate, and a loud quarrel broke out in Wistful Hesius's study. Quiet! Wistful Hesius barked suddenly. Everyone calmed down and turned to the patriarch, seeking an explanation. Merits and errors can't be treated equally. Xia Fei has caused the relationship between our Aurora clan and the Venus of Eternal Night to turn sour, with neither side willing to back down. It was Xia Fei's greed for achievements that caused him to place the entire clan in jeopardy. Also, Xia Fei has a ruthless personality, not in line with our clan's ancestral teachings. Starting from today, Xia Fei is forbidden from entering any property or residence of the Aurora clan. The clan will only accept him again once he completely understands and is willing to comply with our clan's ancestral teachings, said Wistful Hesius coldly. Everyone gasped. Xia Fei had essentially been banished from the clan. This was a very harsh punishment, and Wistful Northgaze sighed and dropped his head in grief. Patriarch, isn't this punishment too harsh? Even Wistful Pangaea, who had supported punishing Xia Fei, found this hard to accept. Even if Xia Fei is rather unreasonable, it doesn't mean that he has to leave the clan, does it? Wistful Hesius waved his hand and said firmly, have you forgotten that Xia Fei killed a guard of Chaos Society back at the Guard 83 branch? Chaos Society hasn't issued any punishment, but we can't simply ignore this act. His personality is so ruthless that he truly can't remain in the clan. To tell the truth, even without this incident with the Venus of Eternal Night, I was planning to talk Xia Fei into leaving. This has just moved up my plans a little. That's the end of the discussion. This matter is decided. Contrary to how he usually was, Wistful Hesius had ignored everyone's objections and made the decision himself. However, it was absolutely true that Xia Fei's personality did not mesh with the clan's, and everyone understood this. It was just that Wistful Hesius's punishment was so harsh that they found it rather difficult to accept. In the Aurora compound, Xia Fei packed up his things and said farewell to Wistview and Little Shot. Wistview was very sad, while Little Shot was on the verge of tears. Smiling, Xia Fei said, there's nothing that can be done. I managed to anger that Venus of Eternal Night crowd, so the clan had to give the other party an explanation to protect itself. If I were in Wistful Hesius's position, I would do the same thing. I'm just moving out of the clan, not leaving. You can meet me whenever you want, so why the long face? In my opinion, leaving gives me more freedom. I don't have to be bound by the clan's nonsensical rules. Little Shot nodded and said, I'll come and see you. Xia Fei chuckled, patting Little Shot on the shoulder before leaving. An old man in the alley saw all this clearly. He was Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful Northgaze. Wiping his tears, he sighed, apologized to Xia Fei, and headed deeper into the alley. As Wistful Northgaze left, two figures suddenly appeared where Wistful Northgaze had been standing. One of them whispered, it seems like Xia Fei has truly angered both the Venus of Eternal Night and the Aurora clan. Even his great-grandfather can't protect him anymore. Xia Fei is all alone now. This is the perfect time to strike. Humph. That's right. This truly is an opportunity. Originally, Xia Fei had the protection of a spiritualist and the Aurora clan, preventing me from touching him. Unfortunately for him, that master of his has angered the old donkey knight and probably won't be able to show his face for a bit. Meanwhile, the Aurora clan has expelled him. I thought I would have to wait a long time, I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Goldman Treasure was a rather ordinary inn on Guard 83, located around 15 minutes away from the Aurora compound. Xia Fei paid for a room and went up using the stairs on the side of the building. Iron Tiger's group and those 4 other instructors are still at the compound. Is that okay? Xia Fei said indifferently, what's wrong with it? The Aurora clan has always been very nice to people, those moochers from before were able to occupy the Aurora compound, so why not Iron Tiger's group? This is also fine. I can use this chance to see if Iron Tiger's group is actually sincere about staying by my side. If they leave because of this, it's fine, but if they don't leave, then I'll be able to use them for more important things. Radix nodded in agreement. Arriving at room 17 on the 5th floor, Xia Fei found that the door was open. A woman responsible for cleaning was carefully folding the sheets on the bed. Upon seeing Xia Fei, the woman grumbled, "I'll be done in 2 minutes." The previous guest only just left. He brought 3 girls back with him and left the room in a complete mess. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa, an imperceptible smile on his lips. The woman continued to fold the sheets, not even turning her head. Her movements were very slow, seemingly because of her age. Suddenly, a white light shot out from the neatly folded sheets, moving very quickly as it headed straight for Xia Fei. 2. Furball jumped out and swallowed the energy beam. The holy beast Shatterstar loved energy. The enemy had used such a low-level energy attack on Xia Fei, and not only had this failed to threaten him, Furball had even treated it like a little appetizer. "Awoo!" Furball bellowed. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had already taken out the fiendish blade Nirvana and lunged at that woman from behind. Traveling at 8 million meters per second, he instantly arrived. Pal! His hand instantly seized the woman's throat, the fiendish blade exuding a bone-chilling killing intent as he stared at the woman. "You're not Aquamarine." Xia Fei frowned as he barked. There was no doubt that the legendary Lady Aquamarine would never resort to a lowly ambush, nor would she have been seized by Xia Fei in a single move. After all, even Fukin feared Lady Aquamarine. The woman's eyes bulged as the sound of bones breaking came from her throat. Xia Fei was not using a lot of strength, but he had accidentally shattered her throat. Clearly, she had a very low cultivation. Xia Fei's mind spun rapidly. Since this was an extremely ordinary assassin, the real person trying to deal with Xia Fei would not give her such an important mission as killing him. Thus, she was only the bait. Withdraw. Xia Fei stopped hesitating, exerting his strength and killing the woman. He then backed away and tried to leave the room. Xia Fei was a speedster, able to travel at 8 million meters per second. He was very fast, but that carpet on the floor was somehow faster. It was a grey round carpet, the same as the carpets used in other cheap hotels, but when Xia Fei crushed the throat of the assassin, this carpet began to change. Soul power silently stirred, creating an invisible pillar around Xia Fei. Only when he tried to back out did he realize that he had been engulfed. The power released by the grey carpet was like a spider web, an extremely flexible spider web that managed to stop Xia Fei in his tracks. Bait. The energy beam had been bait, as was that woman. All of this had been to lure Xia Fei to the bedside so that he would step on the grey carpet, throwing himself into the trap. Law of primal chaos. Bang! The invisible energy had caged Xia Fei, so all he could do was break out of this cage using that subversive power. It was not a particularly fierce palm thrust, but it contained the power to flip over the universe. However, Xia Fei was attacked from a strange angle, not to his front but rather from the ground. Getting injured and then biding his time. After not battling for so long and waiting for so long, Xia Fei was bursting with the desire to battle. His eyes exploded with dazzling light. As long as he lived, the battles would never end. No matter how strong Xia Fei's unrestricted soul spirit mark was, in terms of constitution, Xia Fei was far from a spiritualist. He was a warrior. He would always be a warrior. Only battle could get his blood pumping. Rumble. The power was too great. It had been so long since Xia Fei battled that he had forgotten how terrifying the strength he possessed and how to control this furious flood of power. This one strike blasted apart this 6-story building down the middle. Not torn apart but blasted apart. It was as if the most powerful powder keg had been ignited, dividing this building in two all the way to its foundations. As the building was halved, it exposed countless fearful eyes on the floors below. Yes, the beam and the mediocre female assassin had all been feints, as had the energy barrier released by the carpet. The real enemy was hiding down below. As fierce as a tiger. After blasting apart the building, Xia Fei threw down the Nirvana. The lack of battle had not caused Xia Fei to lose his senses. With his absurd reasoning ability, he was able to determine his true enemy in the shortest time possible and unleash the most vicious attack. It was back. It was all back. It had taken only 1 second for that omnipotent super warrior of the past to return. All of you, die! Xia Fei roared. Chapter 1091. Two powerful holy beasts. Although Xia Fei had not fought in a very long time, this did not mean that he had forgotten how to do so or how to make accurate judgments. Rumble. The law of primal chaos blasted through the building without resistance, exposing those enemies on the floor below to Xia Fei's butcher knife. There were 4 men in green armor, and they were using their soul power to create an encirclement to try and control Xia Fei. Unfortunately, they had made the wrong choice, for the law of primal chaos was so unreasonably powerful that not even soul power could resist. With one strike, Xia Fei destroyed their plans. Plush! The fiendish blade Nirvana came down, cutting the warrior closest to Xia Fei in half. Nirvana greedily sucked in the soul and energy of the enemy. After such a long break in battle, it was not just Xia Fei, even Nirvana desired to battle and hungered for blood. It absorbed blood much faster than usual. No doubt that Nirvana had become even greedier. Retreat! The 3 others hastily fled in the face of Xia Fei's ferocity. Blood was still trickling down from the corners of their mouths, indicating that they had been injured by the absurd law of primal chaos. The 3 were not stupid and fled in different directions. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped off the floor, charging out like a lightning bolt. He burst through a collapsing wall and lunged at the closest enemy. Plush! 1. Plush! 2. Xia Fei had taken 2 more lives in the blink of an eye. The last enemy reached the ground but grew even more frantic. This was because he realized that Xia Fei was a speed type, and speedsters could slaughter all other warriors of the same level. Even a fool understood how difficult it was to flee from a speedster, and this was not considering the shock delivered by the law of primal chaos. After all, the soul net created by 4 great soul hunters had been obliterated with a single thrust of Xia Fei's palm. The power of reversal was unrivaled. Pal! Before the last person had time to be afraid, Xia Fei sent a chop at his neck with his palm. The man groaned and fell unconscious. The rest are dead, so what do we do now? Asked Radix. Let's find a quiet place. I suspect that these people have nothing to do with Aquamarine, Xia Fei said grimly. Aquamarine was Xia Fei's first official enemy in the Alpha universe and his ultimate nemesis, too. She had once left the Aurora clan in tatters and forced Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley to leave his home. Her strength was not to be underestimated. It was bad if these people had not been sent by Aquamarine, for he had exposed more than half of his strength, allowing her to get a better understanding of his strength. Whoosh! Grabbing the unconscious foe, Xia Fei charged out of the city at an unimaginable speed. Thump! Xia Fei used a very cruel method of delivering a heavy blow to awaken the person. The pain of this blow immediately awakened the man. His face twisted the moment he raised his head and saw Xia Fei's dark face as well as the sandy area around. Following Fukin's instructions, Xia Fei had not taken the foe very far, instead, he brought him to a small gully 15 kilometers from the city. Talk! Who sent you? Xia Fei bellowed. The man hesitated, so Xia Fei immediately stabbed his left leg with a knife. The pain instantly caused the man to faint once more. Xia Fei woke him up again and fiercely asked him the question again. It's the Sun Clan. We're Sun Xiaojin's personal bodyguards. Plush! Xia Fei swung his knife. Having observed the man's expression, he could tell that the other had not lied to him. Thus, he mercilessly killed the man. It's the Sun Clan, Xia Fei frowned as he muttered, somewhat disappointed. Xia Fei had been waiting for Lady Aquamarine's sneak attack this entire time. After all, she was his greatest enemy, but to his surprise and against his wishes, rather than her, it was the Sun Clan who had attacked. It must be because you used a soul cannon to flatten the Sun Clan, causing them to hold a grudge against you. As such, when they heard that you'd been banished from the clan, they immediately sent assassins, Radix remarked. Xia Fei said, that's no more than making trouble. I'm not in the mood to deal with the Sun Clan right now. Aquamarine is probably going to become cautious again. Fortunately, Fukin didn't strike, or else my biggest trump card would have gotten exposed. Radix asked in surprise, so you're not going to attack the Sun Clan? Xia Fei's style was to strike back at once when he was struck. Since the Sun Clan had attacked him, he should be going to pay them a visit. Xia Fei chortled and said, it's not that I don't want to, but the Sun Clan is already gone. I simply don't have a place to visit. Radix slapped his thigh and said in realization, of course. You already flattened the Sun Clan, and their family doesn't have their original residence. The Sun Clan has probably already left Guard 83 and is directing things from a distant location. Finding them won't be easy. Xia Fei fell silent. He and Fukin had already made arrangements. Fukin had laid down an enormous soul array that surrounded the city. If he left this place, he would lose the protection of that array. Thus, Xia Fei could not find the Sun Clan's people even if he wanted to. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei began to head back in disappointment, but he had only made it a few steps when he stopped and began to listen carefully. Underground activity? Something is approaching. Xia Fei did not just possess astounding eyesight, he also had a frighteningly sharp hearing. He heard faint tremors under the ground and put up his guard. The tremors intensified, making him feel an unprecedented danger. This sensation was somewhat similar to Furball, leaving Xia Fei very confused. Rumble. With a boom, the ground cracked open. A gerbil-like creature lunged out and opened its maw to bite Xia Fei. It was particularly large, the size of a hunting dog, but this gerbil had scarlet fur, and even its eyes were wide. It was as if a ball of fire had rushed at Xia Fei. Awoo! The gerbil let out a tyrannical roar. There was no doubt. This was a holy beast. This aura, this roar, the peerless look in its eyes. It was a carbon copy of Furball. Only a holy beast, which was beyond the constraints of the universe, could exude such grandeur. In normal circumstances, even divine beasts knew fear, but the proud holy beasts would never be afraid. Just look at Furball. When had he ever been afraid? Even when he was facing down the vast army of the inverse, Furball had still charged right in. This scarlet gerbil was the same. It's a holy beast. Holy beast flame chain tail. Radix and Xia Fei shouted in unison. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless against this holy beast. After interacting with Furball for so long, he knew very well their personality and power. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body flashed, his feet moving in a strange pattern as he retreated. The holy beast pursued him doggedly. Xia Fei was moving at 8 million meters per second, but the flame chain tail at full power was managing to keep up. Bang! The flame chain tail opened its mouth and fired off a string of fireballs. This attack method was very similar to Furball's, but this one spat out flames, not energy. Humph! Xia Fei snorted as he shifted his feet again, his body leaning to the side at an absurd angle as he shifted to the left. Xia Fei did not just have his speed but also his crafty approach. Avoiding this string of attacks was easy for him. Radix suddenly shouted. Watch out! Flame chain tail's attacks primarily come from its tail. Rumble! A blazing tail suddenly swept toward him. While this holy beast was the size of a hunting dog, its tail was 10-some meters in length. Flames completely covered the tail, so it was hard to see if it had any other joints. However, this tail moved so quickly and nimbly that it seemed like the whip of a god, whooshing as it rushed to Xia Fei. However, just when Xia Fei was prepared to use the white dragon's screech, there was another proud roar, and Furball appeared at Xia Fei's side. Holy beast Shatterstar! Awoo! His howl was more mournful and bitter. The little creature flew into the flame chain tail like a cannonball. Bang! The impact created a colossal storm. The air was thrown into disarray while the ground collapsed. Holy beast versus holy beast. One was set on taking Xia Fei's life, whereas the other was loyally protecting him, and both were using 200% of their power. It was truly an incredible sight. The little Furball managed to send the flame chain tail, which was double his size, flying. Whoosh! The flame chain tail's powerful and mysterious tail swept across Xia Fei's face. If not for Furball's desperate strike, Xia Fei would have to take the full brunt of this attack. The tail was like a whip, and the whip had a heavy strike paired with bizarre movements, making it a most difficult to deal with weapon. If Xia Fei had used the white dragon's screech to block it, the flame chain tail's tail might have softened and scratched his face from another angle. Awoo! The two holy beasts parted swiftly, staring and growling angrily at each other from several hundred meters away. Xia Fei had never seen Furball this angry in his life, and he had certainly never seen two holy beasts appearing at the same time, each one trying to outdo the other in wrath. It was too shocking. Without even needing to fight, the clashing of their gazes unleashed an eruption of sparks. Simply the clashing of their growls was enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary person. This was a holy beast. Everyone was unique and would never back down. The proud and fearless holy beasts. In the distance, the entire city was in turmoil, countless people falling on the side of the road, and even those that had not fallen had nasty looks on their faces. Xia Fei's face chilled. Peacock Blue on his right arm built up power, while he readied to pull out from his left arm the white dragon's screech whenever required. There was no doubt that there were still enemies in the area. An enemy that could use a holy beast to attack him was undoubtedly a terrifying and powerful foe. They're here. Xia Fei's gaze chilled as he muttered. It was a face twisted with anger, and it had suddenly appeared less than 100 meters from Xia Fei. Chapter 1092. A pack of ruthless fellows. The appearance of a holy beast and a stranger had given Xia Fei quite a bit of trouble. Moments ago, the flame chain tail had almost succeeded in striking Xia Fei's face with its infamous tail, and now, his master had silently appeared. It was a distance of less than 100 meters. For this person to risk being this close to Xia Fei, a speed-type warrior, meant that he was extremely confident in his reaction speed being enough to fend off Xia Fei's high speed. The white dragon's screech was slowly unsheathed, and with a slight exertion from his hand, the legendary sword let out a mournful screech. "Who are you?" Xia Fei asked grimly. "My surname is Sun, you should know now who am," replied the ashen-faced man. It was clear that he was very angry, as his mouth had been twitching this entire time. Xia Fei smiled and said disdainfully, "Oh, so you're Sun Zijian, that guy working for Chaos Society." Xia Fei felt disdainful not because he was looking down on his enemy but because this person was not aquamarine. After all, that woman was the most sinister and most well-concealed enemy of his. It would not be good if he fought to the death with Sun Zijian right now, for the real enemy was still hiding in the shadows. Alas, Sun Zijian did not think the same way. With his mouth curving into a smile, he began to exude pride and arrogance. Xia Fei did not understand Sun Zijian. In actuality, not even many of the latter's colleagues in Chaos Society understood him. The sounds of their names, Sun Dajian and Sun Zijian, made them seem like nouveau riche, not people from respected clans. Moreover, the Sun clan had never been respected. Even though Sun Zijian now had a seat in Chaos Society, his clan was still unable to get onto the universe's big stage. Sun Dajian had not imagined that Sun Zijian would one day get famous when he was deciding on his son's name. He just felt that it would be enough if his son could study hard and inherit his pharmaceutical business. Unfortunately, this universe had something called genetic mutation, and the ordinary merchant Sun Dajian ended up fathering a very extraordinary son. From a very young age, Sun Zijian exhibited an astounding talent, and in his 40s, he would turn out to be an intermediate soul hunter with 5 soul marks. A level 5 founder. Sun Dajian was a minor businessman, who calculated everything meticulously, and his sudden wealth could not correct the bad habits built up over many years. The refined descendants of great clans would rarely do something like shamelessly refusing to repay a debt over a little profit, but Sun Dajian felt like it was a glorious thing to take advantage of the Aurora clan, which had resulted in him suffering the great misfortune of his entire estate being flattened by Xia Fei. This matter should not have been a big deal, as if it was not like the Sun clan had any sort of deep resources. Even if Sun Dajian had an outstanding son, he could not possibly do anything to the Aurora clan, so he had basically accepted his fate. The problem was that, when Sun Zijian heard of what had happened, he immediately marked the Aurora clan and Xia Fei as his mortal enemies. As he grew up under a businessman father, Sun Zijian had come to have a very narrow mindset, always thinking that other people were targeting him. Fortunately, he had good potential and was also lucky enough to get a holy beast as his companion, so he had smoothly climbed to his current position. Alas, a few days after Sun Zijian had gotten his new job, Xia Fei used a soul cannon to blast off the estate, which Sun Dajian had only bought recently, thereby forming this grudge. "Who's commanding you?" "I just know that those scoundrels are directing things from behind the scenes. I didn't think that they'd work this quickly." "Tell me, who is it?" Sun Zijian roared. Xia Fei was instantly rendered speechless. Sun Zijian seemed to have a case of paranoia. It was one thing to attack him, but he should be the one asking such questions, not Sun Zijian. "No one commanded me. Your dad owed my clan money, so it's only natural for me to collect payment for the debt," replied Xia Fei, shrugging. "Impossible. It must be. It must be those guys who couldn't stand me even when I was still a kid. They're in disbelief that I was able to enter Chaos Society, and now that I'm a patrolling inspector, those guys must have gone crazy. What even is your Aurora clan?" "It's just a clan in decline. You must have been hired. Someone ordered you to deal with me in exchange for helping your Aurora clan keep its second-tier spot. Am I right?" Sun Zijian continued to spout baseless accusations. This was undoubtedly a senseless argument. It was wholly through Xia Fei's efforts that the Aurora Xiao clan had been able to keep its second-tier spot, but Sun Zijian had somehow linked it to some under-the-table deal. To think such a person could become a patrolling inspector for Chaos Society, it would probably only take him a few years in his position before he built up a small mountain of false charges. Frowning, Xia Fei decided to stop arguing with this conceited maniac. It was not the bull's fault that it failed to appreciate zither music when played to it. Someone of Xia Fei's judgment could not possibly out-argue someone who had a problem in their head. If you wanna die, no one's stopping you, said Xia Fei softly, his voice exuding an irresistible majesty. This was no longer the recuperating Xia Fei. Having returned to his peak combat strength, he did not need to fear anyone. So what if the other had 5 soul marks? He was just a level 5 founder, and Xia Fei, who had 1.5 soul marks, was already about to become a level 2 founder. Fighting above his level was something Xia Fei had spent his entire life doing. Alright. Since you won't talk, I'll beat it out of you. Sun Ziajin pulled out a trailing chain blade, which had an azure luster, and said this viciously. Fiend Tail, strike! Rumble! The Holy Beast Flame Chain Tail and level 5 founder Sun Ziajin attacked in unison. Holy Beast versus Holy Beast. Founder versus founder. Sun Shijin's weapon was very strange, so Xia Fei had treated it with wariness right from the start. Using his high speed, he first approached the battle defensively. The chain blade was less than 3 meters long and was wrapped around Sun Ziajin's waist via a thick chain. The blade was like a scythe, while the hilt, which was 2.5 meters long, could be folded. He kept it around his waist when not in use. Sun Ziajin was tall and bulky, so this weapon rather suited him. A chain blade was one thing, but a trailing chain blade was something else entirely. The two had entirely different forms. Besides that, this was a soul weapon. A holy beast and a soul weapon. Sun Ziajin getting his hands on these two trump cards despite coming from a merchant family meant that he possessed some truly incredible luck. Of course, this was just because he had never met Xia Fei, for Xia Fei was an even crazier person. His equipment had long ago reached the very highest level in the universe. Xia Fei was in no rush to attack, observing Sun Ziajin's movements. In addition, Xia Fei was also worried about whether or not Furball could hold out against the flame chain tail. Xia Fei and Sun Ziajin were still warming up, but the two holy beasts had been fighting at full power all this while. A woo! A roar! A plaintive roar! Furball's furious roar was already like a roaring tsunami, and as these two holy beasts roared, the sound was enough to break a man. Whoosh whoosh! Furball might not have been as powerful as the flame chain tail, but Furball was more cunning. The little ball dodged left and right in the narrow space, seizing a chance to bite viciously that flame chain tail. Holy beasts were naturally stubborn creatures. Moreover, in the years Furball had spent with Xia Fei, he had learned cunning and madness. Furball had long ago surpassed the common qualities of a holy beast. He was perhaps the most cunning and smallest holy beast in the universe. While the flame chain tail was larger and clearly of a higher rank, in this apex clash between two holy beasts, the flame chain tail held no advantage at all. On the contrary, Furball had even been able to seize a few chances to take a few bites off him. Howl! The flame chain tail howled in pain. Furball's small body served him as an excellent weapon, and though the flame chain tail's tail was fast and sharp, it had a difficult time hitting the agile Furball. As the two holy beasts fought to a draw with each other, little Goldie charged in. The demon chrysalis was in existence many times smaller than Furball. Furball was a tennis ball, little Goldie was a needle, and this lethal golden needle jabbed into the flame chain tail's body. Sun Ziajin was stunned. He did not know what sort of creature little Goldie was, but he knew that it was not normal. Beasts had a strict hierarchy, and even top-ranked divine beasts would have to back down in front of holy beasts. However, this little Goldie was not at all daunted by his flame chain tail. What was the reason for this? Either little Goldie had a level on par with holy beasts or it was not part of the universe's hierarchy of life. Yes. Little Goldie was born as a demon chrysalis, but it was also not a demon chrysalis. It was a monster that had been modified by Xia Fei using the law of primal chaos, a stubborn little life form that had crawled out from the underworld. A stunning scene played out. Catching the flame chain tail off guard, little Goldie burrowed into its body and did not come out. He burrowed into the holy beast's body and began to bite and tear. Normal creatures would be left shivering in fear when facing a holy beast, but not little Goldie. He had elected for a surprisingly cruel method, starting to eat the enemy holy beast from the inside. This was just insane. Furball howled, growing even more crazed and more proud than before. Furball had fallen behind in his contest with Peacock Blue, leaving him feeling very frustrated, and now, Even little Goldie had started to eat away at the flame chain tail from the inside. Where was his pride as a holy beast? Furball had to take the top spot in the contribution ranking for this battle. Awoo! Furball went mad. Utterly mad. He had completely forgotten about his ability to use energy attacks, doing nothing but biting away at the flame chain tail. Sun Ziajin was so angry that he wanted to throw up blood. Furball and little Goldie were like two rogues, using the most insidious of methods to beat up his beloved holy beast. Normally, holy beasts were too proud to resort to sinister methods, but Furball and little Goldie were different. Xia Fei had not taught these two freaks to be gentlemen, only how to kill their foes, and they were willing to use the most sinister of methods to do so. Fiend Tail. Sun Ziajin watched as his holy beast was being eaten up alive, but he was unable to do anything to help and could only shout in anxiety. At this moment, Xia Fei shifted from passive defense to frenzied attack. Immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue. The vampiric fiendish blade Nirvana. The legendary sword White Dragon's Screech. Xia Fei unleashed all his treasures. Fiend Tail? Whatever tail it is, it shall die. As Furball and little Goldie fought in an unreasonable fashion, Xia Fei roared in an even more frenzied manner. Chapter 1093. Sun Ziajin's ultimate power. Defense had always been a tactic. Just when Furball's battle with Sun Ziajin's flame chain tail had reached a climax, Xia Fei had finally unleashed his all-out attack. No doubt that, although both were holy beasts, Xia Fei's holy beast was stronger. This power was not merely in the combat might that they exhibited but in their personality, too. Under Xia Fei's influence, Furball and little Goldie had developed personalities that other creatures did not have. They were more frenzied and cunning, not caring about what methods they used, only caring about slaying their enemy. Fiend Tail? Whatever tail it is, it shall die. Xia Fei roared. Everything he had up was thrown at Sun Ziajin. Yes, Xia Fei didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, for the mysterious aquamarine was still hiding in the shadows. However, there was only one path before him. Sun Ziajin had cast aside his status in Chaos Society to try and kill Xia Fei, so he could only go all out against him. Future matters would be left for the future. A deluge of attacks. As Xia Fei mounted an all-out assault, Sun Ziajin instantly felt the pressure on him soar. Only at this point did he understand that Xia Fei had not dared to flatten his home because he had someone supporting him, for even without the Aurora clan, Xia Fei was still a peerless warrior. Peacock Blue flailed its 13 blades of grass. It was not only Xia Fei who had started to itch from the lack of battle, even his loyal followers had been very much craving for it. Rumble. Xia Fei traveled at high speeds while dragging along immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, which could attack over a vast area all on its own. The power he had unleashed was terrifying, but it definitely was not everything Xia Fei had. There was the fiendish blade Nirvana, which was under Radix's control, and the legendary sword White Dragon's Screech. They were just waiting for a chance, each of their strikes insidious and lethal. Bang! Sun Ziajin swung his chained blade soul weapon in the air and unleashed a massive arc. This was soul power, a standard soul hunter combat technique. This arc rapidly expanded, sweeping over the land like a crescent moon. Law of primal chaos. No retreating, only advancing. Xia Fei punched out, using primal chaos force, against Sun Ziajin's soul power. Rumble. There was a boom of thunder. At this level, powers would often invisibly clash in the air. Soul power was meant to injure the opponent's soul, while primal chaos force was for reversing everything. That almost imperceptible crescent began to disperse, destroyed by the law of primal chaos's reversal power. Sun Ziajin was aghast. This was already the second time Xia Fei had used this incomprehensible and bizarre power to reverse his attack. This put him in an extremely precarious spot, for while Xia Fei could destroy his attacks, Sun Ziajin could only try and evade the other's frenzied attacks. Of course, trying to evade a crazed speedster was difficult. Even though Sun Ziajin was almost 4 ranks higher than Xia Fei, this was not enough to create a decisive advantage. There was nothing to be done. Speed was just too difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xia Fei did not just have speed, he also had a full arsenal of treasures, which could dominate this battlefield. As Sun Ziajin grew panicky and uneasy, Xia Fei broke through his soul power and charged up to him. Screech. As White Dragon's Screech was held aloft, it let out its characteristic dragon screech. This was a truly sharp and bizarre weapon. Whenever Xia Fei wielded it, it would let out a draconic screech. The intimidating power of this sound alone was enough to make the vast majority of enemies turn pale in fear. Xia Fei was moving too fast. Sun Zijian saw that he could not dodge and used his soul weapon to block his attack. Bang! A pit, 10 meters deep, appeared in the ground, such was the focused power of this attack. The white dragon's screech's vertebrate-like form was thrust into Sun Zijian's chain blade, and its plaintive screech was still going. At this distance, it was sheer torment to Sun Zijian's ears. This was a combo attack of weapon and sound wave. Zing! Sun Zijian's face whitened as he tried his best to push Xia Fei away, but just as he was about to retreat, Peacock Blue arrived, descending from the sky like a giant hand and swatting at him. Bang! Sun Zijian raised his soul weapon to block, and while he did manage to block the attack, he was still thrown several hundred meters away, his body riddled in wounds. These had been inflicted by Peacock Blue, which was like the claw of a devil, sharp and nimble. Around 500 meters away, Sun Zijian met with his flame chain tail. Both of them were panting for breath. Sun Zijian was injured all over, but the flame chain tail was even more injured. It had found it hard to hold out against the combined attacks of Furball and Little Goldie. Growl! The flame chain tail was still roaring, berserked. If there was one thing that other exotic beasts could not learn from holy beasts, it was pride. Even though it was at a disadvantage, and though it was severely injured, the flame chain tail still proudly held its head high like an unbending warrior. In contrast, his master, Sun Zijian, was in tatters after that vicious battle, both physically and mentally. Both men had come from the lower class, had borne unusual experiences, and had extraordinary talent. Sun Zijian was rather similar to Xia Fei in such aspects. Alas, he lacked Xia Fei's mental fortitude. Reckless madness and the willpower to never give up were not things that anyone could pick up and learn. Xia Fei was Xia Fei, and there was no replicating his existence. Sun Zijian scowled, his eyes teeming with anger and hatred. On the other end, Xia Fei was calm and relaxed. Whether one was ruthless or not did not depend on their face's expression but on their performance during battle. This was the difference. Sun Zijian, who thought that the entire universe was against him, was very narrow-minded, whereas Xia Fei would be more than happy to make an enemy out of the entire universe. Xia Fei flexed his wrist. That contest of power just now had left it rather sore. 2. Furball spat out a chunk of the flame chain tail's flesh, while Little Goldie was covered in blood, the blood of its enemy. Xia Fei glanced at Furball and Little Goldie, very comforted by their ability to work together. Little Goldie was a demon chrysalis, a creature of dark space, and it was very difficult for the demon chrysalis to use its full power in conventional space. Fortunately, Furball had drawn most of the flame chain tail's attention, giving Little Goldie the chance to strike. These crazed creatures and their frenzied attacks had pushed a proud holy beast to the brink. This was something Xia Fei had not expected. To tell the truth, he had not been focused on the battle at the start because he was worried about Furball being unable to hold on. Xia Fei was bound to be in a difficult spot if he had to face a holy beast on one side and a high-ranking warrior with 5 soul marks on the other. Fortunately, Furball and Little Goldie had not let him down. Not only had they held out against Holy Beast Flame Chain Tail, they had also left him picking up his teeth from the ground. This allowed him to deal with Sun Zijian at his leisure. Let's not drag this out any further. I'll finish this battle in 3 minutes. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said solemnly. After all, he was a newcomer to the Alpha universe, and he still had the threat of Aquamarine looming in the background. Xia Fei had no desire to prolong this battle. 3 minutes, Sun Zijian sneered. Xia Fei saying he would kill him in 3 minutes had deeply angered him. As a narrow-minded person, he cared about his pride most of all, but Xia Fei refused to give him any, raising his hand and giving him a big slap to the face. His twisted face twitched, and he began to softly laugh, which soon morphed into crazed laughter, his eyes erupting with flames of fury. Let's make a bet. Let's see who will be the one on the ground after 3 minutes. Sun Zijian said coldly. All right, Xia Fei replied tersely. It was a simple answer, but it was bursting with confidence. He was too indifferent, and what Sun Zijian could not stand the most was this attitude, which thought nothing of death. They were both warriors, so why could Xia Fei be so relaxed? Why? On many occasions, anger was strength, a crazy strength. Sun Zijian's body shuddered as his 7th brain region unleashed a powerful soul power, and then his body was engulfed in a giant conflagration. A small-minded person could not stand seeing another person having a good time. Sun Xiaojun had cast aside all apprehensions and forcibly unlocked all his potential. Burning life force again. Why is it that everyone does this when forced to a dead end? Xia Fei spat as he commented mentally. Radix felt very helpless. Xia Fei's words were rather unreasonable. He had already pushed this man to the brink, and he was not even letting the man forcibly increase his power. This was a little too absurd. Not just Sun Xiaojun, Holy Beast Flame Chain Tail had also become extremely restless. Both were clearly holy beasts, yet while Furball was an energy type, the Flame Chain Tail was a standard fire type, its body beginning to seethe in black flames. Flames turning from red to black? Xia Fei did not know what sort of transformation it was, but he was sure that the proud holy beast was putting its life on the line. Awoo! However, in the face of this looming threat from the Flame Chain Tail, not only did Furball not back down, he roared at it with even greater fervor, too. Zing! Golden light! Golden light erupted from Furball's body. This was the purest energy. The foundation of Furball's life. Since the Flame Chain Tail was going all out, Furball had decided to go all out, too. Little Goldie was no longer at Furball's side, having gone into hiding. This lethal and poisonous needle was once more building up power for an insidious strike. While it was not exactly smart, this demon chrysalis had a sharp intuition when it came to battle and knew what it should do at what time. Pal! Sun Xiaojian suddenly thrust out his left arm, and the Flame Chain Tail jumped onto it, its four limbs firmly hugging him. This made Sun Xiaojun's form become very strange. In his right hand was his 3-meter-long chain blade, and if one measured the length of the chain, it could extend up to 15 meters. Wrapped around his left arm was a holy beast and its famous tail, which could also control a range of 15 meters. What was he trying to do? The flames of life continued to burn, and Xia Fei soon bore witness to a strange sight. Sun Xiaojun became completely engulfed in those black flames. Rumble! The assault began in an instant. Xia Fei and all of his powerful allies encroached from all sides, while Sun Xiaojun turned into a black tornado. The black flames had a temperature in the tens of thousands of degrees, and mixed in them was soul power, which had been gained through trading in his Sun Xiaojun's force. This was his ultimate power. Chapter 1094 Trouble may come late, but it comes nevertheless. Sun Xiaojun and Holy Beast Flame Chain Tail had produced a miraculous chemical reaction. First and foremost was their self-protection. That layer of black flames was scorching hot and was even mixed with violent soul power, which made long-distance attacks ineffective. Moreover, there appeared to be some sort of inexplicable energy transference going on between them. Sun Xiaojun, who should be on his last leg, was suddenly bursting with power, his every move able to exert enormous pressure on Xia Fei. Rumble! The Flame Chain Tail's 15-meter-long tail had become a defensive screen for Sun Xiaojun, as if he had grown eyes on the back of his head. No matter what angle Xia Fei attacked from, the Flame Chain Tail could accurately predict his trajectory and block his high-speed attack. The Flame Chain Tail's agility and speed had managed to largely compensate for Sun Xiaojun's lack of speed, and the battle grew more and more intense. Furball! Xia Fei roared as he retreated hastily. Furball and Little Goldie followed, pulling back a whole 5 kilometers. Accelerating at full speed. Accelerating in a curve, Xia Fei became like light as he attacked. Energy was the foundation of all defense and offense. Xia Fei had realized that the quickest and most effective way of dealing with Sun Xiaojun was to unleash an even greater power. It should be so great Sun Xiaojun and the Flame Chain Tail would be unable to handle it. Whoosh! The mysterious soul mark in his 7th brain region began to turn rapidly. The mystical unrestricted soul spirit mark helped Xia Fei gain spirit energy, and it also let him erupt with double his usual combat power. Xia Fei had created distance precisely to exploit fully his speed advantage so that he could sprint and accelerate. Full speed. Eruption. This was a freakish speed. In a flash, Xia Fei had reached his maximum speed of 16 million meters per second. It was impossible to describe the explosive strength endowed by this speed. Even the legendary armor, Celestial Soul Warning, slightly vibrated. It was a sign of just how terrifying Xia Fei's speed was. Bang! Xia Fei gave Furball a solid push, sending him flying out. A powerful energy had enclosed Furball in a protective layer, turning him into a super-speed cannonball that slammed into Sun Xiaojun's chest. Sun Xiaojun's eyes flew open, while the Flame Chain Tail bristled in fear. At this speed, the collision would be akin to an asteroid striking Earth. Sun Ziajin and his holy beast were not sure if they could block such a frenzied strike. Alas, it was moving too fast for Sun Ziajin to dodge even if he wanted to. In a flash, Furball had arrived. Whoosh! The enemy holy beast's famous tail thrust out, its sharp end pointed right at Furball. Pal! This soft and fast tail instantly became as tough as steel. The flame chain tail tried to force back Furball with this method. After all, this was a tough spear, and if Furball wanted to get closer, he would have to push his body onto the spear tip. Roar! Furball acted like he could not see the sharp tail, furiously roaring as he sought to complete his mission. Trying to force Furball to back off? No chance. Furball knew nothing about retreating. To kill was his only mission and objective. Time seemed to stop, followed by the thunderous conclusion. Rumble. Super speed added to Furball's absurd energy reserve had created an earth-shattering result. The flame chain tail's renowned tail shattered. It had broken like glass, letting out black flames as it broke, piece by piece. Roar! The flame chain tail let out a heart-rending roar, and with this scream that bemoaned its fate, flame chain tail slammed into Sun Ziajin. Rumble! There was an explosion of light that made it impossible to see what was happening, but everyone could hear this universe-tearing noise. There was no doubt about the destructive power of this impact. As the massive sound wave traveled, a second figure arrived. This was Xia Fei, traveling at a similarly absurd speed and with a similarly enormous impact. His spirit energy converged as he swung the white dragon's screech. Rumble! One explosion became a chain as Sun Ziajin's long soul weapon, the chain blade, shattered. The blade kept going, cutting into Sun Ziajin's body. Starting from the head, it cleaved through this intermediate soul hunter with 5 soul marks as well as his holy beast. It still was not over with that. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, flashed a myriad of colors as it stabbed into Sun Ziajin's body from an angle, sucking out his energy and soul. Not good. In the indescribable chaos, Xia Fei sensed a hint of turmoil. Sun Ziajin and his holy beast were both burning up their life force. Xia Fei's vicious attack had not just taken their lives but had also triggered an enormous energy collapse. Burning life force was releasing the maximum amount of energy in one's body, and it was limited by the amount of energy the user could endure. However, now that Xia Fei had sliced apart the man and his holy beast, this energy had no more restraint, and it was all unleashed in a single instant. Rumble! This was the energy of a level 5 founder and a holy beast. It was simply too terrifying, the black energy wave spreading out like a nuclear bomb. Sound? There was no sound. This formidable energy had drowned out all sound. Whew! Xia Fei's body uncontrollably flew backward, carried along by the tsunami of energy. It was Radix who made this scream, and only Xia Fei could hear it. At this moment, Radix was desperately absorbing energy with Nirvana. After all, if the shockwave was reduced, Xia Fei would sustain lighter injuries. In the heart of the energy explosion, Nirvana was like a king. It greedily absorbed the surrounding energy. However, this speed was not fast enough. After, this was the detonated energy of 2 super experts. The instantaneous release of energy had far exceeded Nirvana's limits, the pitch-black blade already turning red, giving off thick fume. Even worse was the battlefield only being 20 kilometers away from the city. In less than a second, the energy shockwave would turn the city upside down. Even the Aurora Whist clan would not be spared. There were rules to everything, and while Xia Fei did not intend to harm the Aurora clan, Chaos Society would be unable to just sit back and do nothing. After all, this elite social group was the law enforcer of the Alpha Universe, and it could not allow any expert to run around and do as they pleased. Things were dire. In a flash, the trees at the edge of the city had been turned to dust, and the roofs of homes were already starting to disintegrate. At this moment, a giant net suddenly emerged from the ground. Fukin had finally taken action. Fukin had originally laid down a soul array to take Aquamarine's life, but with the city in danger, he had no other choice but to act. In this way, everyone would know that Xia Fei had an ally in the shadows, an absurdly powerful ally. The death of a holy beast and level 5 founder was not something one could see every day, and this was undoubtedly a rare spectacle. In the air, Xia Fei was completely engulfed in this immense energy. Fortunately, he had the protection of a top-class suit of armor, or else this energy would have torn him apart. This is too much. Xia Fei was awed. He had never expected for the explosion to be this powerful. The massive energy storm had passed, and when Xia Fei saw the surroundings again, he thought that this explosion was excessively powerful. As for the civilians in the city, they were all staring up in the night sky. This explosion had almost obliterated the atmosphere, and a giant vacuum had appeared over the city, revealing the stars in the middle of the day. Thump! Xia Fei was thrown very far by the energy shockwave. He was no longer able to see the city, falling on a mountain densely covered in silver-leaf trees. Standing up, Xia Fei moved his body around and found that he ached all over. This was with the protection of Celestial Soul Warning. It was difficult to imagine what would have happened to him if he had been wearing an ordinary suit of armor. Whoosh whoosh! Little Goldie, Furball, and the fiendish blade Nirvana under Radix's control came over. The explosion had also been quite tough on them, and they had used all their power just to dodge it. They stopped next to Xia Fei and panted for breath. "Are all of you okay?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I didn't expect it, either, for those two to explode and with that much force." Neither Furball nor Little Goldie said anything, only shaking their heads and sighing. As for Radix, he grumbled, "That was a close shave. Good thing I was absorbing energy while falling back, for it took away more than half of the impact, or else the Nirvana might have broken apart." "Xia Fei, you were too careless. If Fukin hadn't made his move, the entire city would have been flattened." Radix was a loyal guard of the Aurora clan, and his heart had leaped to his throat when he saw the city almost about to be engulfed by the explosion. Xia Fei shrugged, extracted a wrinkled cigarette, and placed it in his mouth. Lighting the stick, he took 2 deep drags. "They're a holy beast and a level 5 founder, so the two held formidable soul power," said Xia Fei frankly, not hiding his surprise at the result. "As long as you understand for next time. This isn't the lore realm, where the number of founders is limited. There'll often be battles with founders here. Also, that holy beast Flame Chaintail was at least level 7, an even more savage existence than Furball. By cleaving those 2 top-class war gods in half, it's only natural for a terrifying explosion to ensue," Radix said grimly. Since Xia Fei was alright and the Aurora clan was alright, Radix felt much better. Regardless, the enemies were dead, and Xia Fei had a moment of peace. However, this peace was temporary. After all, Sun Xiaojun had been a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society, and Chaos Society would come looking for an explanation eventually. Xia Fei could never escape trouble. While trouble might come late, it would come nevertheless. Xia Fei remained quiet for quite a long while. He had actually expected this to happen. The soul array meant for Aquamarine being exposed too soon and the death of a patrolling inspector of Chaos Society at Xia Fei's hands were all problems, but this was only the corner of the iceberg. This battle was only the prelude to even greater trouble. Suddenly furrowing his brows, he silently dropped the wrinkly cigarette from his mouth and stood up. He looked toward the city. "Hat. Pretty sharp. You noticed that I arrived?" It was a female voice, cold and lacking in human emotion. "Aquamarine." Xia Fei silently clenched his fists as he growled. At this moment, Xia Fei was far away from the soul array Fukin had laid down. Chapter 1095. I will connive you to death. Aquamarine. Xia Fei roared, his brows furrowing. In front of him was a very strange-looking woman. She appeared to be a woman getting on in the years, but her skin was like aquamarine, appearing translucent. This was probably how she had gotten the name Aquamarine. Her eyes were black, empty, and lifeless. This was the worst scenario Xia Fei could have imagined. He had been waiting for Aquamarine all this while, but it had been Sun Xiaojun who showed up, but after he killed the man, Aquamarine emerged from out of nowhere. In this story of twists and turns, the most dangerous enemy had been left for last. He looked around. He was far away from the soul array that Fukin had laid down, so all of their meticulous preparations had been rendered useless. Xia Fei could not help but chuckle. Lighting a cigarette, he massaged the wound on his chest while he puffed out smoke rings. Aquamarine was very curious, asking with a smile, "What? Have you given up on fighting back, or are you waiting for your so-called reinforcements? I advise you to give up. Without a soul array, Fukin is no match for me." Xia Fei still said nothing, kicking at a nearby pebble, which arced through the air and landed in the distance. Aquamarine chuckled again. "Buying time is also pointless. The city is in chaos, and nobody will think that you and I are on this mountain." Xia Fei sighed and asked helplessly, "You just have a rather cold personality and don't seem like some particularly wicked person, why did you cast such an insidious curse on my grandfather?" This question was rather innocent, as if these two were not enemies facing off. Even Aquamarine found this to be rather amusing. Shaking her head, she replied, "You're too cunning, how can you be Wistful Valley's grandson? If not for you using Peacock Blue and the law of primal chaos earlier, I might have really been fooled by you. Alas, it no longer matters how innocent you pretend to be. Your heedless attack just then has already exposed your true personality and cultivation." When Xia Fei was not doing anything, he looked innocent and harmless, and Aquamarine could not help but sigh in wonder at how deceptive his appearance could be. Earlier, he had crazily attacked Chaos Society's son Xiaojun, his berserk appearance making him seem like a man-eating devil. Xia Fei smiled and continued to act unconcerned. He had achieved his goal. Though Aquamarine said that she had not been fooled by Xia Fei's outer appearance, she had already unconsciously lowered her guard. In a battle with 0% chance of victory, he would fight for even the smallest chance. After all, his life was on the line. Since Fukin is no match for you, I naturally can't win, either, so why don't you just answer my question out of the kindness in your heart and do a good deed for once in your life? Xia Fei said, lowering himself. Aquamarine was taken aback. As an old witch who had come from an unknown universe and had lived for countless years, she had never seen someone as strange as Xia Fei. He moved so naturally from madness to calmness that it seemed instinct. People often had two faces, but Xia Fei had many faces. In truth, there's no harm in telling you. The reason is very simple, your grandfather stole from me, and those things he stole were all very important. You've already experienced the power of the immemorial mystical armaments and the law of primal chaos, so you should understand that such things don't belong to this universe. A pity, Aquamarine glanced at the stars, melancholia in her eyes, as if the mere sight of Peacock Blue and the law of primal chaos had stirred some old memories. A pity that you are ultimately a short-sighted little fellow. You triggered the plant elemental power and obtained the complete synthesized form of Peacock Blue, you even harnessed the power of that most concealed part of your genes, becoming an orthodox spiritualist of healing. All of that is excellent, but since you're so smart, how come you've never wondered why the Alpha universe hasn't had any spiritualist of healing as of late? Is it a good thing that you're the only who knows how to control this special spirit energy? Xia Fei frowned slightly. It truly was very strange that the spiritualist lineage in the Alpha universe had been waning and that not a single spiritualist of healing had appeared for many years, all until Xia Fei activated Peacock Blue and returned to this place. Aquamarine paused and then went on. It would be one thing if you unlocked the healing potential on your own, but this ability was given to you by Peacock Blue. It's because of you that the 5 natural elements were reactivated. You obtained the plant element, which means that other people will get the other 4. You must understand that of the 5 elements, your plant element signifies life and healing, the only non-combat element. You can only use your ability to help people, but you can't use the power of the elements to fight. Do you still think it's lucky that you activated the 5 elements? These words stirred many memories in Xia Fei's mind, particularly those 4 mysterious lights he had seen when he first arrived at the Alpha universe. You're saying that when I arrived, there were 4 lights that arrived with me in the Alpha universe, each one representing an elemental power, asked Xia Fei. Aquamarine replied calmly, correct. Metal, plant, water, fire, and earth are the 5 fundamental elements that make up the universe. Don't think that the 30 immemorial mystical armaments are as one, when in actuality, they're mortal foes. I don't know how you managed to activate Peacock Blue. This is your fortune, but it's also your tragedy, for the plant element is the weakest of the 5. Moreover, with the activation of the plant element, the other 4 elements had also activated themselves in self-defense. Even if I don't kill you, it won't be long before other people in this universe will have discovered the other elemental powers, and they will want to kill you. This is your fate. The 5 elemental powers are all opposed to one another. When I brought the 30 elemental mystical armaments to this universe, I was only planning on taking the strongest, the water element, using water's all-encompassing nature to merge all the 5 elements. Alas, while I had the mystical armaments, I didn't have the luck and was incapable of finding a way of merging them all. The 5 elements remained in that scattered form of existence, right until your grandfather stole them. Aquamarine grew more and more agitated as she spoke, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Still, your grandfather was very lucky, for he had a very unusual grandson. You managed to do what I couldn't. Now, I just need to find the water mystical armament and subdue it, and after which, I can settle that old score. This makes me very thrilled, so thrilled that I told you this much. Ha 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 ha. Aquamarine spread her arms apart, her hair wildly dancing in the wind as thick killing intent erupted from her. Those not of the same race would inevitably hold different ideals. Aquamarine had never been a kind sort, and Xia Fei understood that she had told him all this because she wanted him to die in regret. Xia Fei had gone to great lengths of merging the mystical armaments, and in the end, he had just inadvertently helped his enemy. Who could accept such a thing? A perfect plan had been ruined just like that. Without Fukin's soul array, what chance did Xia Fei have of winning, and how could he accept that? Are you angry? I'd really like to see you angry. You were so impressive when you went all out to kill that child, so why have you fallen silent now? Is it because you've accepted your fate? Aquamarine continued to speak insidiously. Surprisingly, Xia Fei smiled breezily and said, "You're saying that the plant element is the weakest of the five." "Correct. What's the point if it can't help you in battle? It's no better than trash." Aquamarine said loudly. Xia Fei laughed, his eyes erupting with a sharp light. He moved very quickly and lightly stroked his spatial ring. A dazzling pillar of light then shot into the clouds. As the light rose, a cold and intimidating aura engulfed the area. Bang bang! 4 figures appeared, 4 comets making impact. They landed in 4 different positions around Aquamarine, surrounding her. Great Soul Hunter of the Venus of Eternal Night, Cloud Knight. Great Soul Hunter of the Aurora Clan, Wistful Hesius. Great Soul Hunter of the Tong Star Pavilion, the Alpha Universe's illustrious soul weapon collector, Tongjin Liang. There was also that great master of the orthodox spiritualist path, Fukin. 4 powerful allies had arrived, as if everything had been arranged beforehand. In 1 second, the tables had been turned. Xia Fei was not alone. 4 peak experts were facing down Aquamarine with him, too. "Pa!" Pointing at Aquamarine, the most irascible Cloud Knight shouted, "I couldn't get you last time, and my soul mark was even wounded by you. I was looking to settle this debt, but you ended up coming to me. No more words. One of us is walking away alive." The other 3 said nothing, but they looked at Aquamarine coldly. Aquamarine had not expected Xia Fei to have secretly invited over so many experts. Fighting 4 of Alpha Universe's best experts all at the same time could only be a trying task for her. Cloud Knight was one thing, Aquamarine had fought him before and had some measure of his strength, but Aurora Clan Patriarch Wistful Hesius had always been very mysterious. No one had ever seen his true power. As for Tongjin Liang, he was known as the most irresponsible great soul hunter of the Alpha Universe. Just what method had Xia Fei used to have this man, who had spent his entire life slacking off, to come here? The most important of all was Fukin. This successor of the orthodox spirit lineage was a great spiritualist. Everyone knew that when a spiritualist took up a weapon, calamity would descend. Gnashing her teeth, Aquamarine swept her pitch-black eyes over the group and said coldly, "Very good. I truly didn't expect that all of you would be willing to help Xia Fei out. I guess that the quarrel between the Aurora Clan and the Night Clan, as well as Xia Fei being driven out, was all staged." Xia Fei admitted shamelessly, "You guessed it right. I've always treated people with kindness, so how could I quarrel with the Night Clan, and how could I inexplicably be banished from the clan? What a joke! What about you? Tongjin Liang, what reason do you have to stand on their side?" Aquamarine asked, unwilling to give up. Tongjin Liang shrugged and said casually, "I'm not standing on their side. I'll stand on the side of anyone who can give me a good soul weapon." Aquamarine went pale and said no more. This scheme that Xia Fei had concocted on the spot was not that hard to see through. The problem was Sun Xiaojin's very timely appearance. That had truly been a battle to the death, and since these people had not appeared then, Aquamarine reckoned that Xia Fei had truly been abandoned by the Aurora clan, leaving Fukin as his only ally. This was why she had dared to appear on guard 83, completely ignoring the fact that this was the territory of the Aurora Wist clan. "The 4 of you won't be able to keep me." Aquamarine swung her arms and screeched in fury. "Have you gone senile? Who do you think these 4 are? You think they would come without helpers?" spat Xia Fei sarcastically. "I'm not my even-tempered grandfather. I may be unable to beat you, but I will connive you to death right now." Chapter 1096. Cerulean Soul Gem. "I may be unable to beat you, but I will connive you to death right now." Xia Fei spat. Aquamarine's face began to twist. As she was from a different universe, Aquamarine was different from the sapient life form Xia Fei was used to. Her skin had a bizarrely translucent and faint blue luster. However, all sapient life forms had rather ugly faces when they became angry. That pale blue face turned weird as powerful energy erupted from every inch of Aquamarine's skin. Xia Fei could sense that this was the result of cultivating both spirit and soul. There was a hair-raising chill to this energy. Good. Very good. Puny life forms, if you think that you have enough power to stop me, then try as much as you like. Aquamarine screamed and did something no one had expected. Vast amounts of energy flooded out, like a pressurized wheel suddenly exploding. With a deafening explosion, the surrounding trees were cut down and the earth was sundered. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fei shouted, "She wants to escape. Hurry up and strike." Whoosh! The movements of experts were basically unseeable, only leaving a few blurry afterimages. The four experts converged on Aquamarine from four directions, while Xia Fei grabbed Furball and jumped into the air. With his sharp judgment, Xia Fei had realized that Aquamarine's sudden release of energy was not some expression of rage but rather an attempt to create chaos, using that chance to escape. The experts covered the four sides, so Aquamarine was likely to choose up or down. Sure enough. As Xia Fei jumped up, Aquamarine disappeared from the ground. She was not a fool. She knew that these were four masters, four patriarchs even. They would never fight alone. In places that she could not see, there were undoubtedly even more experts, forming a second and even third encirclement. Xia Fei's vivid performance had been for no other reason than to give them time to lay down their trap. After all, this battle was very far from the site he had planned, and he needed to set everything up again. Oh, no. She went underground. Radix shouted. Don't worry. Whether it's sky or earth, Aquamarine can't run away. Xia Fei replied. Only then did Radix notice that, though Xia Fei had flown in the air, immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue had not followed him. The giant blades of grass, each more than 10 kilometers long, had cunningly hidden underneath the surface. It turned out that Xia Fei had already laid down countermeasures. Peacock Blue was of the plant element, and the plant element used the earth as its foundation, a master of underground combat. Flip it over! Xia Fei roared, and the 13 blades of Peacock Blue crazily writhed, acting like 13 giant snakes as they rapidly dug through the earth and flung it all into the air. Rumble! Such power! Dozens of furrows, several kilometers deep, instantly appeared, all of them the work of Peacock Blue's frenzied attack. Bang! Aquamarine flew out of the earth, and behind her was a pack of snakes. Peacock Blue had forced the woman back to the surface. This is the plant-type mystical armament that you look down on. I'm going to show you its true strength now. Xia Fei swung White Dragon's Screech while the four peak experts used their own moves, forcing Aquamarine into a narrow area. The battle had been one-sided from the very start. Just as Aquamarine said, Peacock Blue, which had given Xia Fei healing abilities, was the only one among the 5 elements that could not be used in battle. Xia Fei could not use this power in battle, but he could use it as the foundation for his own power. If Xia Fei were not a healer, Great Master Spiritualist Fukin would not be so taken by him, even considering taking him as his last disciple. If Xia Fei were not a healer, he would never have an irreplaceable status in the clan, such that Patriarch Wistful Hesius would resist the pressure of those old softies in the clan to act on his behalf. If Xia Fei were not a healer, Tong Star Pavilion's master, Tong Jin Liang, would never make an exception by standing on his side. If he had not used his healing powers to heal the injuries of the Venus of Eternal Night's Patriarch, Cloud Knight, this stubborn donkey would never pay Xia Fei the slightest attention. Aquamarine was not wrong. Healing was indeed not an offensive power, but it could subdue the hearts of others. It could make more experts gather at Xia Fei's side. One person might have limited power, but a group of them could unleash such strength that even the infamous Wanderer, Aquamarine, would be forced into dire straits. This was a heavenly ability. It may not have been very useful to the loner Aquamarine, but with his well-developed mind, Xia Fei could do many unthinkable things. The era of fighting alone was a thing of the past, and when facing a stronger enemy, fighting them in groups was the way. Rumble! Fierce! Indescribably fierce! The formidable Aquamarine was fighting to a draw against the 4 peak experts and Xia Fei, fighting across the heavens and earths, from the abyss all the way to the stars. At this level, a single move was enough to wreak havoc. Once one had finished cultivating the body and obtained a soul mark, an expert could call themselves a founder. They could create worlds and could also destroy worlds. Insane! These people are too insane. While fighting, Xia Fei mentally cried in shock. He was a madman through and through, so for him to say such a thing, it was truly rare. Radix said excitedly, remember, these are the peak experts of the Alpha universe. Those guys without soul marks in the lore realm are just too weak. At this level, when you attack, you use soul power and dark energy powers that surpasses human imagination. Xia Fei firmly nodded. To tell the truth, one could not watch these inhuman experts using one's eyes. They would not any particularly flashy moves, but with a wave of their hands, energy that could shatter galaxies would erupt, and the stars would dim. The battle reminded Xia Fei of those legends of founder gods who could single-handedly create worlds and reverse heaven and hearth. The ground was too confined a space for this battle, so the battle had long ago gone from Guard 83 to space. True experts had surpassed life and death and could travel through the stars without combat armor. Gravity? Vacuum? They could all screw off. The ultimate power of life could surpass all common understanding. Even terrifying black holes could not stop these godly warriors. The attackers were Xia Fei and 4 peak experts, but in farther off areas, there were even more experts in reserve, ready to charge onto the battlefield at any time. While battling, Xia Fei observed the moves of these experts, taking advantage of this rare opportunity. There were many times where battle was not just about techniques, but also about experience. Seeing all these peak experts fighting on the same battlefield was undoubtedly a good thing for Xia Fei. Xia Fei quickly discovered that the stronger the expert, the simpler the move. On many occasions, it was more a contest of cultivation than skill. At this level, ordinary tricks rarely had a lethal effect. They contested each other in cultivation and energy reserve. Especially energy. These old fellows all had absurd energy levels. Energy was the foundation of combat, and the higher one's rank, the greater one's energy reserve. It was no wonder origin crystals were no longer the primary energy vessels used in the Alpha universe. Such fierce battles far surpassed the capacity of origin crystals. Other than the 3 highest tier crystals, the Alpha universes really did not use origin energy. They mostly used soul power and the mysterious dark energy. As the battle dragged on, Aquamarine began to feel an immense pressure. From start up to this moment, she had not once gained the upper hand in this battle. Cerulean Soul Gem. Almost driven mad by desperation, Aquamarine suddenly shouted this. Watch out! That move of hers is very formidable. She used that very same move on me and managed to injure me, warned Cloud Knight in an even louder voice. Aquamarine's body began to transform, as mysterious energy seeped out of her body and gathered around her. Even more bizarre was that this energy was hardening, becoming crystal. Be it origin energy, which signified positive energy, or soul power, which signified dark energy, both were formless. But how could a formless energy take on a physical form? Xia Fei was surprised by what he saw while the other experts, excluding Cloud Knight, frowned. The cerulean crystal continued to expand, gradually taking a form that left Xia Fei shocked, for this was a human form. It was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old, and while it was rather distinct, it had all the features of a sapient life form. Don't be fooled. That girl is vicious. The strange blue crystal is meant to distract you. The moment you drop your guard, you'll be wounded by a powerful energy. Cloud Knight had experienced Aquamarine's moves before and shouted in warning. Is that blue translucent person Aquamarine's clone? Xia Fei wondered. As he was thinking of this, Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius unleashed a fierce soul attack on the blue crystal. Rumble. There was an explosion of light, but the crystal was unharmed. Such a formidable energy vessel. That's no ordinary energy. Xia Fei gasped mentally. It must be understood that this was Aurora Horizon. The strongest soul hunter technique of the Aurora clan, yet this great soul hunter art could not damage this cerulean crystal at all. Its toughness had reached a terrifying level. Hey! Wistful Hesius seemed to be very surprised over his attack not even inflicting any damage on the cerulean crystal's surface. He then went slightly pale out of embarrassment. Cloud Knight shouted, I told you to ignore her. That thing is very weird. No attacks work on it. Get ready and focus. It'll start moving soon, and its combat power is no laughing matter. If we can't kill Aquamarine before that blue crystal finishes forming, we'll all be in danger. Cloud Knight sweated hard. He knew how terrifying that blue crystal in human form was, and so he unleashed 200% of his power at Aquamarine. Alas, his warning was inaccurate, for before he even finished speaking, that human-shaped cerulean crystal had already started to move. Chapter 1097 Soul Eye. All this was very strange. It was one thing for energy to condense into a crystal, but for this energy to take human form and even be capable of movement. It was not the same as Xiao Yu's amethyst guard. While they were both crystals, amethyst guard originated from tiny particles in the air, which went through a complicated process to take the form of crystal. Aquamarine's crystal was instead formed from pure energy. Xia Fei did not know how much energy was needed to achieve this state, but from that extremely tough defense, it was clear that the energy within had reached astronomical levels. Cloud Knight had barely spoken when that cerulean crystal in the form of a little girl suddenly twitched. Her form was rather complete now, with her hands, feet, ears, and even her transparent eyes being capable of movement. She scanned the crowd with her incomprehensibly bizarre eyes. Hurry! There's no time to lose. If we don't kill Aquamarine, we'll have to deal with a huge problem, roared Cloud Knight, stirring everyone from their stupors. This cerulean-colored energy life form was truly bizarre, and even the usually focused Xia Fei could not help but glance at it a few more times. Forget about that weird thing. Aquamarine is the real body. As long as we can kill her, that strange human-shaped thing will disappear. Cloud Knight said as he attacked. Real body? Which one is the real body? Why is it that the most human-like life form must be the real body? Is that the only form in which life can exist? Cloud Knight's words only created more questions for Xia Fei. Xia Fei liked to think, and unlike others, he often considered problems from various perspectives. As had been proven countless times, he had never walked the conventional path and never acted according to common sense, the same was true for his way of thinking. Moreover, Xia Fei possessed astoundingly sharp mind, but no matter how sharp his mind was, it could not keep up with the developments on the battlefield. The strange blue crystal life form suddenly moved. The little girl placed her hands in front of her chest and took up an offensive stance. Cloud Knight had already said that this blue crystal life form was a powerful offensive weapon. Once she entered the battle, she would give Xia Fei's side an unimaginable amount of trouble. At this moment, Fukin suddenly made a weird action. Stroking his spatial ring, he pulled out a soul weapon. It was a mottled glass pearl of red, white, and blue, about the size of a billiard ball. Even from a distance, Xia Fei could sense that it was thrumming with intense energy. It clearly was no ordinary item, even if he did not know what it was actually used for. Soul Eye. That's a soul eye. The soul weapon expert, Tongjin Liang, glanced at that item, and his eyes flew open. He even forgot that he was in the middle of battle, only staring at that strange glass pearl. Everyone else went pale in shock, with Aquamarine even letting out a terrified scream. This was very abnormal. Aquamarine was a formidable character, managing to hold out against Xia Fei and the four peak experts, but the moment she saw the soul eye, she went pale in fear. There was clearly something odd about the soul eye. A second later, to everyone's surprise, Fukin crushed the soul eye into pieces. Ah! That's a soul eye! How could you do that? Yelled Tongjin Liang in frustration, placing a hand on his head. It was as if Fukin had killed his dad rather than having just destroyed a soul eye. Eye of soul seizing, go! Fukin remained very calm, seemingly not caring much about this soul eye that Tongjin Liang regarded as a treasure. Fukin shouted, and an eye of red, white, and blue emerged in the form of a vast net of energy. The three different colors began to revolve rapidly within the soul eye. Xia Fei realized that this method of operation was very similar to the soul mark in the seventh brain region. The three colors were like tadpoles, circling around in a dizzying fashion. Bang! The three colors converged, then a single eye appeared silently in the universe, and charged at Aquamarine. The scene was straight out of a fantasy. Gritting her teeth, Aquamarine acted as if she were facing some formidable enemy, using all of her power to try and get away from the soul eye. Alas, this strange eye seemed to only be capable of seeing her, as it doggedly pursued her. Soul eye? What is that? Xia Fei muttered. That strange eye did not seem to have much power, so he felt confused why Aquamarine was afraid of it. It should be a mobile soul array. Fukin's soul eye gives off an indescribable feeling, but since Aquamarine is afraid and Tongjin Liang is shocked, that three-colored eye should be very powerful. Radix speculated, not completely understanding what was going on, either. Soul arrays were a specialty of spiritualists. They were laid down with energy, and those who went in were essentially walking into cages and would be left at the mercy of the ones controlling the soul arrays. This mobile soul array had opened Xia Fei's mind. With this soul eye, one could essentially throw it out whenever the situation was bad and create an array to slay their foe. Still, Xia Fei noticed that this soul eye was not then just a simple array. There was also something in there that he could not fathom. After her. Don't let Aquamarine escape, yelled Cloud Knight, his eyes going red. Ever since Aquamarine injured him, Cloud Knight had been holding a grudge. This eccentric old man who always avenged the slightest wrong seemed to have gone crazy as he desperately chased after Aquamarine. What about that weird thing? Asked wistful Hejus. It was quite strange. That crystal girl was running off in exactly the opposite direction of where Aquamarine had run off to, leaving them in a bind. Forget about her. That's not Aquamarine's real body, our target is over here. Cloud Knight seemed to be even more full of zeal than Xia Fei, fiercely chasing Aquamarine. Real body? Xia Fei gasped. He then suddenly turned around and chased after that cerulean crystal, leaving the main group. Why are you chasing that thing? She's not Aquamarine, and she's not your foe, either. Hurry up and go back so that we can kill Aquamarine. Radix shouted. Having personally witnessed Wistful Valley's death, Radix, whose eyes had gone very bloodlust at this point, was anxious to kill Aquamarine so that he could avenge Wistful Valley's death. Don't forget. No one has ever been to Aquamarine's universe. Who can say for sure what her real body looks like? Xia Fei replied. Radix froze. Xia Fei was right. No one had ever actually seen Aquamarine's real body, so Cloud Knight was not necessarily right. Xia Fei was very cautious, and when he attacked, he made sure to pull out the enemy by the roots. No matter what this bizarre crystal was, today must be the day she dies. Whoosh! Xia Fei was a speedster, and he could turn around very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to that strange human-shaped crystal. While Radix was unwilling to let Aquamarine go, he was currently the controller of Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana and had a duty to stay by his side. With no other choice, Radix helplessly watched Aquamarine flee and then went off with Xia Fei in pursuit of that strange crystal. Furball attacked first, unleashing a series of dazzling energy waves, then Peacock Blue swung out from Xia Fei's right arm, and last was the White Dragon's Screech, thrusting at the waist of that human-shaped crystal. It was a classic combination attack from Xia Fei, and it was the type of attack Xia Fei could be deemed as most skilled in. He used all the weapons that could deal damage at once, not giving his opponent any chance of surviving. Rumble! There was a massive explosion as that human-shaped crystal came under the fiercest barrage, but Xia Fei scowled. This was because the White Dragon's Screech had been stopped by some unimaginably tough substance and had not advanced a single inch. The attacks of Furball and Peacock Blue had not had an effect, either. Is there really no way of hurting her? Xia Fei remarked in shock. The White Dragon's Screech was a legendary weapon forged from dragon bone and possessed a frightening lethality, but even this legendary sword could not injure his opponent. This was just absurd. Xia Fei had put all his power into that blow. Upon being attacked, the human-shaped crystal suddenly turned around. Xia Fei was very close, so he had a clear view of her face. This strange crystal was smiling at him. This human-shaped crystal had very small hands, like those that belonged to a child, but this did not stop her from making lethal attacks. With the light rays of her left hand, a lethal energy shot towards Xia Fei. This was not soul power but rather a power that Xia Fei was more familiar with, the subversive power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's only choice when dealing with a primal chaos attack was to counter it using the same law force. Law of primal chaos versus law of primal chaos. Bang! Both laws clashed, then a strange electromagnetic noise traveled across space, as unpleasant as a sharp object dragged across glass. It was all the power of subversion, so now, it was just a matter of whose was stronger. Whoosh! The unrestricted soul spirit mark in Xia Fei's seventh brain region crazily spun. There was no command for Xia Fei. The soul mark had fiercely come to life entirely because it had sensed danger. Spirit energy. This energy system unique to spiritualists was supporting Xia Fei as he fought with the human-shaped crystal's boundless energy till the end. Xia Fei had always cautiously preserved his spirit energy precisely so that it was there when he needed it most. Now, this carefully preserved spirit energy finally had a place to be used, and he used as much as he could. The human-shaped crystal seemed to be very surprised by Xia Fei's energy reserve. They were both using the law of primal chaos, and they both had a vast sea of energy. Neither could wound the other. At times like this, they could only compete in terms of energy. Neither side could back down for fear of suffering a backlash from the frenzied law of primal chaos. No one understood more than Xia Fei what the law of primal chaos could do. This was the power to reverse everything. Oro had gone from being a Lionheart royalty to a human all because of this law, so there was no telling what would happen to him if he was hit by the law of primal chaos. This is it. No retreating. Xia Fei roared inwardly. After helping Cloud Knight recover, Xia Fei still had 65 units of spirit energy left. This time, even he had to use up all his spirit energy, he would not give a single inch. Crazy. All of them had gone crazy. Xia Fei could not retreat, and neither could the human-shaped crystal. Energy waves and piercing shrieks resounded. It was like two bolts of lightning, wrapping around each other and biting at each other. Rumble. Furball, Peacock Blue, Little Goldie, and Fiendish Blade Nirvana. Xia Fei's powerful allies turned insane the moment they saw that he was in a tough spot. They all began to attack that tenacious and weird crystal from all sides. This was his greatest advantage. Xia Fei was never alone when he fought. Chapter 1098. A group of reckless madmen. A stalemate was what experts most feared. In a contest based entirely on how much energy one had, there was no opportunity to be exploited. This situation was not exactly advantageous to Xia Fei, for he could not utilize his specialty. Other than cultivation, he was able to kill people above his level primarily because of his meticulous plans, but not even the best plans would do him any good now. He could only battle to the death with this human-shaped crystal. So you're Aquamarine's real body? Xia Fei frowned and spoke grimly. The human-shaped crystal on the other side was startled, but she did not reply. However, Xia Fei could tell from her reaction that he was right. It turned out that the real Aquamarine did not have a body of flesh like other sapient life forms but a body of aggregated energy, instead. Energy could exist as a form of life? Xia Fei did not understand how this could be, but he did not care at this time. All he needed to do was win in this battle. Whether this thing in front of him was human or not, it had to die. Rumble. Furball, Peacock Blue, Little Goldie, Nirvana, and Radix all went crazy. They could not participate in this battle of energy, so they decided to just barrage Aquamarine with attacks. Awoo! Furball let out a series of vicious howls and then swiftly created distance, trying to use his own energy collisions to end the current stalemate. Furball was truly a cunning holy beast, he even had an unbelievable understanding of the situation at hand. Xia Fei was evenly matched with Aquamarine, and neither side could win. Their two intense energy forces had come together into a giant mass of energy. This energy ball was balanced and did not lean toward any side, but if Furball rammed into this energy ball from behind Xia Fei, he could apply extra pressure for his master. In this contest of law of primal chaos, Furball's power might not be that vicious, but it could still achieve an extraordinary effect. This was because there was a balance. As long as the balance was broken, the tables would turn in Xia Fei's favor. However, this balance had been achieved through the law of primal chaos, which had the rare power to subvert. By interfering in this battle between Xia Fei and Aquamarine, Furball was very likely to injure himself. With his mind made up, the creature's little eyes burst with bright light. Exotic beasts protected their masters, and holy beasts were even more devoted toward serving them. No matter how cunning Furball was, that was only to his enemies. He was so loyal to Xia Fei it could make one emotional. Furball drew back without the slightest hesitation, determined to carry out his plan. Aquamarine looked at Furball suspiciously. She did not understand. Why was someone as smart as Furball doing something so stupid? Suddenly, just when Furball was about to explode forward, Radix, who was controlling Nirvana, stopped him. Let me. I'm an immortal soul. At worst, Nirvana will be destroyed. If I can kill that wicked woman, I'll do it. Radix shouted at Xia Fei, hoping that the other would stop the crazy Furball and let him go. As a servant of the Aurora clan and Wistful Valley's personal bodyguard, Radix was extremely loyal and hated Aquamarine down to his bones. This is subversive power. You'll die, too. Xia Fei shouted back. This was just how it was. The law of primal chaos was too crazy and too unreasonable. Xia Fei was sure that be it Radix or Furball, they would both be heavily injured if they came into contact with this lethal law force. That was not something he wanted to see no matter what. At this moment, the rather dumb little Goldie understood what was going on. The little golden insect ran to Furball's side, also creating distance so that it could make a reckless charge. Why are you running over to cause trouble, too? Hurry up and leave. Xia Fei roared furiously, but he was actually rather moved. It was only at critical moments that one's true face would be revealed. Right now, Furball, Radix, and Little Goldie were willing to give their lives so that Xia Fei could win this battle. A group of loyal comrades. A group of reckless madmen. The companionship of these crazies alone had made life worth living. A stalemate was not a solution, but adding in a third force would put his comrades in danger. The usually decisive Xia Fei became hesitant. He wanted to win, but he did not want to sacrifice his precious friends. Suddenly, the silent peacock blue made a strange reaction. It made itself extremely long, extending to a length of 20 kilometers, and then its 13 blades of grass balled their tips into bullets, which were all aimed straight at Aquamarine. Good idea. Whoever says that the plant-type mystical armament is trash, I'll kill them. Xia Fei realized what Peacock Blue intended to do and shouted. Yes, be it Furball, Radix, or Little Goldie, all would be in danger if they tried to be a third party in this battle, but what if they did not enter the battle and, instead, only sent their energy over from a safe distance? Peacock Blue had come up with this wonderful idea. This was a plant-type mystical armament with a powerful vitality. As long as its roots remained, it could be reborn no matter what difficulties it faced. The rebirth of the phoenix, a life everlasting. The plant-type mystical armament was just this powerful, just this tenacious. Peacock Blue had offered its blades of grass as the cushion of the impact. In this way, Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix could use their full power without fear of being swept up in the power of the law of primal chaos. The one to get caught would be Peacock Blue, but while its blades of grass would be destroyed, it could just regrow them through its tenacious vitality. All right. Let's do that. Xia Fei shouted. Peacock Blue formed its blades of grass into tough shields, while Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix built up power behind them. With an order from Xia Fei, they would push the shields forward and become a third force in this battle. Rumble. Peacock Blue, Furball, Little Goldie, and Radix. This group of reckless daredevils moved forward in unison. A holy beast, a fiend blade, a mystical armament, and the king of demon chrysalises. Each one was a super expert that could hold their own on the battlefield. When their four powers combined, they became like a roaring asteroid. Aquamarine's eyes widened as she beheld this unbelievable sight. At this moment, she finally understood that she was not fighting with one maniac, but multiple. Whoosh! Peacock Blue adjusted its body in flight, plunging into Aquamarine as sharp spikes. Bang! Accurate and powerful. The third stream of energy had finally arrived. This was the key to breaking the balance. Peacock Blue's blades of grass shattered, but they succeeded in delivering the energy onto the battlefield. The balanced law of primal chaos forces swiftly began to favor Xia Fei. Aquamarine screamed. It turned out that this bizarre energy crystal form could speak. Alas, her voice was very unpleasant. Clack! There was an almost undetectable sound in the chaos. The entry of Furball and the others into the battle had multiplied the pressure on Aquamarine, causing a thin crack to appear on her nearly indestructible crystal body. While it was just a small crack, it was a sign that the balance of this battle had tipped. One needed to act decisively at crucial moments. Seeing that she could no longer hang on, Aquamarine immediately decided to give up and flee. Crack crack! More cracking sounds could be heard. Aquamarine allowed the powerful force to act on her back by turning and running, yet her crystal body was so tough that she was not instantly obliterated, only suffering some injury. Good job! Xia Fei yelled. He now had a means of dealing with Aquamarine, the law of primal chaos. Victory would ultimately rely on the power of subversion. The cracks on Aquamarine's body had been inflicted by the law of primal chaos. What could be more pleasing than using her own law power to kill her? Whoosh whoosh! Xia Fei waved his hand, ordering his pack of crazy comrades to pursue Aquamarine. Aquamarine no longer had the courage to face Xia Fei. He could use the law of primal chaos to neutralize her attacks, and she did not dare to compete with him when it came to the law of primal chaos. After all, Xia Fei was not alone. Even though he was no longer among the Skywings, he still had a pack of wolves at his beck and call. A comet suddenly smashed into a shattered planet, creating a deep crater. This was no comet, though. Rather, Aquamarine had been kicked out of the sea of stars by someone. This bizarre crystal form panted for breath as it lay in the crater, not moving. The fiendish blade Nirvana paused at Aquamarine's head, its pitch-black blade releasing a pale light. Furball, Peacock Blue, and Little Goldie surrounded Aquamarine, while Xia Fei held White Dragon's Screech, gathering the law of primal chaos within it to deal the finishing blow. It was clear from how hard little Goldie and Furball were breathing that this battle had not been easy. Even if Xia Fei had found a way to deal with Aquamarine, it had still taken considerable energy to force her to the brink. Xia Fei could not but think of a question. Since Aquamarine had come from another universe, then she definitely was not the only one with this weird crystal body. What was his plan if a pack of weirdos like this popped up? The universe was truly unfathomably vast, possessing even such incomprehensible life forms like Aquamarine. You're about to die, so I'll give you a chance to speak, just like how you listened to my chattering from before, Xia Fei smiled and said softly. He was plotting something again. He could kill Aquamarine whenever he wanted, but Xia Fei did not want this monster to die so easily. It would be great if he could gain some key information about the universe Aquamarine used to live and why she had chosen to keep this crystal body a secret. Aquamarine stared at Xia Fei with her transparent eyes, her teeth gnashing together to make an awful noise. Don't think that you'll be safe just because you managed to kill me here. Like I said, you activated the 5 elements but only obtained the weakest of the 5, the plant type. It won't be long before enemies with the other elements come to find and crush you. Aquamarine said viciously. Frowning, Xia Fei said, I've already got you on the ground, yet you're still thinking that the plant type is the weakest. Aquamarine laughed and spat venomously. Don't think that, just because you can use the healing ability to gather allies, it means that you can fight against true experts. Once you run into them, you'll understand that founders, who have only just unlocked soul power, are just ants. No number of ants can save you. Xia Fei was rather confused. Aquamarine was saying that founders, who could use soul power, were just ants. Did that not mean that there were even stronger existences in various universes? He had never heard of this. The strongest people in the Alpha universe should be level 9 soul masters, apex founders. If founders are ants, then who aren't ants? Xia Fei feigned indifference as he asked this question. Aquamarine smiled mysteriously as she spoke a bizarre name. Annihilators. Chapter 1099 Furball, only a step away from the apex. Annihilators. Xia Fei muttered in shock. It turned out that besides founders, there were also experts of the Annihilator tier in this universe, but how powerful would they be? Aquamarine saw that Xia Fei was confused and became very smug. She said venomously, You think that founders are heaven-defying? Keep dreaming. Founders, just as their names indicate, have only reached the limit of positive energy and opened the door to dark energy, truly granting them the ability to create worlds. Don't forget, though, that there's always someone stronger, that there are experts who control even greater power. With your reckless personality, you'll end up dead one day. If you don't die at the hands of one of the other 4 elemental power holders, you'll be crushed by a powerful annihilator. Do you know why the experts of that higher realm are called annihilators? Aquamarine asked, seemingly with ulterior motives. Xia Fei shook his head. Aquamarine crowed, because they are a pack of sinister fellows. At a certain level, dark energy will begin to influence the minds of sapient life forms, turning warriors even more insane and making their minds become more sinister. They're called annihilators because they think themselves as are gods of darkness that destroy the universe. Their ultimate goal is not to create but to slaughter, instead. What do you think? Afraid, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Probably because she knew that she was about to die, Aquamarine laughed madly before Xia Fei. Xia Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, Oh, so they have sinister minds. I forgot to tell you that I'm quite the sinister person myself, so what you're saying to me doesn't really matter a lot. Ha! Aquamarine's laughter came to an awkward stop. Xia Fei was actually telling the truth. He was no proper gentleman, and he hated those people who spoke only about righteousness and virtue. Xia Fei frequently employed schemes and plots, willing to use any method as long as he could kill his foe. When it came to cunningness and resorting to foul plays, Xia Fei really did stand a fighting chance. Aquamarine glanced at Peacock Blue, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Treasure moments like this, for you won't be able to celebrate long. More cosmic gates will open, and more incomprehensibly powerful warriors will emerge. Don't think that killing me will be enough to undo the curse. You're the type of person who will constantly stir up trouble till you inevitably dies because of it. In that aspect, my curse is still active. After saying this, Aquamarine went absolutely insane and cackled endlessly. Plush! Aquamarine clearly would not be giving any more useful information in her current state, so Xia Fei swung down the fiendish blade Nirvana and killed the woman. Rumble. Aquamarine was a bizarre crystallized energy life form. When she was crushed, a vast sea of energy flooded out. Xia Fei, it's no good. There's too much energy. Even if I exhaust the fiend blade to death, I still can't absorb it all. Think of something. Radix shouted. The greatest advantage of having an immortal soul in Nirvana was the connection between the fiend blade and Xia Fei went from a simple feeling to actual interaction. In the past, Xia Fei had to analyze the energy reaction and the fiend blade's state in order to guess its condition, but with Radix, Xia Fei had a clearer understanding of Nirvana's difficulties and could control it more precisely. Xia Fei was startled by Radix's words. He then opened his seventh brain region and began to madly absorb this surplus energy. This was actually a very risky move. While Aquamarine had a lot of energy, it did not belong to any category that Xia Fei knew of. He did not know what sort of harm forcibly absorbing it might inflict. However, never one to waste energy, Xia Fei refused to let the sea of energy just dissipate. It must be understood that, while this energy was dense, it would not last for too long. In only a few hours, it would completely scatter into the universe. Furball and Little Goldie were also startled at first, and then they imitated their master and began quickly devouring the energy. Furball was an energy-type holy beast, while Little Goldie's growth had a direct connection to its voracious appetite. In any case, there was no way that Xia Fei could absorb this energy alone, so it was better to fill the bellies of Furball and Little Goldie than let the energy go to waste. This was particularly true for Furball. He was still feeling frustrated over having been surpassed by Peacock Blue, and these large amounts of energy could help him advance, so there was no way that he would pass up on such a sumptuous feast. Thus, Xia Fei, Nirvana, Furball, and Little Goldie began to chow down this energy banquet. The surrounding energy was rapidly absorbed. They were all crazy during battle, and they were, too, during this feast. With absurd beast, they devoured Aquamarine's bizarre energy. This energy. What? Is it okay? Radix asked worriedly after hearing Xia Fei's mumble. It's a little weird, but it's very pure, Xia Fei said. Radix sighed in relief. That's good. Nirvana has no problems at all. You can't see it, but I can clearly sense that it's excitedly roaring. Bang! After devouring energy for half an hour, Furball advanced. This round little ball flew out in an arc and vanished into the sea of stars. For some reason, whenever Furball promoted, as if he were doing something shameful, he would run off and only return at the most crucial point in battle. He had done this last time, too. Xia Fei smiled and ignored Furball's strange actions. Holy beasts had been very difficult to understand and tame since ancient times. These unique elite monsters of the universe concealed far too many secrets. As his master, Xia Fei had often felt helpless about Furball's strange actions. Bang! After several minutes, Furball returned from space like a streaking comet. The first thing he did was to throw himself into the sea of energy once more and continue feasting on it. His form still had not changed, in fact, he was even a bit smaller compared to before, but his snowy white fur was glossy, making him appear even more energetic. Xia Fei did not try to interfere in his pet's business. Furball had a very good appetite, and today was an excellent opportunity. Still, it would be far stranger if Xia Fei did not use this chance to close the distance between him and Furball. Are you seriously cultivating the law of primal chaos right now? Asked Radix in shock. This and the law of speed were the two positive energy systems that Xia Fei had yet to complete, and it was not because he had been slacking, rather, the two laws were just too difficult. Radix thought that Xia Fei would focus on improving his cultivation of the spirit path. After all, it was still at the very first rank and was much easier to cultivate compared to the middle and high ranks of the laws of speed and primal chaos. If Xia Fei seized this chance, he would definitely be able to get his second soul mark, perhaps even his third. However, Xia Fei had chosen to challenge himself by cultivating the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. You've seen today's battle. I still ended up relying on the law of primal chaos. This heaven-defying power is enormously helpful in battle, so I plan on cultivating it first. As for soul marks, I'll have more opportunities in the future, Xia Fei explained. Xia Fei, who had been cultivating the law of primal chaos before this, was already on the brink of advancing. Hence, he had decided to use this opportunity to boost this lethal power. Radix understood what Xia Fei was thinking. Upon arriving at the Alpha universe, the latter had realized the gap in combat power between him and peak experts, so he decided to prioritize increasing his cultivation in that aspect. Whichever. Anyway, it's fine as long as you don't waste this precious energy, Radix said. Crack. A sense of erupting energy filled Xia Fei's body as the sixth pattern of the law of primal chaos emerged. In the span of 2 hours, Xia Fei had sucked the sea of energy dry and raised his law of primal chaos to level 6. This was simply incredible. Furball had also used this chance to reach level 8. With just one more step, the beast would reach perfection. His level would be the apex. How much energy do you have right now? Radix said in shock. Nirvana was a monster, so Radix was not surprised that it could absorb vast amounts of energy, yet Xia Fei had absorbed even more energy than the Fiend Blade. Xia Fei thought about it and chuckled. A lot. In terms of standard spirit energy units, I have 280. A total of 280 units of spirit energy. Good heavens! How many soul weapons can you make with all that? Radix began to count with his fingers, but he was not a spiritualist, so he was not so sure. Around 70, Xia Fei calmly replied. 70 soul weapons. If you could really make 70 healing-type soul weapons, you'd be rich. Radix shouted, his eyes flying open. This was actually a conservative estimate from Xia Fei. After absorbing Aquamarine's energy, Xia Fei seemed to possess a somewhat purer form of spirit energy in his 7th brain region. In fact, he could forge 80 soul weapons without a problem. More importantly, Xia Fei's law of primal chaos and Furball had both advanced. Holy beasts required vast amounts of energy to advance, and Furball had seized this chance to get all the way to level 8, making Radix and Xia Fei both excited. What a pity! Furball is just one level away from the apex. If only there's some more energy, Radix muttered as he looked at the adorable Furball. Xia Fei smiled. It's probably not that easy. I've done some calculations, and the amount of energy Furball needs for each level advancement increases exponentially. In the last few days, Furball has consumed an astronomical amount of energy. To make him reach the apex, not even all 280 units of spirit energy will be enough. Plus, Furball reaching maximum level isn't necessarily a good thing. Xia Fei sighed, seemingly rather worried. How can you say that? This guy is so loyal, so the stronger he is, the better it is for you, Radix said in confusion. Xia Fei shook his head. You forgot. When Furball reaches maximum level, he can unleash the Shatterstar Strike. He still hasn't reached the peak, so he can still recover after using Shatterstar Strike, but once he reaches maximum rank, Radix went pale. It was still Xia Fei who considered the problem from all angles. Shatterstar at maximum level would have terrifying power, but he would lose his own life because of it. This was something that Xia Fei never wanted to see. Furball was very loyal, as loyal as he could be. No doubt that if Xia Fei was ever in a desperate strait again, Furball would risk death to unleash this supreme strike. If that's the case, it's really best if Furball doesn't reach the apex. Radix stroked his chin and nodded. Furball, who seemed to have understood what Xia Fei was getting at, unhappily looked away. Chapter 1100. A storm has settled. Getting up, Xia Fei looked out into the distant galaxy. He could feel that wistful Hejus, Fukin and the other experts were not actually far from where he was, and he must have helped and guarded him as he advanced. Otherwise, with such a powerful energy pulse, the others' curiosity would have long been piqued enough to come investigate what had happened. Xia Fei kept his treasure, and even Furball and Little Goldie were placed in his sleeves. With such a heaven-stirring energy pulse, Tongjin Liang and the others must have plenty of questions they wanted answers to, but the more of these moments Xia Fei found himself in, the more he needed to keep things to himself. Xia Fei had always had the practice of keeping 1 or 2 trump cards hidden, and that was also the key on why he had managed to survive up to the present. Whatever. I'm feeling a lot better now that Aquamarine is dead. Still, how could she have died so easily? I simply don't understand it. We even spent plenty of strength dealing with her from the start, asked Cloud Knight with a shrug. Even when Fukin had used the tricolored soul eye, the 4 experts did not give up their dogged pursuit, but they still failed to vanquish Aquamarine. In the end, as if Aquamarine had run out of energy, she was easily killed by Fukin's soul eye. Everyone had been given a great shock by this sudden turn of events and was now having doubts over Aquamarine's abrupt death. At one side, Tongjin Liang said, didn't Aquamarine end up dying all due to the soul eye that the master spiritualist had sent out? That's a rare tricolored soul eye. To think that you'd use it so easily. Ah, what a waste. Actually, we might not have been able to kill Aquamarine based on our combined strength alone, but it's still a pity that a soul eye ended up being used like that. Tong Jinliang sounded both annoyed and long-winded as he spoke, which clearly indicated that this soul weapon aficionado truly valued that soul eye. Just what exactly are soul eyes, anyway? Asked Xia Fei inquisitively. This was the first time he had come across such a strange eye. The moment that eye opened and demonstrated its might, it just went homing in on Aquamarine. Xia Fei did not see just how exactly the soul eye fought, so he was very curious about it. Tong Jinliang explained, soul eyes, which aren't common, possess first-rate combat strength. They're even harder to find than high-grade soul weapons, for they're made from the fusion of soul eater arts and spiritualist soul array techniques. Aside from being able to cast out a deadly and wide net, even from far away, someone can use soul eater arts to eliminate their enemy's soul. The moment soul eyes appear, they'll shoot out rays called soul eater's rays. Those rays super powerful. This master spiritualist's soul eye is even more unique, having the rarely seen tricolor. Even I have not seen such a thing in my life. If possible, I'd be willing to exchange half of Tongxing Pavilion with that master spiritualist. Xia Fei was shocked. Anyone knew that Tong Jinliang's precious treasures were all in Tongxing Pavilion, and he could be called that pavilion's owner. A single soul eye would actually be worth half of it. That was more than an astronomical price being offered here. Pausing, Tong Jinliang asked respectfully, Master Spiritualist, if I'm not mistaken, you ought to be who I'm referring to. You're Xia Fei's master, right? Cloud Knight and Wistful Hejus's eyes lit up. They had already known Fukin was powerful, but no one had the guts to put forth the guess that he was Xia Fei's master. This was because the so-called master of Xia Fei would be a spiritualist of healing. That would be an existence akin to that of an old monster. Fukin smiled and glanced at Xia Fei beside him before sighing. Xia Fei, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Xia Fei gave a deep nod to Fukin, his eyes full of gratitude. This old man had proven himself to be a man of his word, not betraying Xia Fei. At the moment, rumors were flying all over the universe regarding the appearance of a spiritualist of healing. Fukin would be taking a huge risk if he accepted this identity. There was no telling if people with ill intentions, who were on the lookout for a precious spiritualist of healing, would happen to be nearby. Xia Fei did not have enough strength at the moment, and revealing his identity as the spiritualist of healing would do him more harm than good. Fukin would have a lot of trouble coming his way after tacitly accepting this title, while Xia Fei would remain safe. Everyone, especially Cloud Knight, hurried to bid farewell to Fukin. Mistaking Fukin for the one who had cured him, he could only, of course, display extreme modest. Though Cloud Knight was hot-tempered, he had a strong sense of justice and could still discern between gratitude and grudge. Fukin showed the appropriate amount of confidence and aloofness, ignoring these people as he turned around to leave. Everyone did not fault him for this, either. It was a well-established norm for spiritualists to have eccentric personalities, so Fukin speaking too much would just go against what the majority expected from a master spiritualist, causing him to be thought of as an aberration. That's no doubt the air of a master. A higher being, a true higher being. The more Fukin ignored these people, the more Tong Jinliang, Cloud Knight and the others highly regarded him, praising Fukin in front of Xia Fei. Of course, this was also done in case Xia Fei spoke poorly of them. In a short time span, Tong Jinliang had not only become more respectful toward Fukin but had also become very friendly toward Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled and bowed to everyone. Patriarch, Elder Tong and Elder Yat, I thank all of you for your aid. Xia Fei might have been exposed to even deeper trouble today if not for everyone's help here. If a spiritualist's disciple held a position several times higher than that of the average person, what more of a spiritualist of healing's disciple? Xia Fei had acted modestly here, and that comforted these elders greatly, believing him to be someone who was reasonable and respectful. You shouldn't put it that way. It's still your capable and powerful master who did most of the work. We merely lent him a hand, that's all. Tong Jinliang was practically brown-nosing with such sycophantic devotion, so much so that Cloud Knight and Wistful Hejus could not bear listening to him further. Though he wanted to curry favor with a spiritualist, was there truly a need to belittle himself too much? Xia Fei smiled. Tongxing Pavilion Master, I'll send your soul weapon immediately, so don't panic. This has all been as promised by my master. Oh, there's no hurry. There's no hurry at all. We can talk about this matter at a later time. Tong Jinliang was uncharacteristically dismissive of it, even claiming that he was not panicking at all despite being someone who viewed soul weapons as even more important than his own life. These people exchanged some words of courtesy before Tong Jinliang and Cloud Knight departed together. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and wistful Hejus went off another way. Old Tong, just what medicine have you eaten today? How could you be so full of nonsense? Asked Cloud Knight with a mixture of curiosity and dissatisfaction. Tong Jinliang answered fairly sincerely, I'm full of nonsense? Just think about it, if a single tricolor soul eye could be exchanged for half my Tong Xing pavilion, would you consider it to be precious or not? That's of course. Anyone knows that your Tong Xing pavilion has hidden soul weapons from all over. Cloud Knight nodded. Today, Xia Fei's master personally took action and used up a soul eye worth half my Tong Xing pavilion just like that. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation when he did it, so what does that mean? Asked Tong Jinliang in a severe tone. Cloud Knight was momentarily startled after hearing Tong Jinliang's words, and then he exclaimed, Xia Fei's master is really generous. He may not even be just an average spiritualist, as normal spiritualists will never demonstrate intrepid arrogance like he did. Exactly. Tong Jinliang hurriedly continued. That person may possibly be a peak spiritualist, and his relationship with Xia Fei is by no means ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used something as precious as a soul eye without even batting an eyelid. Would I be a fool enough to hurry such a transcendental individual for soul weapons? Looks like I can't underestimate Xia Fei in the future. Though he is from the Aurora clan, we just might see him ascend like the rising tide. Cloud Knight shook his head and mumbled to himself. Xia Fei and wistful Hejus returned together, talking about many things along the way. Xia Fei being kicked out of the Aurora clan was naturally a previously agreed on ruse, which inflicted injury on themselves in order to win the confidence of the enemy. Now that Aquamarine was dead, Xia Fei could officially stay with the Wist family from here on. Wistful Hejus was, of course, welcoming Xia Fei with open arms. After all, Hejus had been brooding over the matter of Xia Fei's grandfather being exiled from the clan all this time. Besides, Xia Fei had a spiritualist for a master. It was just that the mysteries surrounding Xia Fei were simply too much, and wistful Hejus could not make sense of them. Patriarch, I'd like to clear out the inverse as soon as possible, said Xia Fei in a grim tone. The inverse were ultimately the biggest threat to the Lore realm, and each day that passed where this threat loomed would be another day that Xia Fei had trouble sleeping and eating. Now that his greatest foe Aquamarine had been eliminated, it was time for him to deal with the abominable inverse. Hejus furrowed his brows and said, we'll still need to consider the long-term effects of that proposal. First, the inverse are really far away and very powerful, so mounting a long-distance assault will be fairly troublesome. Second, we don't have detailed information regarding the enemy. We still need to investigate and find out if there are other forces behind them. After all, that's not the only society that is part of the Alpha universe. If we end up causing conflict between two major societal circles, it'll be very detrimental to us, Aurorine. Xia Fei shook his head. Though the Aurora clan was filled with Mr. Nice Guys, it was also not too decisive. Had the wolves of Skywing clan been in their shoes, they would have long gone charging for the enemy without another word. Forget attacking one of their own, even harming a blade of grass on their property would result in the Skywings taking out an entire family. I was just mentioning it. Tell the clan that no matter what their final decision is, I'll still be doing it, said Xia Fei very calmly. Hejus found himself momentarily speechless. Xia Fei's personality was far too different from that of the Aurora clan. This was a major situation of wiping out a sentient species. Xia Fei did not even show a hint of hesitation in coming to his decision. Millions and billions of lives had been decided with just that one statement of his, and there was no one in the clan that could do something so ruthless. Rest easy. The clan will definitely treat this matter with utmost severity. I've also organized my thoughts at this point. Going by the old tradition of the clan might see us losing out, so our clan ought to change with the times as well, wistful Hejus said worryingly. Actually, it was quite pointless for him to say all that. Most teenagers in the clan had a kind personality, and it had been deeply ingrained in them by now. How could that change so simply? Just as they were about to enter the city, Xia Fei said goodbye to Hejus. He proceeded to the location that Fukin and he had previously agreed on to meet, which was a famous local restaurant. Fukin had only wanted to avoid being bothered by Tong Jinliang and the others and had not truly left. In actuality, he had gone ahead to order a table of good food in a private room and was now waiting for Xia Fei to turn up. Seeing Xia Fei enter the room, Fukin pointed to a seat beside him, clearly inviting Xia Fei to sit on it. You know that you've caused me quite the trouble, said Fukin as he drank a bowl of soup. Xia Fei grinned cheekily. Surely not? You're a great spiritualist, who could do anything to you? Fukin shook his head and sighed. Aquamarine is dead but left nothing behind. What would others think if this matter got out? Tong Jinliang, Cloud Knight, Wistful Hejus, and me, who do you think among us is the most suspicious? Xia Fei was startled, his expression turning stern. No way. Aquamarine actually had nothing on her? Then where did her precious treasures go?